Chapter 1 Dragon Ball World 7th Universe Earth 764 IG, one day in August. Now. Outside Zidu. A figure appeared out of thin air on a small island. This sleep long enough. A handsome young man wearing a cyan robe with short hair groaned comfortably. Where is this? After stretching his waist, the young man glanced around, and when he saw two figures in the sky not far away, his brows couldn't help but stir. How come those two guys are a bit like the Frozen Devils? Wasn't there only one guy from the Frozen Demon clan killed by him? This can also leave offspring. Or is it that this guy of the Frozen Demon clan is some existence that can reproduce asexually? His name is Zhang Yang, a traverser who crossed into the Dragon Ball world hundreds of millions of years ago. The king regarded him as a brother, and the great priest respected him as a teacher. While Zhang Yang was still nostalgic for the past, a deafening explosion roar sounded not far away. Oh, father, this is Earth, where the fucking stinky monkeys are strong. Zhang Yang frowned and looked towards the two people of the Frozen Demon clan who were at least a few hundred meters away. They figure flickered in the original sky, and when it appeared again, it was already 10 meters away in front of these two people. For Zhang Yang's arrival, these two people of the Frozen Demon clan did not notice it from beginning to end, especially one of the guys of the Frozen Demon clan who was short in stature and had a patched-up appearance on his body, throwing energy bombs everywhere at the moment, wantonly destroying it. Hey, are you guys from the Frozen Demon clan? Zhang Yang on the sky glanced at the short, crazy Frozen Demon clan guy twice, and shouted loudly. As Zhang Yang's voice sounded high in the sky, two guys from the Frozen Demon clan, one big and one small, instantly set their eyes on him. Well, Frisia, is this guy one of your enemies? The tall Frozen Demon clan man glanced at Zhang Yang, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. His name is King Kurdish, and he was once the evil emperor of the 7th universe. The short man next to him is named Frisia, his son, and now the evil emperor of the 7th universe. I don't know, just kill it. Frisia glanced at Zhang Yang, shook his head, raised his right hand, and then pointed his fingertips at Zhang Yang, who was extremely calm. As a golden light burst open, in the next second, an energy cannon shot out from Frisia's fingertips, and the target was Zhang Yang. Seeing this energy cannon launched, both the Kurdish king and Frisia thought that the earthling in front of them would definitely die without a corpse. Therefore, the two looked elsewhere at the same time. But while their gaze was still shifting, they couldn't help but show a little surprise on their faces when they saw that Zhang Yang had easily clamped the energy cannon released by Frisia with just 2 fingers. Hey! The Kurdish king also made a sound in amazement. Killing people indiscriminately is indeed very much in line with the style of your Frozen Demon clan. Zhang Yang pinched the energy cannon released by Frisia, and then crumpled it into a small ball of golden energy, which he weighed in his hand as a plaything. He said calmly, but at this moment, his eyes were gradually cold. Who are you? You actually know that we are a Frozen Demon race? The Kurdish king frowned and put his gaze back on Zhang Yang. He always felt that this guy was ordinary, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation in combat power on his body. But judging from the energy balls he easily released by playing with Frisia, this guy is probably not as simple as it seems. From this little man, you should be a little related by blood. Zhang Yang tossed the energy ball in his hand and set his eyes on Frisia. I don't know how many years ago. The last member of the Frozen Demon clan knelt down in front of him with tears in his eyes, begging him to let him go. If he hadn't declared himself home and called himself Zild, he would have categorically not known the name. Zild. Frisia frowned. Why is it so familiar? The Kurdish king frowned, just as he racked his brain to think. That's it, I don't know how long I slept, after so many generations, it should be normal not to remember my ancestors. Zhang Yang didn't give King Kurdish and Frisider time to think at all, and when he raised his hand, the golden energy ball in his hand was divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. In an instant, when King Kurdish and Frisia reacted, a dense pile of golden energy balls arrived in front of them. A deafening explosion roar resounded in the field, and a pitch-black mushroom cloud rose higher in the sky. Perhaps in other people's scripts, this is the typical law of smoke and no harm. But Zhang Yang understood that even though he only used 1/1000th of his power just now, it was enough to make these two guys of the Frozen Demon clan annihilate in the world. Hey, that kid with the sword, have you seen enough? Ask you something, what universe am I currently in? Zhang Yang clapped his hands, turned his head, and looked at a young man with a sword in the middle who couldn't stop shaking with an easygoing smile, and asked. Chapter 2. Who are you? They. Middle point boy with the sword was none other than the young man Trunks from the future. Watching Zhang Yang slowly flying towards him at this moment, his face suddenly showed a solemn expression. In his memory, apart from Mr. Sun Wukong, who has the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 1, there is absolutely no second person on the earth in this period who has such terrifying strength. Kill Frisia and King Kurd in a single blow, this kind of strength, he thinks he can easily do it, but he thinks that people in this era can never do it. My name is Zhang Yang, I have no malice towards you, I just want to know which universe I am in now. Trunks' vigilant gaze fell on Zhang Yang's eyes, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smile, and continued to speak. Of course, I asked you a question, you can also ask me a question. His eyes were extremely vicious, and from the moment Trunks appeared, he knew that this guy did not belong to the people of this era. And this guy's bloodline. Thinking of science, Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of a teenager in his mind. The boy had long green hair since he drank a drop of his blood, and when he first saw him, the kid only had hundreds of thousands of combat power, and after staying by his side for a month, he had grown terrifying to several $1 trillion. Then again, even if you haven't drunk my blood, this kid's talent is very good. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curved. After all, being able to comprehend the shallow self-extremity of his extreme intention realm by relying on his own talent, the Amashi bloodline did not evolve into the ancestor scion, and if he developed it, he would definitely be able to sit on the position of the destroying god of that era. Zhang Yang. Which universe? When Trunks heard Zhang Yang's words, he only felt a burst of clouds. This is the Milky Way, Earth, and he knows it. But what kind of universe is this in his words? Is there any other universe in this world? Thinking of this, Trunks' mouth couldn't help but open wide, obviously frightened by his newborn thought. Seeing Trunks' dumbfounded look, Zhang Yang's brows frowned slightly. Now he has just woken up, and his former terrifying strength has not fully recovered with his awakening. Otherwise, where does he need to ask people, directly use energy, communicate with the laws of the world, and instantly know which universe he is in now? Just as the two were thinking about each other. At this time, one after another sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded in the sky. This sound of breaking the air pulled Trunks back to reality, turned his head, and saw a group of people floating high in the air, scanning Trunks and Zhang Yang with extremely vigilant eyes. Scion, the breath of his fellow citizens, Vegeta naturally does not sense mistakes. Now, he stared at the young man Trunks from the future, his brows twisted, and his face was full of incredulity. In Vegeta's cognition, in addition to the scions on Earth, there is only Tabor living far away on the edge of the universe. Besides, he really didn't know where the scion in front of him came from. The explosion just now was extremely amazing. Was it the aftermath of the battle between these two guys? Today, his combat strength is at most about 1.8 million, although he can't see through the specific combat strength of Trunks. But this teenager just stands there with a volley, and the gaze that swept over it is extremely oppressive, which makes him not understand the gap between the two. Scion. Vegeta gritted his teeth, stepped forward and flew for a short time, staring at Trunks, who held the sword in both hands, burst into laughter, and said coldly, "Where are you from, a Scion?" Zhang Yang. He really didn't expect that the two extremely weak guys in front of him really had Scion blood. He glanced at Vegeta with his hair facing the sky and looked cool, and he couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. At such an age, the final combat effectiveness is only 10 million points. There really is enough. Weak chickens. Of course. For a person like Zhang Yang, whether it is 500 million combat power, or 5 billion, or 50 billion points, it is no different from 5 combat effectiveness. Father. When Trunks heard Vegeta's words, he subconsciously just opened his mouth to shout a word, then thought of something, and continued to speak, "Mr. Vegeta, I don't have time to explain it to you for the time being. Now, I am very eager to meet Mr. Monkey King as soon as possible." Hearing that Trunks knew himself, knew Kakarot even more, and seemed to attach great importance to Kakarot, made Vegeta immediately upset. Now he doesn't control the transformation form of Super Saiyan 1, and as a noble prince of the Saiyan clan, he is no more than a low-class Saiyan. What a shame for him. After all, it was I who asked this little guy the first question. Zhang Yang didn't care how stiff the scene was, waved his hand at Vegeta, who was still in a state of suffocation, and just opened his mouth to say a few words, just when he was about to continue. "What's the matter with you?" A sound broke through the air. It was accompanied by Vegeta's extremely unpleasant voice. "Mr. Vegeta." "No." Trunks saw Vegeta rushing towards the mysterious man Zhang Yang. His face suddenly changed, and he saw that he suddenly exploded his breath, and instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 1, and flew between Vegeta and Zhang Yang. "Hey, your 500 million combat power came after transforming into yellow hair." When Trunks, who transformed into Super Saiyan 1 form, stopped in front of him, Zhang Yang's face couldn't help but show surprise. He knew that Trunks' final combat power index was around 500 million points, but he really did not expect that this 500 million combat power would be reached after transformation. I don't know how many years later, the Saiyan bloodline, although it is not as pure and powerful as it once was. But interesting, really interesting. Zhang Yang rubbed his smooth chin with his hand, staring at the yellow-haired boy Trunks, his eyes flashing with a strange brilliance. I have to say that he is very interested in increasing his normal combat effectiveness by 50 times after this transformation. After all, the bloodline possessed by the Saiyan ancestor Amashi branched out of the bloodline of the gods he carried. So, in a sense, not only the Amoxi kid is his descendant, but the two brats in front of him are also his descendants. Chapter 3. And the reason why Zhang Yang cares about this question is that he feels that he has not deeply understood the mystery of his divine bloodline. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang showed a slightly strange expression on his face. If he could have the ability to transform into and increase his combat power like this group of descendant Saiyans, then his strength would rise to another level. Super Saiyan. This guy. He was even able to transform into a Super Saiyan. When Vegeta saw Trunks, who was transforming into a Super Saiyan in front of him, his face showed a look of extreme shock. As a prince of the Saiyan clan, he didn't say that there was no guy Kakarot who turned into a Super Saiyan first, and now this guy who looked much younger than him was able to transform into a Super Saiyan, which made Vegeta's heart not shake. Super Saiyan. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered on the side, and an interesting smile appeared on his face. He could tell that this Super Saiyan transformation was to stimulate the growth of the bloodline and allow himself to move towards the primordial state of the older Saiyan. Therefore, it has the factor of increasing its own combat power. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head. The bloodline of future generations of Saiyans will always reach the limit. Because, after all, it diluted too much of Jianjiang's bloodline. So, the future potential of these guys, if without any surprises. Their limits can only reach the level of Amashi at most, and may even be inferior, but nothing is absolute. If these descendants of scions will come out of their own path, then perhaps they will transcend the shackles of bloodline and reach another new level. Mr. Vegeta, neither me nor this gentleman should have no ill will towards everyone. Trunks took a deep breath and spoke. Zhang Yang had just killed Frisia and his father, King Kurd, which was enough to show that he was not a powerful person who was in league with those two guys. And Zhang Yang looks like an earthling, which makes Trunks can't help but suspect that this is a powerful warrior hidden on the earth. The reason why he didn't know was precisely because he didn't come to this era. Now from the future to this era, listening to his mother, it seems that there will be a little butterfly effect, so thinking about it, it may be a normal thing. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. You guys can transform into Super Saiyan. Damn, Lao Tzu, who has the bloodline of the Saiyan royal family, is actually inferior to you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and looked at Trunks. The other person at this time period was like this, pure Saiyan personality. The personality after marrying the back is essentially two people. As most Dragon Ball fans say, Vegeta is becoming more and more like an earthling, while Monkey King is becoming more and more like a Saiyan. As Vegeta's son, Trunks still knows his father's personality quite well, and he only smiled bitterly at seeing him so concerned about his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. He really can't explain anything. He can't tell Vegeta directly that he is his son from the future, right? When I say this, I am afraid that except for his mother in this world, I am afraid that no one really believes it. Seeing that you two don't look like you're fighting, who caused the explosion just now? When the atmosphere was slightly deadlocked, Vic and the others arrived and asked aloud. It was this Mr. Jianjiang's battle with Frisia and his father, King Kurd. No. It should be said that it is Mr. Zhang Yang's unilateral second kill. Originally, Trunks subconsciously wanted to say that it was a battle, but in retrospect, Zhang Yang killed Frisia and the Kurdish king in seconds with a snap of his fingers, and immediately changed his words. Nanny. Frisia has arrived on Earth. And his father, King Kurd. Vegeta was startled when he heard this, and when he heard that Zhang Yang had killed these two guys in seconds, his gaze towards Zhang Yang changed instantly. How strong Frisia's strength was, he clearly saw the battle on the Nemesis. And Frisia's father, King Kurd, although he doesn't know much about this guy, at least he is definitely not much weaker than Frisia. Therefore, this earthling, who looks ordinary in front of him and does not even have too many fluctuations in combat power on his body, actually has the strength to kill a master of Frisia's level in seconds. No way. When pigs fly. You're coaxing. This guy is obviously an earthling. Can an earthling have the strength to kill Frisia and the Kurdish king? I'm afraid no one will believe it. Vegeta smiled coldly. He was absolutely confident in his Saiyan bloodline. Or in other words, he has absolute contempt for the bloodline of earthlings. It really made Trunks say at this moment that he was a second-generation Saiyan born of Vegeta and a woman on Earth, and now Vegeta is categorically impossible to believe. Don't say that Vegeta doesn't believe it, even the little bald Klin and other earthlings on the side also have doubts on their faces. These people of the bloodline of the earthlings, although they were once able to practice with the Scions and the Nemesis. But as time passed, the gap in strength became more and more obvious. Single-handedly kill Frisia. This kind of thing never dared to think about in the minds of Kellen, Tianjin Rice, and Yamcha. I don't even dare to dream about it. Mr. Vegeta. Listening to Vegeta's words that looked down on people so much, Trunks, who had seen Zhang Yang's strength, couldn't help but smile bitterly, just as he was about to continue speaking. Zhang Yang appeared in front of Vegeta in a flash, and saw that this weak earthling, who was regarded as ordinary by Vegeta, slowly raised his right hand. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a golden beam of light grazed the tip of Vegeta's ear. Rumble! Thundered! With a terrifying explosion roar, everyone was frightened and turned back stiffly, and the moment they saw a pitch-black hole appear in the void, everyone swallowed heavily with a mouthful of saliva. This. Although everyone present did not understand what the concept of breaking the dimensional wall was, the pitch-black and deep hole displayed in front of everyone gave them an extremely deep and inexplicable fear. Syllable. A snapping of fingers rang out in the field. Under everyone's terrified gazes, the pitch-black and deep hole slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. To this, after Zhang Yang's hand, everyone present looked at his gaze with a jealousy. Chapter 4. It's not easy to mess with. Especially Vegeta, the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Yang was already clearly wrong. Even, in his heart, he thought that the man in front of him was not an earthling. Earthlings can have such means. Obviously impossible. But. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly, he set his gaze on Trunks, and spoke, as far as I know, there are not many scions left. Are you also a scion from planet Vegeta? Judging by this guy's age, he shouldn't look like a scion coming out of planet Vegeta at all. So, could it be that there are other scions in the universe? Thinking of this, Vegeta's heart suddenly became hot. Now that Frieza is completely dead, it seems that there is a great chance to achieve the glory of forging the first fighting nation in the Scion universe. Trunks returned to his normal appearance and couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. He really can't say anything about his origins. Shout! Just as Trunks was in a dilemma, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Hey! Long time no see, everyone! I didn't expect them all to come together. Immediately afterwards, a hearty laugh sounded, and a young man wearing an orange martial arts uniform appeared in everyone's sight. Yikes! Hearing the voice, everyone turned their eyes away. Goku! You're back! Kakarot this guy! The strength seems to have become much stronger again. And how did he suddenly appear? One after another sounded high in the air. Zhang Yang also set his gaze on Sun Wukong, and his eyebrows couldn't help but stir. Teleportation. The sudden arrival of the Monkey King is obviously the ability to teleport. Zhang Yang himself also controls teleportation, and his teleportation can be even more unusual, easily jumping the universe. As long as he has traveled to any place, he can jump between thoughts. Sun Wukong, who had just arrived here, was greeting Klin and the others, and suddenly set his eyes on Zhang Yang. Today's Monkey King has a combat power of about 800 million, which is truly the first person on the earth. Although Zhang Yang looked ordinary and did not have a little fluctuation in combat power on his body, Sun Wukong controlled the teleportation and felt sensitive, but he still noticed the unusual nature of this strange man, so he flew over, stretched out his hand with a smile, and spoke, "Hello, my name is Sun Wukong." Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stretched out his hand to hold it with Sun Wukong, and then let go. At the moment when he let go of his hand, Sun Wukong suddenly said, "Zhang Yang, can I fight with you?" Hey! Hearing Sun Wukong's invitation to fight, Zhang Yang did not react for the first time. After all, who just met, he found someone to fight. "Mr. Goku!" Trunks shouted anxiously. "Goku, no!" Klin, Vic, and the others were also a little flustered. If they hadn't seen Zhang Yang show the means he had just shown, everyone would definitely have absolute confidence in Sun Wukong. But the fear brought about by the deep dark hole completely gave them a major shadow. This man called Zhang Yang is definitely not an ordinary powerful person. Hehe, in this way, Zhang Yang, your strength is very strong. Bang bang! When Sun Wukong heard everyone's dissuasion, he immediately grinned, and then his two hands clenched into fists and collided, and the battle intent on his body broke out. and he was extremely excited to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Rumble. Imposing. Yikes! Monkey King, who transformed into Super Saiyan 1, flashed with golden energy around him. Super Saiyan. Cluck. Seeing Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 1, Vegeta on the side couldn't help but grit his teeth for a while, and his teeth were even more crisp by him. He looked at the appearance of Sun Wukong in the field at this moment. In addition to anger and unwillingness in his eyes, there was also a hint of envy and jealousy hidden in the corners of his eyes. With such a strong strength, why is it not under his control by Vegeta? Damn it! What a damn it! Facing Sun Wukong, who directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, Zhang Yang was also crying and laughing. This kid didn't give him a chance to refuse at all. That being the case. Come on! Although Zhang Yang does not seem to be old on the surface, it is actually no problem to be the ancestor of the Monkey King. After all, Yamosi, the ancestor of the Saiyan clan, had inherited a little of his god bloodline in a sense, and could be regarded as half a descendant who was not related by blood. As an ancestor, pointing out his descendants who don't know how many years later, Zhang Yang felt that this realization should still be there. Yo West! Then please! Sun Wukong laughed excitedly, clasped his hands together, bowed to Zhang Yang, and the moment he lifted up, his figure disappeared in an instant. What a speed! Vegeta and the others reacted, and Sun Wukong disappeared in this instant, and their faces suddenly showed shock. Especially from the future Trunks, his strength is considered good, and logically speaking, he should be stronger than the Monkey King in the current era. But now, with the amazing speed that Sun Wukong has shown, he can't help but suspect that he is probably not his opponent when he also transforms into a Super Saiyan. For everyone, Sun Wukong's speed is simply not too fast. But for Zhang Yang, his speed was like a turtle crawling without any difference. Rumble. Sun Wukong's fist had already slammed into it with a stream of fiery energy. This rapid and violent punch, replaced by the original characters that can appear at this stage, will definitely not be able to react. But Sun Wukong faced Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took a step sideways and easily dodged this punch attack from Sun Wukong. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he just raised a finger and lightly touched the back of Sun Wukong's neck. Bang! In an instant, Sun Wukong's feeling was just as if a planet had smashed heavily on him, and at this moment it fell directly into the sea below. Rumble! With the fall of Sun Wukong, the sea water surged up for a while, and it stirred up thousands of waves. Nanny! Seeing that Super Saiyan Sun Wukong was killed in seconds with just one hit, the eyes of everyone present widened, and their faces showed an incredible look. They expected that Zhang Yang's strength might be stronger than Sun Wukong, but they couldn't figure it out how quickly they solved the battle. In their opinion, Sun Wukong's strength is not weak, but he was killed in seconds with just one face. How terrifying should the strength of this man named Zhang Yang be? Chapter 5. After killing the Super Saiyan Monkey King in seconds, Zhang Yang put his hands behind his back and looked at the Monkey King who slowly flew into the sky from the sea below. At this time, Sun Wukong was very embarrassed, and his whole body was soaked, but the excitement on his face could not be dissipated for a long time. For Son Goku, he hasn't met a good opponent since the last Super Saiyan and Frieza fought at Namex. Now, although Zhang Yang gave him a very strong sense of oppression. However, it was this strong sense of oppression that made Sun Wukong's blood can't stop boiling. The desire to fight rose even more in his heart. Shout! Soon! Sun Wukong had already flown to the same height as Zhang Yang. Your strength is really strong. Sun Wukong was amazed, looking at Zhang Yang's gaze. It was called an excitement. Hey! In the face of Sun Wukong's praise, Zhang Yang just smiled lightly and did not choose to respond. Although his strength has not yet recovered to its heyday, it is so, and ordinary gods of destruction are definitely not qualified to fight him. Thinking of the god of destruction, Zhang Yang couldn't help but think back to his subordinates before he fell asleep. Among them, a silver-haired woman also appeared in his mind. Angel Luna. He doesn't like power, otherwise the position of great priest would be his. In the end, there was no way, because of the god system he proposed, he also naturally became the great god of destruction in the primeval era, the god of destruction in charge of 18 universes. And Luna is an angel who serves him. Don't worry about finding Luna first, this woman is too clingy, maybe she will rack her brains to let me return to the great destruction god realm. This planet called Earth is very similar to the ancestral star where I was in my previous life, and I can also enjoy this period of leisure. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, he was in charge of 18 universes, he was too tired, just supervising the destruction of the destruction planet. Standard index of the destruction god under his command was not only tired, but also a tedious one. Rest, rest, rest for a moment. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth curved a little, and then he set his eyes on Sun Wukong, who continued to rise in battle intent, and was about to speak. Shout! Sun Wukong burst out of his breath and rushed towards him. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! In the face of Sun Wukong's fierce attack, Zhang Yang greeted it with ease. With just one finger, he easily stopped all of Sun Wukong's fierce fists. The battle between the two only felt dazzling for Vegeta and the others, and even a weaker existence like Kling, who directly saw two flashing points colliding, could not see any of the hands in the field at all. Is this really a battle that humans can have? Klin swallowed an unknown number of mouthfuls of his throat, and his face was full of incredulity. The strength of this guy Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, and a little wry smile appeared on his face. In the past, he was shoulder to shoulder with Sun Wukong, and his strength was equal. And now No. It is even said that since recent years, he has completely failed to catch up with the footsteps of Sun Wukong. Bang! Ah! At this moment, there was a dull crash sound in the field. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong's screams sounded again. Yikes! Everyone hurriedly stopped thinking about it and fixed their eyes on the field. I saw Sun Wukong return to his normal appearance, and the whole person quickly fell from the sky. Poof! But in an instant, Sun Wukong had already fallen into the sea. It's over. Zhang Yang yawned, very casually glanced at the Vegeta people in the sky not far away, and then under everyone's shocked gaze, the figure slowly dissipated, and it disappeared directly. Nanny! Why did he disappear silently like a ghost? The crowd was shocked again. Ah! A figure rushed out of the sea below, it was Sun Wukong. Now he is no different from a soup chicken, although he is embarrassed, his face is full of excited smiles, this guy is really powerful. I am not his opponent, and it is extremely difficult to even catch up with him. But so excited! Sun Wukong himself is a martial idiot, and as his strength becomes stronger and stronger in the future, the more he likes to fight powerful people. Only in this way can he find his goal. Zhang Yang sighed. He is now in the middle of a bustling city. It was the closest city to where he had awakened. Looking at the humans coming and going around, as well as some orcs, his mouth opened slightly wider. This planet, which is very similar to his ancestor star in his previous life, was able to live in great harmony with humanoids, which was unexpected. Tap tap. Just as Zhang Yang was walking slowly, suddenly there was a sound of machine gun fire on the street not far away. A. Immediately afterwards, a loud panic sounded. Zhang Yang was attracted to the past, and withdrew his gaze with just a glance. 1 second he was still lamenting the harmony between humans and humanoids, and the next second he saw a group of orcs holding various thermal weapons to rob and plunder. I have to say that this slap in the face is really fast enough. Tap tap. The sound of machine gun fire kept coming, and the location of the robbery was only 1 street away from Zhang Yang. But for him, it doesn't matter. Powerful to his level, the life and death of ordinary people have long been ignored by him. Just as Zhang Yang was about to change direction and leave, at this time, a blue-haired woman ran towards him in panic, and just when he was about to bump into him, he took a sideways step and easily avoided the woman's impact. No. Sorry. The blue-haired beautiful woman held a small yellow bead in her hand, and when she looked closely, there were 6 small stars on it, and at this moment, because she almost hit Zhang Yang, she stopped and apologized immensely. It's okay. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, and didn't care. Just when the blue-haired beautiful woman was about to leave, the former inadvertently saw the dragon ball she was holding in her hand, and immediately blurted out, 6-star wishing ball. Hey! Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the blue-haired beautiful woman suddenly stopped taking steps and set her eyes on him. Only then did she notice that the passerby she almost bumped into just now turned out to be so handsome. In an instant, small peach hearts appeared in the eyes of this blue-haired beautiful woman, and she hurriedly stretched out her hand, and said with a foolish smile, "Hello handsome man, my name is Bulma." Chapter 6. Cloth. Bulma. Hearing this beautiful blue-haired woman say her name, Zhang Yang was obviously stunned. And Bulma also seemed to know why Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but blush and cough twice. "Hello, my name is Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang also reacted. He seemed a little rude, immediately diverted the topic, and spoke, "Miss Bulma, are you a 6-planet planet? You know about Dragon Ball?" Bulma stopped precisely because Zhang Yang said the 6 planets, and at the moment looked at this handsome man with a curious face. The existence of Dragon Balls is not something that ordinary people can know. Dragon Ball. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. He couldn't imagine that the later life would come up with a very suitable name for the wishing ball he created. However, why is this wishing ball so small? When he created the wishing ball, wasn't it the size of a planet? At this moment, a group of people rushed over, accompanied by a burst of screams, and the sound of machine gun fire. Oops! The guys chased after them. "Zhang Yang, run!" Bulma's face changed, she glanced back, and subconsciously pulled Zhang Yang in a panic and prepared to flee here. In this regard, Zhang Yang casually glanced at the group of orcs with guns who chased over, frowned, and under Bulma's shocked and stunned gaze, he grabbed her hand, took off into the air, and flew towards the sky. You even fly too?" Bulma was grabbed by Zhang Yang's hand and flew into the sky, and her face suddenly showed surprise. In her impression, only Sun Wukong's group of people had the ability to fly. Now, I can't imagine that the handsome man who inexplicably bumped into him also has the ability to fly. Hey! Facing the shocked Bulma, Zhang Yang just smiled casually and didn't say anything more. Soon, the two landed on another street in Zidu. Bulma patted her chest, then looked at Zhang Yang with a strange gaze, and spoke, "How did you know about the existence of Dragon Ball? Also, you can even fly, do you know Goku?" In Bulma's cognition, people with flying ability should be existences with good strength. On Earth, in addition to Sun Wukong and others, she really didn't think that there were other people who could fly. Goku? Monkey King? Zhang Yang also didn't expect that the woman in front of him knew the man who had just fought with him, and immediately spoke, "Before I met you, I happened to meet the Monkey King you mentioned." "How? Do you have a good relationship?" Zhang Yang just asked casually, but Bulma hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhang Yang, I am not a lover with Wukong. I'm this big, I haven't been in a relationship yet. Hey, I want to collect 7 Dragon Balls and let the dragon show me my fated husband." 7 Dragon Balls? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the 6 planets in Bulma's hand, and now he was basically sure that the Dragon Ball that this woman said was definitely the wishing ball he created back then. "It's just that I don't know why," the wishing ball that was originally the size of a planet has now become a reduced version of the wishing ball. As for Bulma's explanation, Zhang Yang did not pay attention to it at all. That. Does Mr. Zhang Yang want to collect Dragon Balls with me? A flash of anticipation flashed in Bulma's eyes, and her eyes looked at Zhang Yang with incomparable heat. With such a handsome guy walking together, no matter what kind of spark of love can be rubbed out during the journey, and a beautiful woman like her Bulma is definitely very attractive to men. She is not a popular woman, 16-year-old Bulma, young and immature, full of girlish feelings. Today, Bulma is about 30 years old, but in fact, she collects Dragon Balls all year round to make wishes to maintain her youth, plus she takes good care of herself. So she also looks like a girl, but because of her age she has a sense of charm that does not belong to her immature face. Collecting Dragon Balls? Hey! When Zhang Yang heard Bulma's words, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Ah, this! Seeing Zhang Yang shake her head, a trace of loss crossed Bulma's eyes, just as she was about to say something. Zhang Yang snapped his fingers, and in the next second, with one of his words fell. Shout! 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 In an instant, rays of light rushed from all directions of the earth. Airplanes! Buzzing! Buzz! Originally, Bulma still didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Yang's snapping fingers and the light in the sky. But when the 6 planets she was holding in her hand began to vibrate, wanting to break free from her hand and heading towards Zhang Yang, Bulma finally understood something, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief at this moment. The cherry small mouth is also big enough to stuff an egg. Looking at Zhang Yang's gaze, it is also called an obsession. This mysterious man is so powerful. They all use the Dragon Ball radar detector to collect Dragon Ball, and this man. With a snap of his fingers, one by one the Dragon Balls actually flew over on their own. Who is he? Is it a real deity? At this moment, in Bulma's eyes, Zhang Yang was really radiant, and her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. Oh, plus that Su in your hand. Dragon Ball 7 have arrived. Zhang Yang turned his head and smiled at Bulma, who looked dumbfounded, and there were 6 Dragon Balls floating in front of him, making Bulma couldn't help but swallow her saliva. You! Bulma was really shocked and didn't know what to say, and finally took a deep breath, stared at Zhang Yang with blazing eyes, and asked, Mr. Zhang Yang, may I ask? Are you a god? Gods! When Zhang Yang heard these 2 words, his eyes couldn't help but flicker, and then he chuckled and nodded. Wow! I actually met a god. Seeing Zhang Yang nodding, Bulma instantly became excited, stepped forward, reached out and put her arm around him, just as she was about to take out the communicator to take a photo of the 2. Bulma! A voice sounded not far away. Tap tap. Followed by a burst of footsteps sounded, and in the next second, Bulma and Zhang Yang turned their heads at the same time, and saw the Z Warrior team led by Sun Wukong coming towards the 2. Chapter 7. Hey! Sun Wukong waited for the group to come, only then noticed the 6 Dragon Balls floating in midair, and their faces couldn't help but show surprise. Bulma, how do you know this, Mr. Zhang Yang? Klin looked at Bulma curiously holding Zhang Yang's arm, and then his eyes kept scanning the 2 of them, and finally his eyes rolled around, and a bad smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hee, Bulma, this Mr. Zhang Yang won't be your boyfriend, right? You. Don't talk nonsense, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang he. Bulma was originally very calm, but as Klin's words fell, she suddenly blushed and burned, and at this moment she was as delicate as a 15 or 16-year-old ignorant girl. And that's exactly what happened. I don't know for what reason in this life, Bulma, who should have been constantly black in the early stage, was surprised like a white lotus. I can't help but not have been in love with Yamcha, and it is impossible to fall in love with Vegeta later. From the moment the young man from the future Trunks looked at Bulma's doubtful gaze, it is not difficult to see that he seems to be extremely strange to this woman. Ha ha ha, Bulma finally has a love interest. But why have you never heard of your name Zhang Yang before? Sun Wukong burst out laughing, as he has been looking for Dragon Balls together since he was a child and has formed a very deep friendship with Bulma. He can't help but be happy for her to see that this older leftover girl has finally been handed over to the Prince Charming in his heart. Bulma didn't say a word, her face was as red as a peach, as if she could get out of the water with a pinch. The word coquettish is already difficult to describe Bulma's expression and posture at this moment. Ahem. Zhang Yang on the side coughed lightly twice, and then waved his big hand, only to see the 6 Dragon Balls floating in mid-air disappear at the same time. He glanced at everyone present, and was surprised to meet them again. It seems that he is quite related to this group of guys. Everyone, Miss Bulma and I just met, not lovers. Zhang Yang explained. Okay, okay. Klin and the others smiled badly, and their eyes kept staying on the arms hooked by Zhang Yang and Bulma. In this case, the Ghost Master would believe that the two had nothing to do with each other. As everyone knows, the two have not known each other for a long time, and they really have nothing to do with each other. Bah! Humph! Bulma snorted and ran subconsciously, but as a result, he pulled Zhang Yang and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing the two running away, Klin and the others laughed again. That! Looking at the back of Bulma and Zhang Yang leaving, Trunks' brows furrowed slightly, retracted his gaze, put it on Sun Wukong, and spoke. Who is that young lady named Bulma? Oh Bulma! You don't know? Hearing that Trunks did not know Bulma, Sun Wukong was immediately stunned. The two have secretly communicated, and they also gave the drug for heart disease to Sun Wukong, and he knew that this teenager was from the future, and he was Vegeta's son. So, he was indeed very surprised that Trunks didn't know Bulma. I don't know. That place, there is no such character as Miss Bulma. Even Mr. Zhang Yang has never been found. Trunks took a deep breath, his brows furrowed suddenly. Nanny! It shouldn't be. It's Sun Wukong's turn to be stunned. Tap tap. Bulma and Zhang Yang here. This woman dragged Zhang Yang to a small villa. Woohoo! Bulma patted her chest lightly, gasped, and spoke. These guys are really able to joke about people. Hate to die. That being said, she glanced at Zhang Yang with a calm face very shyly. For such a mysterious man with divine skills, she really felt that it was the heavenly destiny sovereign who sent her to the door. Oh, these 6 Dragon Balls are for you. Zhang Yang let go of Bulma's arm, hooked him, and then wiped his big hand in the void, and 6 glowing Dragon Balls appeared in midair. I don't think I need to summon the Divine Dragon anymore, my wish has already been fulfilled the moment you appeared. Bulma didn't know where the courage came from, and directly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yang's arm, and the whole person was also closer to the latter, just when her whole person was about to fall into Zhang Yang's arms. Poof! Zhang Yang took a step sideways, and his arm was easily withdrawn, causing Bulma, who had fallen by the trend, to fall to the ground whole. You! Bulma sat on the ground and pouted. See here! Zhang Yang coughed lightly twice, and then said, I left first. By the way, what is the universal currency on your planet? Since he has made up his mind to live on this planet for a leisurely time, he naturally has to have a common currency, or even a place to live. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Bulma's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly got up from the ground. For Bulma, a woman with a wealthy family, money is just a long list of numbers. But smart, she also heard some secrets from Zhang Yang's words. This mysterious handsome man named Zhang Yang does not seem to be an earthling. Such a high-quality alien man is simply the destiny husband of my dreams. Bulma was obsessed with the disease again, and her eyes flashed with a little peach heart, and she couldn't wait to hold a wedding with Zhang Yang immediately. However, Judging from the exchange just now and Zhang Yang's frankness, this man seems to be the same as her, and has not experienced any emotions. That. Mr. Zhang Yang, how do you see the environment of my home? Bulma asked with a smile, pointing to a small villa behind her. Oh. Zhang Yang turned his head and looked at a small villa in front of him. His eyebrows couldn't help but stir, but he didn't expect that the woman in front of him was still a rich woman. It's okay. The place where Zhang Yang used to live was a palace, and this small villa was said to be okay, which was indeed not a joke. Hee, look, I live alone in such a villa. You should have just arrived on Earth, right? How about living with me? Bulma's eyes rolled around, and she said with a smile, moreover, you should need to practice, right? Recently I came up with something called the multiplier gravity chamber. If you practice inside, your strength will definitely be able to grow faster and faster. How can Bulma, who has been dealing with Sun Wukong and others for many years, not know what a cultivator needs most? Therefore, she thought that Zhang Yang should not refuse her. So, isn't there a plot of falling in love for a long time and then entering the beautiful marriage hall? Thinking of this, Bulma couldn't help but have a longing smile on her face. Chapter 8. 4. What Bulma said, Zhang Yang fell silent for a short time. His eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, as if he was deciding something. Seeing Zhang Yang thinking, the smile on Bulma's face deepened a little. Sure enough. Men can't resist the temptation to become stronger. She didn't know that Zhang Yang was not thinking about her proud multiple gravity room, but whether to decide on such a foothold as a white. Good. Ultimately. Zhang Yang nodded and spoke, but don't worry, I won't live in vain. What needs do you have? I will try to meet you. Is it true that everything can be met? When Bulma heard Zhang Yang's words, her eyes suddenly lit up, and the expression on her face gradually became a little colored. As a woman who has not experienced a wonderful thing at the age of 30, Bulma has an unusual yearning for that wonderful feeling. Not to mention, the man in front of her was so high quality, which made her feel fascinated. Seeing the expression on Bulma's face, Zhang Yang suddenly fell silent, then shook his head and spoke, I can only do my best to meet your needs. Zhang Yang is not a fool, such a direct Bulma don't say guess what her thoughts are, this is completely obvious. Just like the angel Luna who once served him, if it weren't for his strong willpower, otherwise the powerful descendants who carried his god's bloodline and the angel's bloodline, I definitely don't know how many there were. There is no slightest difference in the initiative between the two women. When Bulma heard Zhang Yang's words, she just smiled. She looked very idiotic, but this made her do something with Zhang Yang as soon as she came. She was probably the first to provoke. Love for a long time, this kind of plot, is still her favorite rhythm. It's okay, you'll live with me for the rest of the time. As for the rent or something, you don't have to worry, if I have any danger, you protect me as rent, what do you think? Bulma thought for a moment and made an excellent suggestion. No problem. Zhang Yang agreed without thinking. Next, Zhang Yang also began to live with Bulma. 764 IG, a day in November. Now, in a small villa in Zidu, Zhang Yang stood in the backyard and looked up at the sky, his brows suddenly furrowed. I can't feel it anymore. Zhang Yang has been awakened for 3 months, and his strength has naturally recovered a lot now, and he originally wanted to sense Luna's existence just now. And it didn't. This is not about Zhang Yang's strength, but in the entire universe, there is no Luna's breath at all. What's going on? Not only could Luna's breath not be sensed, but even from the 13th universe to the 18th universe, it seemed to have disappeared into the entire big universe. Zhang Yang muttered, his brows furrowed very tightly. With his current strength, although he has not recovered to his peak, it is still easy to kill the existence of ordinary angel-level combat power level in seconds. Strange. Zhang Yang muttered, and the next second the figure flickered and disappeared into the open space in the backyard. Shout! When Zhang Yang reappeared, it had already arrived beyond the stratosphere of the Earth. Looking at the vast universe, he crossed several galaxies with just one step, arriving at the central area of this small universe. This is the seventh universe. And the current destruction god realm is really hidden enough. Zhang Yang looked at the void of the universe, stepped out again, and the figure disappeared in vain at this moment, and when he appeared again, he had already entered an unknown space. This is the seventh universe's god-destroying god realm. Hey! With Zhang Yang's intrusion, at this moment, the silver-haired man sitting under a huge divine tree in the seventh universe destruction god realm who was about to make tea suddenly trembled, and his eyebrows couldn't help but stir. At this moment, unknown to others, his heart also twitched violently at this moment and accelerated several times. Such a strong sense of crisis. Who is it? Broke into the god of destruction realm. The silver-haired man's name is Vus, and he is the angel who serves the destruction god of the seventh universe. Scold! Immediately. Ves put down the teapot in his hand and just lifted himself from the stone bench. Hello, angel of the seventh universe. At the moment when Weiss just got up, he only felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next second, a gentle voice also sounded in the field. When Weiss heard this voice, he only felt a little creepy, turned his head stiffly and looked back, only to see a young man who could not see through it all standing in front of him. You! Weiss took a deep breath, his face showed solemnity, and spoke, Who is it? Zhang Yang looked at Weiss, and his eyebrows couldn't help but stir. This angel didn't even know him, so he really slept long enough that the first generation of angels who knew him had retired. Today, I don't know which generation of angels it is. My name is Zhang Yang, don't worry, I have no malice towards you. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, stepped forward and sat on the stone bench, continued the tea that Weiss had not finished just now, and then raised the teacup and took a small sip, nodding and admiring, good tea. Seeing Zhang Yang so familiar, Weiss's mouth couldn't help but open a little, and his face was full of doubt. What is the true identity of this mysterious man named Zhang Yang? This time coming, I want to ask, why are there only 12 universes left now? Zhang Yang put down the teacup, looked at Weiss, who was standing straight at the waist, and asked. 12 universes. Weiss's eyes flickered, he thought for a while, sat down, and said in a deep voice, So, do you know the secret that the great universe once had 18 universes? Of course. Zhang Yang chuckled, the 18 universes are divided by my hands, and the divine system was also born in the world because of me. You say, how can I not know? Nanny. Hearing Zhang Yang's calm words, as soon as he sat down, the stone bench was not yet hot, and he was immediately frightened and jumped up directly, looking at the mysterious man sitting in disbelief. This news is not scary. If the words are true, then the man in front of him is definitely a terrifying existence in the same era as his father. You. Weiss swallowed his saliva and used the honorific. At this moment, his straight waist was also bent a little in vain, looking at Zhang Yang's eyes, especially respectful, and spoke, Is it an elder in the same era as my father's great priest? Chapter 9. Hey! Lane is your father. Hearing Weiss's words, Zhang Yang's eyebrows couldn't help but stir. Then I also looked at Weiss twice. I don't know how many years ago, Lane's guy was still a single dog. At least, when Zhang Yang fell into a deep sleep, that guy was not yet married. Zhang Yang said the real name of the great priest very calmly, but for Weiss, he was shocked and unable to speak for a while. Because even he, as the son of the great priest, did not know his father's real name. The mysterious man in front of him actually knew this. It was indeed enough to shock him. To get back to business, why are there only 12 universes now? Where did the other 6 universes go? Zhang Yang's fingers lightly tapped the stone table in front of him and asked softly. The other 6 universes were cleared by that supreme being. As for the specific reason, it is said that the combat power is low, and there is no need to exist. Weiss hesitated and whispered back. Low combat power. When Zhang Yang heard the reason for this elimination, he was suddenly speechless. This reason can deceive these new generation angels of Weiss, as the great destruction god in charge of 18 cosmic destruction gods in the primeval era. He understands better than anyone how the strength of these universes is. Of course. It is also not ruled out that after he sleeps in the future, the overall strength of each universe will all decline. But, in Zhang Yang's opinion, it is categorically not right that the decline is so fast. Therefore, the reason why the remaining 6 universes were cleared is probably far from being as simple as it seems. However, for the real reason, Zhang Yang was not interested in exploring. He was concerned about why he couldn't sense Luna's breath. Could it be? Luna, this woman, was also cleared by Xiao Chuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but look at the somewhat restrained Weiss, and spoke, "Do you know Luna?" Luna. Weiss was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Seeing Weiss shake his head, Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and his brows also wrinkled, but he didn't ask more, just as he was about to leave. Weiss stopped him and whispered, "Mr. Zhang Yang, you. What was your identity back then? Don't you know about this if you ask your father?" Zhang Yang chuckled. "Ah, this." Weiss shook his head with a wry smile. He had been sent to the 7th universe to become an angel to serve the god of destruction. Where could he leave the 7th universe god of destruction realm as he wished? Rumble. Suddenly, the entire god of destruction realm began to vibrate violently. Zhang Yang turned around and saw a figure suddenly rushing out of a palace. VES. Immediately afterwards, a hysterical roar sounded. Shout. Next second, a purple-skinned skinny cat wearing pajamas appeared in front of Zhang Yang's eyes. This cat is probably too thin. Zhang Yang glanced at Weiss and said softly. Obviously, he saw this purple-skinned skinny cat as Weiss's cat. Weiss was speechless for a while, obviously knowing the meaning of Zhang Yang's words, and then coughed lightly twice, stepped forward and said to the purple-skinned thin cat, "Lord Beerus." The purple-skinned skinny cat is naturally the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus. At this moment, he stared at Zhang Yang, and his brows suddenly furrowed. How can there be a human existence in the god realm of destruction? This gentleman's name is Zhang Yang, it is suspected. Weiss lowered his voice, and was about to say that Zhang Yang was suspected of being in the same era as the great priest. Shout. Beerus raised his hand and took a step ahead, and a purple ball of energy was launched. When he saw that Beerus had made a move against Zhang Yang, Weiss's eyes suddenly widened, and his face also showed panic at this moment. If Zhang Yang really existed in the same era as his father, the great priest, then Beerus would probably be considered a provocation because of his attack this time and bury his life. On Zhang Yang's side, one hand took the purple energy ball launched by Beerus, and very comfortably began to turn the football upside down. Seeing this scene, Beerus's brows suddenly furrowed, but he also quickly stretched out, with a slight appreciative smile on his face, and applauded, "You are indeed not simple to take my energy ball so easily." Weiss, what did you just say this guy is suspected of? Didn't. It's nothing. Weiss swallowed his saliva and hurriedly shook his head. That's it. He really couldn't tell Beerus the truth. It also saves this adult from living in fear all day. The ignorant is not guilty. I believe that this terrifying being in the same era as his father will not care too much about the occasional impolite behavior of these juniors, right? Bang! Rumble! Thundered. At this time, the energy ball that had been upside down by Zhang Yang for a while was suddenly kicked by him and exploded in the air not far away, and in an instant, a burst of energy fluctuations spread, forming a shockwave area in the air, and a roar continued to explode. Ha! Weiss, get me some food. Simply eat and then go back to sleep. The really powerful person can't watch the explosion scene. Beerus yawned very lazily, and ordered Weiss next to him. Yes, Lord Beerus. But there seems to be no more material in the God of Destruction realm. So, how do you think about applying for a trip? Weiss's eyes flickered and he asked in a low voice. Yes. Beerus waved his hand casually, then looked at Zhang Yang on the side, and spoke, Hey, you don't look like an ordinary human kid, are you interested in practicing with me? Being able to use the energy ball launched by a powerful god of destruction as a football is enough to show that Zhang Yang's strength is definitely not ordinary. And Beerus has long known how many years he has not fought with anyone, and now he has just woken up and sent a training object. If he does not grasp it, it really does not fit his character. Lord Beerus. Hearing that Beerus wanted to fight Zhang Yang, Weiss's face changed, and he hurriedly said, No. This gentleman. Good. Zhang Yang interrupted what Weiss wanted to say next, looking at the purple-skinned cat like a thin bamboo pole with interest. He really wanted to see what the strength of these gods of destruction in the future life was. Back then, which of the former gods of destruction was not at the level of angel-level combat power? In this life. Seeing that Beerus only had a normalized value of 10, he couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 10. Seeing that Zhang Yang promised to come down, Weston stopped talking. Just let me see how strong you are. Beerus chuckled, his body slowly rose to a height of 10,000 meters above the destruction god realm, and he saw him looking down at Zhang Yang who was still on the ground below, and very calmly stretched out a finger to hook it, and spoke, Hopefully, you won't let me down too much. This guy. Zhang Yang on the ground couldn't help shaking his head and laughing when he heard Beerus's words. A deity after unification, the final combat power value is only 10 points. To be honest, Zhang Yang was really worried that if he was not careful, he would poke this confident purple-skinned skinny cat to death with one finger. That. Sir, Lord Beerus, such is his temperament. You don't care. Weiss whispered. I'm not going to be angry with a cat that doesn't get nourished. Zhang Yang waved his hand, his figure flickered, and in an instant, he arrived above the 10,000 meter height of the destroying god realm. You're going to fight me in your pajamas. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the purple-skinned thin cat in surprise. Practicing with you is enough. Beerus yawned lazily again, and then put his hands behind his back, and said lightly, I haven't made a move for too many years, I don't know if my hand is born. Boy, as a god of destruction, I'll let you strike 3 times first. Hey! Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh, this guy really has enough confidence in his strength. But if you think about it, the god of destruction is basically a cosmic combat power ceiling-like existence, and in the universe under his jurisdiction, it seems that it is indeed a normal thing to develop this kind of character that despises all existence. Shout! But since Beerus let him do it 3 times first, it was naturally impossible for him not to receive this kindness. The figure flickered, and in this instant disappeared into the sky. Hey! Zhang Yang's disappearance made Beerus's pupils can't help but tighten for a while. Boy! Zhang Yang's breath completely disappeared. Pang! Next second. While Beerus was still looking at his surroundings, a playful voice sounded behind him. Then, when Beerus only felt a chill behind him, a finger rested on his back. Nanny! Beerus only felt a burst of horror, and cold sweat flowed on his brain at this moment. If I were to kill you, it must already be a corpse, right? Zhang Yang's voice sounded again. Shout! Beerus swallowed his saliva, hurriedly flew sideways, turned around and looked back at Zhang Yang, sweating profusely. He was no longer as casual and relaxed as he was at the beginning. You! Beerus swallowed his saliva again and said solemnly, Who the hell? Even if the two of them didn't really fight, Beerus had no courage to fight. It's terrifying. The sense of oppression Zhang Yang gave him was extraordinary. If the existence of Weiss's angel-level combat power guided him, there was a slight sense of oppression. Then, the sense of oppression that Zhang Yang gave him was full to the extreme. I am who I am. Zhang Yang looked at Beerus, who was full of jealousy, chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and spoke, Beerus, you promised me 3 first hands, and 2 more. Oh. Wait. Wait a minute. Beerus's face changed, and he was just about to say something. Shout. A sound of breaking the air sounded. And Zhang Yang's figure dissipated high in the sky again. Rear. Beerus's gaze froze, and he burst into laughter, and was about to raise his hand and punch out behind him. Bang! Guess wrong, punish a punch. Rumble. A casual voice sounded, and then a fist appeared in vain from the void and slammed straight into Beerus's chest. And with it, just listening to Beerus's scream, he saw that his whole person flew out at great speed like a kite with a broken line. Poof! Even in mid-air, because the stamina of Zhang Yang's punch was too great, Beerus only felt a salty mouth, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. At this moment, with just one punch, Beerus realized how big the gap was between him and Zhang Yang, a mysterious man. Damn it! Who the hell is this monster? After flying upside down for several kilometers, Beerus stabilized his body slightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Zhang Yang thousands of meters away with an incredible gaze, which was really shocking to the extreme for this man's strength. He is the god of destruction of the 7th universe, and to exaggerate, that is, his strength, among the current 12 universe god of destruction, is also the strongest existence. And what about today? This mysterious man, Zhang Yang, actually beat him with one hand and did not dare to continue fighting. When this is passed out, it will definitely shock the eyes of the gods. Beerus, there's one last time. Zhang Yang flashed and appeared in front of Beerus, and the two were extremely close, frightening the latter to quickly retreat, sweating profusely at this man. Nope. Beerus swallowed his saliva and spoke, I admit, what I said at the beginning was a bit big. As a god of destruction, you can't help but admit what you say. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, stepped forward, and under the terrified gaze of Beerus, he threw a punch out very casually. Rumble. The punch that looked very unpretentious made the cold sweat on Beerus's brain more and more. Damn it! If you know it early, you don't want to be big. Boom! In an instant, Beerus also became serious, and endless purple energy auras exploded on his body, and as his energy completely exploded, dark purple energy lightning burst out around him. I'm not a chick, it's up to you. Beerus burst into a roar, and when he stepped forward, he also punched out. Bang! Bang! Rumble! The moment the fists of the two slammed together, on the entire 10,000 meter height of the god of destruction realm, a dazzling shining light burst open, followed by layers of energy shock waves rushing in all directions. Rumble! Thundered! The roar of the explosion continued to resound high in the sky. Oh! Now! Below! Weiss, who was holding the angelic staff, raised his eyebrows slightly, and muttered in a low voice, Lord Beerus. That's awesome enough. He was able to punch this one without dying. If these words were heard by the powerful existence of Beerus, I am afraid that he would really be speechless for a while. Is this Quabirus, or is it belittling him? Chapter 12. Not a big problem. Zhang Yang reached out and patted the back of Bulma in his arms, and whispered a word of comfort. Immediately, he sensed it, and his eyebrows also stirred at this moment. Shout! Zhang Yang just hugged Bulma, his figure flickered, and instantly moved to the sky above the city of Zidu. He looked down, and saw that Sun Wukong and others below were confronting a strange-looking, pale-faced guy, and there was a little old man next to him. It doesn't seem to be human. When Zhang Yang saw the two people below who were confronting Sun Wukong and the others, he whispered, "The scientific and technological power of this planet is indeed very powerful." At a glance, he saw through that the two guys below were not ordinary humans, but similar to an artificial human. Therefore, he will say that the scientific and technological power of this planet is very powerful. This kind of technological power to create artificial people, and can also make the strength of this artificial human so strong, at least for his ancestor star in his previous life, is far from reaching this level. But if you think about it, with his ancestor star in his previous life, where can the so-called hundreds of millions of combat power exist? Just before he crossed this world, an existence with millions of combat power was already almost rampant on the ancestral star, doing whatever he wanted. However, the dimensions of the two worlds are different, and it is not necessary that the millions of combat power on the ancestral star will change qualitatively after arriving in this world, reaching a higher level of combat power. Zhang Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about these things or not. How he himself grew up, I'm afraid only he knows. There is no so-called system, just relying on its own talent, it has become a true god of this world in a very short time. To put it even more exaggeratedly, his perverted growth ability did not require him to practice at all. As long as time goes by, his strength will become more and more terrifying. Now that he has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, his strength at this moment is only recovering towards his strength before he fell asleep. Don't forget that he has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. In these hundreds of millions of years, his strength must be more advanced I don't know how many steps. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Yang today does not even know what level his strength has reached. Sun Wukong, if you have the courage, you will chase and kill. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of cheers below. Forthwith, when Zhang Yang came back to his senses, he saw the two artificial people flying towards the north. Shout! 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 Sun Wukong and the others are naturally not afraid of these two artificial humans, especially Vegeta. This guy's strength is not bad now, and he can also transform into Super Saiyan 1, and he has long been unable to withstand the power of the flood in his body. The most important thing is that the attention of these two artificial humans has been on the guy Kakarot, which makes Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, really unbearable. Therefore, at the moment when the two artificial humans flew away, he immediately caught up. Dad! Seeing Vegeta chasing after him, Trunks, a teenager from the future, exclaimed, and also hurriedly chased after him. Immediately afterwards, one by one, the Z warriors also flew up and chased away. Zhang Yang, shall we follow suit? Bulma asked in a low voice. Good. Zhang Yang was honestly a little interested in these artificial people, so he hugged Bulma for a moment and chased after him. But after a short while, everyone arrived on a small island north of the western capital. Looking closely, Zhang Yang recognized this small island, which was the one he woke up on. It's really a fate. Zhang Yang shook his head and chuckled. On the 19th, Dr. Gro's guy has abandoned you, you better not stop us. As soon as Zhang Yang and Bulma arrived, they heard Sun Wukong's shouting. Hey! In the face of Sun Wukong's kind words and persuasion, Vegeta, who transformed into Super Saiyan 1 form, just smiled coldly, and the moment he raised his hand, he blasted out a super energy shockwave at Cyborg number 19. Rumble! Only to hear a roar of explosion, the artificial man number 19 instantly turned into a piece of flying ash, and it seemed to have completely dissipated in the world. Hey! It's that guy! Kill Cyborg number 19, Vegeta was about to continue chasing Dr. Gro, but at this time, his eyes inadvertently happened to see Zhang Yang who was holding Bulma, which made his brows suddenly furrowed. Yo xi, Zhang Yang, long time no see. Sun Wukong also saw Zhang Yang, he is not like Vegeta, the whole person is completely self-familiar, flying closer, watching Bulma birds snuggling up to Zhang Yang like people, and suddenly showed a smile. Don't you know, in the past 2 years, Bulma has been looking for you so hard. Kakarot, just chat slowly, Lao Tzu is going to hunt down that damn artificial man now. Trunks, keep up with me. Vegeta roared from behind. Dad. Hearing Vegeta's words, Dati's face changed, and he hurriedly said, those 2 artificial people just now are not those 2 artificial people in the future world at all. You go alone, it's too dangerous. Hey. Vegeta just smiled coldly and flew faster, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Mr. Goku, everyone, keep up. Dati's face changed, afraid that Vegeta would be caught and killed by the 2 artificial humans, and hurriedly accelerated to chase in the direction of Vegeta's flight. See here. Sun Wukong didn't talk to Zhang Yang anymore, nodded and smiled at him, and then quickly chased away. Over here. Vegeta first arrived at the door of a cave. Zhang Yang and the others arrived later. Just as Vegeta was about to blast open the cave gate, without waiting for Dati to stop him, he only heard a roar in the field. Next second, the cave stone gate fell, and a human head rolled down on the stone gate. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but change again and again. Especially Dati, who came from the future, when he saw a pair of handsome men and beautiful women in the cave at this moment, the expression on his face was a frightened expression. Handsome boy, beautiful girl, you are what Trunks said about Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18. Vegeta looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman in the cave, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Hey! At the same time, the blonde girl in the cave scanned the crowd outside the cave, and finally fixed her gaze on Zhang Yang, who was holding Bulma. The moment she saw Zhang Yang, the blonde girl showed a slightly dazed look on her face. I don't know why. She always felt that this man gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if she had appeared in her dreams more than once. Chapter 13. Lazili's familiarity is not her delusion. Like Zhang Yang, she stayed on this island for an unknown amount of time. Although Zhang Yang is in a deep sleep, with his strength, even the breath that spreads out in his unconscious sleep is enough to affect the development of the surrounding environment. Damn it! In a sense, I'm the father of both of you. You dare to do something to me? At the moment, Dr. Gro on the ground cursed with his head open. Hey! Father! When the artificial man number 17 heard this, he immediately smiled grimly, stepped forward and instantly approached Dr. Gro's head, raised his feet, and finally fell. Click! In an instant. With the landing of Cyborg 17, Dr. Gro's head was directly trampled to pieces, and this life was completely dissipated in the world. This guy! How cruel! Seeing this scene, the faces of Klin and the others couldn't help but change. They do not understand the true relationship between Dr. Gro and the cyborg number 17 and number 18, and think that this pair of handsome men and beautiful women are pure artificial humans. In fact, only Zhang Yang saw through everything. Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18, formerly real humans, were just transformed into artificial humans. Just like the dead old man, he is also a human being, but he uses the power of technology to turn himself into an artificial human. Don't talk nonsense, Lao Tzu came today to kill you. Vegeta doesn't care too much, since Date told him what happened in the future world, he hated the 2 artificial humans deeply. Just by you. Hearing Vegeta's words, number 17 couldn't help but put his gaze on him, just smiled coldly, and then shifted his gaze to Sun Wukong, lazily saying, You are Sun Wukong. Although Dr. Gro was killed by me, but we still have a directive in our heads. Kill you. As he spoke, number 17 twisted his neck and made a crisp sound of snapping and bouncing. It seemed that he was very confident in his strength. Or in other words, he saw through the normal Monkey King at this moment, and his combat power was too weak, and he couldn't be his opponent at all. Number 17. At this time, number 18 Chiu in the rear frowned and stepped forward, and whispered, "That man. I have a sense of familiarity. And in him, I felt an unusual oppression." Oh! Hearing No 18's words, number 17 noticed the ordinary Zhang Yang, and the moment he met his gaze with this man, his heart couldn't help but beat faster in vain. I don't know why, he also has a sense of familiarity with this man, but this familiarity is a strong sense of jealousy. It's like this man was born with the ability to suppress him in blood. Even, he didn't dare to have the idea of doing something to this man. This amazing thought instantly made No 17's face show a shocked expression. Although the communication between the 17th and the 18th was very quiet, in fact, in the ears of everyone who was not an ordinary person, it was completely not too clear. "Kill Sun Wukong, you can slow down a little more." Number 17, there is also an artificial human in this rest cabin, it seems to be called number 16, according to Dr. Gro, this guy's strength is even higher than us. Number 18 withdrew his gaze on Zhang Yang, turned his head to look at a coffin-like rest cabin in front of him, and looked closer, and there was indeed an artificial person lying quietly inside. "Listen to you. Although the strength of number 17 is stronger than number 18. The two are brothers and sisters, coupled with the existence of Zhang Yang, he is indeed very jealous, and it is not good to kill Sun Wukong in front of him." So, under the stunned eyes of everyone, number 17 and number 18 flew out of the cave carrying the rest pod containing number 16. Even, in the face of the glances of number 17 and number 18, Vegeta, a guy who has always had an explosive temper, did not move at all. Damn it! After number 17 and number 18 completely flew out of the cave, Vegeta turned his head and turned back with a gloomy face and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1. "Are you guys Erwin Lao Tzu?" The attention is always on the two guys Kakarot and Zhang Yang. "Don't you know that Lao Tzu is a noble prince of the Saiyan clan?" Boom! Moment! With Vegeta's transformation and roar, his whole body rushed into the sky, stepped out, and caught up with number 17 and number 18 in an instant. At this moment, number 17 and number 18 had just opened the rest pod, and a tall artificial person jumped out of it, scanning the surroundings in confusion. Rumble! At the moment when number 16 jumped out, he went to Vegeta, who was rushing up. Just subconsciously blocking the arm, Vegeta, who transformed into Super Saiyan 1 form, was shocked hundreds of meters away. Nanny! Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience tightened their pupils for a while, and their faces showed an extremely shocked look. This guy is also an artificial human. Strange, my world, why is there no existence of him? Day. T was the first to react from the shock, looking at the artificial man number 16 with a blank look on his face, with a look of disbelief. The most important thing is that just the strength of the counter shock will shock his father Vegeta hundreds of meters out. If this is really a full blow, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? This guy's strength is good. Sun Wukong was staring at cyborg number 16 with glowing eyes, stepping forward, and was about to transform into Super Saiyan form. Rumble! Shout! Vegeta rushed over, golden energy flames burst out around him. The momentum looked extremely amazing. I saw him staring at the artificial man number 16 below, and smiled coldly. "I admit, your strength seems to be quite good. But you know, Lao Tzu is a fast Saiyan, Vegeta." Boom! As his words fell, the aura on his body exploded again, a notch higher than the previous aura. "Do you want to strike on the 16th? Number 17 looked at number 16 with interest and asked with a chuckle. "I." Number 16 just shook his head and prepared to answer. Shout! Vegeta swooped down, clenched his fists, and punched number 16 with all his might. Bang! In the face of Vegeta's onslaught, number 16 subconsciously threw a backhand punch. The two fists slammed together, causing bursts of energy shockwaves in an instant. Drink. I only listened to the 16th dull burst of drink, and the power in his hand was in vain. Rumble. Moment. Vegeta's whole person was like a kite with a broken line, and he flew out upside down at great speed. Poof. Midair. Vegeta suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his already rosy face turned pale at this moment. Boom. After flying upside down in the air for hundreds of meters, he fell from a high altitude to the ground, a large pit appeared, and dust flew in the low air. Lightning deal. Super Saiyan Vegeta was actually killed by this artificial man with one blow. Now, everyone except Zhang Yang had widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Chapter 14. What a powerful artificial human! This guy, what's going on? Day. Te flew out and rushed to the pit where Vegeta fell, and after being beaten back to normal, Vegeta, who was unconscious at the moment, helped him up, frowned and looked at artificial man number 16 and the others. In the future world, there is absolutely no existence of this artificial human. Moreover, Super Saiyan Vegeta's strength is already so strong that he was also killed in one blow, which is simply incredible. The strength of number 16 is indeed good. Number 17 glanced at number 16 in surprise. He thought that Vegeta could not be his opponent, but if he wanted to kill him so quickly, it should not be possible. It's nothing more than this, Vegeta's strength is too weak. Number 18 yawned, inadvertently glanced at Zhang Yang, lowered some voices, and spoke, "Let's go. With that man here, it must not be easy to shoot." Dr. Gro has perished, and we are completely free next. Sun Wukong, this guy, can kill if he can. If there is no chance, then there is no need to forcibly go to him for trouble. Number 17 nodded in approval. Soon, the three artificial people flew into the sky in unison, and just as number 16 and number 17 were about to fly towards the other side, No 18's figure flickered, and when she appeared again, she had already arrived in front of Zhang Yang. "You. It gives me a wonderful feeling." Number 18 looked at Zhang Yang and said such a sentence. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she actually came to Zhang Yang and kissed him on the cheek. Shout! After kissing, the 18th flew towards the 16th and 17th, and disappeared into the sky in a short time. What does that woman mean? After waiting for a short while, Bulma reacted, and her eyes widened instantly. Mr. Zhang Yang knows Cyborg No 18. Da Special helped the unconscious Vegeta to return, and saw that he kissed Zhang Yang before the 18th parted just now, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I don't know, but it seemed that from the look in her eyes, it seemed to know me. Zhang Yang was also a little puzzled, but thinking about it, he had been sleeping on this island all these years, and now these artificial people were also born on this island. Maybe, it is not impossible to have seen him fall into a deep sleep. I haven't even kissed you yet, that woman actually kissed you. Is me off. Bulma doesn't care so much, the woman number 18 kissed his man in front of everyone, where can she stand this anger? At the moment she has a pretty face. If number 18 is still here, I'm afraid she will definitely ask for a duel with her. Hearing Bulma's vinegar-filled words, Zhang Yang couldn't help shaking his head and smiled, reached out and patted her trembling back, and spoke, "If you want to kiss me too, I won't mind." You. Bulma opened her mouth and looked at the people next to her staring at her and Zhang Yang, and immediately became embarrassed. If it were now, in private, no one would notice the two of them. Don't say it's a kiss, just do something again, she doesn't dare. Damn it! At this time, the comatose Vegeta woke up faintly, noticed that everyone was looking at him, and immediately remembered the humiliation of being killed by the artificial man number 16 just now, which made his face instantly gloomy. What about the guys? Vegeta steadied himself, looked around, and said coldly, "I was just too careless just now, fight again. Lao Tzu will definitely screw off that damn artificial man's head. The strength cannot be hard, but this mouth must be hard." Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head in his heart and chuckled. This Vegeta hadn't figured out the gap between his strength and the strength of those few artificial people. They left. Da Te stopped talking, looked at Vegeta who wanted to get up and chase the three artificial people, hesitated, and dissuaded. The strength of artificial people number 17 and 18 is already strong enough, and now there is another artificial person suspected to be more powerful than them. Dad, in a short period of time, we may not be able to actively seek out their trouble. Hey! The more so, the more I will slaughter them. Scion, there is never a limit. Even if you die in battle, it is impossible to retreat. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, a little breath exploded on his body, and then he rose into the sky and flew in one direction, seemingly preparing to find the field. To this, Da Te's face suddenly showed a wry smile, bowed with Sun Wukong and the others, and hurriedly chased towards Vegeta. Seeing that Vegeta and Date were chasing away, Sun Wukong naturally would not fall, and after saying hello to Zhang Yang, he also chased away. Immediately afterwards, Klin, Tianjin Fan, Bic and others also left one by one. "Aren't we going?" Bulma said a little unpleasantly. "Humph. Look at Goku, how they taught that blonde woman a lesson." Obviously. She completely remembered that number 18 kissed Zhang Yang in public. When Zhang Yang heard Bulma's words, he shook his head and smiled, and spoke, "Who teaches whom, it is really not certain. No matter what the number 17 or what the number 18 is, the strength is far above Vegeta and the others. Not to mention, the strength of that android number 16. If you really want to be right, you don't even need 3 artificial people to strike at the same time, and one artificial person number 16 alone is enough to destroy Sun Wukong and a group of other people." Nani? Goku, aren't they the opponents of those 3 androids? Bulma was stunned. "It's hard to say, I still know a little about the Scion race, and they have the ability to break through their limits in battle. Maybe this battle is not a bad thing for them." Zhang Yang said casually, his gaze looked in one direction, and the corners of his mouth also hooked a trace of arc. He has been awakened for more than 2 years, and his induction power is amazing, even if it is not intentional. Every place on the entire earth is in his senses. Just now, a monster with a lot of popularity in his body was sensed by him. Those 3 artificial humans are probably not the real killer of the killed Dr. Gro. This monster with the popularity of Sun Wukong and others is probably the killer of that Dr. Gro. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. "It's really a not very peaceful planet. This Monkey King and others have a sense of immediacy of the protagonist group in movies or comics in their previous lives." Zhang Yang secretly said in his heart. Chapter 15. A few days later. 767, May 16. It has been almost a week since the last cyborg 16 and others were born. For more than a week, Zhang Yang basically played here every day and ran anywhere. Of course. During this time, Bulma followed him. In Bulma's words, "I am afraid that Zhang Yang will suddenly disappear, and it will be a few years in the past, so I naturally have to look closer." However, for Zhang Yang, Bulma's so-called look closer actually did not cause him the slightest displeasure, because she was not all the time in Zhang Yang. After all, for Bulma, it is enough to know that Zhang Yang still exists on the earth. For the rest, after all, there is no substantive relationship between the two, and Bulma also knows very well what level she should achieve at most. Around noon that day, Zhang Yang, who had just finished eating, arrived in the open space in the backyard of Bulma's house. Oh! Zhang Yang originally just wanted to bask in the sun, but suddenly a breath exploded, which instantly made him sense. Is that monster named Chiru successfully promoted to a new form? Although Zhang Yang had not met with Sun Wukong and the others in the past week, he still knew very well what was happening on Earth. With his induction, even if he does not leave home, he is familiar with the world. Shout! Zhang Yang's interest came immediately, and he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, it was still on the small island where he had woken up. Now, he looked down and saw Sun Wukong and the others in a stalemate with a monster. Monkey King, Vegeta, you can't stop me. Now that I have evolved into a complete physical form, the strength between you and me is completely the gap between heaven and earth. Complete body Shaoyuben is calmly looking at the Monkey King, Vegeta and the others who are guarding the front of Cyborg 18. He had just absorbed number 17, and he only needed to absorb the 2 finished artificial humans of number 18, then he could evolve again and become the final form of a complete body. At that time, he thinks that he will be completely invincible to the entire universe, and absolutely no one can be his opponent. Hey! Bah! Sun Wukong and Vegeta sneered at the same time, and the breath on their bodies suddenly exploded, transforming from normal to Super Saiyan 1 form again. Shout! Shout! Monkey King and Vegeta burst out in unison and rushed towards Shiru. Bang! Bang! In the face of the onslaught of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Shiru seemed to be at ease, just stepped forward, opened his hands, and easily clenched the fists of the two. The hand twisted with force, and in an instant, I only heard Sun Wukong and Vegeta let out a painful wail at the same time, and the next second, with Shiru's 2 feet kicking out, he easily kicked the 2 of them hundreds of meters away. Scum! After kicking Son Goku and Vegeta, Shiru just smiled coldly and walked towards number 18 with a fiery gaze. Boom! Click! Tap tap! His footsteps are very rhythmic, from slow to fast, which also shows his excitement that he is about to ascend to the strongest position in the universe at this moment. You! Stay back! Come back and I'll blow myself up! No 18's face has changed drastically, and in the entire scene at present, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta can stop Shailu, who is in full form, in a short time. But what? Now that the 2 have been kicked by Shailu, no one has the strength to guard in front of No. 18. Self-detonation. On the 18th, I advise you not to do anything. As long as you combine with me, then I will immediately ascend to the strongest position in the universe. At that time, in a sense, the strongest position will also have your strength, and I believe that your name will also live on for centuries. When Shailu heard the word self-exposure spit out from No 18's mouth, he immediately stopped with some jealousy and began to persuade this stupid woman. The strongest position in the entire universe. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded in the field. No, why are you so confident? Who? When Shailu heard this slightly mocking voice, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he immediately scanned the surroundings. I'm ahead of you. The voice continued to sound. Only then did Shailu shift his gaze to directly in front of him, and saw an ordinary man standing in front of number 18, seemingly trying to protect this stupid woman. Who are you? Shailu's face was calm, although he couldn't see through Zhang Yang, it didn't affect him in the slightest that he considered himself an absolute invincible existence on earth. You don't have to know who I am. Zhang Yang waved his hand casually, he was very curious, where did this guy come from with the confidence that he would become the strongest person in the universe? You know, even if he is as powerful as Zhang Yang, he also thinks that he has not fully understood this world, and since he was born to create the era of God, others have called him the strongest, and he does not dare to call himself the strongest existence. And this reptilian-like existence, where does the self-confidence come from to call himself the strongest person in the universe? What a dare! Since that's the case, then you die. Shailu's face instantly became gloomy, and he suddenly stormed away, suddenly bursting his breath and rushing towards Zhang Yang. Syllable. In the face of Shailu's attack, Zhang Yang just raised his hand, and in the next second, a black and white airflow instantly transformed into a big hand, and with a slap, he easily flew Shalo Fan out thousands of meters away. This scene was seen by Da Te, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Bic, and Sun Wuhan on the side, and his mouth opened into a big O shape in an instant. Is this Mr. Zhang Yang's strength? Da Zhu swallowed heavily. He already felt that this gentleman's strength was strong enough, but he never expected that this gentleman's strength was far beyond his imagination. Rumble. Shout. When everyone was still in shock, in the next second, only a roar sounded, followed by a strong wind, and it turned out that Shalo, who was covered in blood, rushed to kill again. Oh! Is resilience so amazing? Zhang Yang couldn't help but show a little surprise on his face when he saw that Sha Lu was not killed by him. Mr. Zhang Yang, Shalo has the bloodline of the Namex people, in a sense, without hurting the fatal point, he can recover on his own, and he can also be called an immortal body. Da Te hurriedly explained on the side. Boom! Immortal body! When Zhang Yang heard these 4 words, he couldn't help but shake his head and laughed. What kind of cat and dog physique, also worthy of being called an immortal body? Just let me receive the teaching, this so-called immortal body. Zhang Yang lowered his eyes and pointed his finger at Shalo, who rushed to kill for the second time. In an instant. There is only one light in this world, and that is the light of Zhang Yang's fingertips at this moment. At this moment, no one in the field was able to open their eyes. And when the light dissipated, the dust returned to dust, the earth returned to the earth, except for the body of artificial man number 17 lying quietly on the ground, there was no trace of the complete body Sharu. At present, I can't use the law of purging, but just the power of purging is enough to purge too many things in this world. The breeze blew through, and a whisper from Zhang Yang sounded. Chapter 16. Number 17. Many. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang Yang. At the moment, the silence was broken by the 18th. She stepped forward a few steps, bowed deeply to Zhang Yang, and then looked at the man a few more times before quickly walking towards number 17, who was lying on the ground. These artificial humans still have bombs left in their bodies, and in the removal just now, I also removed them by the way. Send the Buddha to the west, and good people do it to the end. Of course. He had an inexplicable feeling about number 18, and was naturally willing to take the handle. You change to anyone who has nothing to do with him, and he's willing to give a fart. Shout! Shout! At this time, Monkey King and Vegeta, who had been kicked unconscious before, flew over. Zhang Yang! What about that guy Sharu? Sun Wukong looked at Zhang Yang, and his face full of dirt was full of curiosity. Mr. Gaku. Da Te hurriedly came. He was afraid that it was not Sun Wukong who would make any provocative actions or say any provocative words to Zhang Yang. Knowing the father Mo Ruozi, what worries him the most is his father, Vegeta. Now, although he was talking to Sun Wukong, he was actually warning his father, only to see that he said very seriously, if it weren't for Mr. Zhang Yang's move just now, I'm afraid everyone present would have been killed by that monster of Shalo. What do you mean? Vegeta glanced at Zhang Yang, and his brows suddenly furrowed. He admitted that this guy who was suspected of being an Earthling, but not an Earthling, was not simple. But, in the face of a complete Shalo, could it be that he can also have the power of a battle? It shouldn't be. Mr. Zhang Yang, it can almost be said that he killed that monster of Shalo in seconds. It even easily saved the absorbed android number 17. Although everyone doesn't know what means Zhang Yang used to kill the complete body Shalo, Da Te only understood one truth: Shalo died, and was killed by Zhang Yang in a magical way, in seconds. Nanny. Hearing Da Te's words, Vegeta's face froze, and his breathing stopped for a second at this moment. Looking at Zhang Yang's gaze, it was incredible. Lightning deal. Another flash deal. Why is this man, when facing all strong enemies, so easy and comfortable in seconds? It's too powerful. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yang's gaze, which was called a boiling battle intent. Sun Wukong's personality is like this: the stronger the people around him, the more they can stimulate his desire to fight. After all, the Scion race, in essence, is a real fighting people, not in battle, that is, on the way to fight. And the intensity of the battle is also very suitable for their growth rate. Vegeta suddenly fell silent, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhang Yang, not knowing what was going on in his heart at the moment. He longed to become stronger, but at the same time, let him be such a proud person, lower his head, and go to Zhang Yang to ask him for advice, and he would definitely not be able to pull off this face. Therefore, Vegeta at this moment is very entangled. Zhang Yang, your strength is so strong, I wonder if I can practice by your side for a while. 4. Vegeta's embarrassment to pull down his face. Sun Wukong has never had a thin skin, stepped forward, looked at Zhang Yang with blazing eyes, and grinned. The crisis of the earth is currently lifted. But who knows if there will be a bigger crisis in the future. To protect the earth from danger, only you become stronger. So, Zhang Yang, I hope you can guide me and Vegeta to practice. As he spoke, Sun Wukong straightened his waist and bowed 90 degrees to Zhang Yang. This has to say that his etiquette has been the highest. Kakarot, what did you say? Vegeta's face changed, and he hurriedly looked towards Zhang Yang, and when he saw this man's thoughtful expression, his voice immediately became louder. I, Vegeta, am the prince of the Scion clan, how can I be allowed to let people guide me? Don't look at Vegeta's words, but in fact, after he said it, he instantly regretted it. If Zhang Yang promised to mentor the guy Kakarot, and he was not guided. As a result, Kakarot's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, surpassing him too much. Then Vegeta will directly explode in mentality, and his intestines will be repentant. Vegeta, you can't be more proud at this time. Zhang Yang's strength is obviously too much beyond us. I believe that being guided by him will definitely help our strength. Sun Wukong lowered his voice and persuaded. I can't help you. Zhang Yang shook his head. Zhang Yang, you. Sun Wukong stopped talking, he really wanted to become more powerful. But I know there's someone who can help you. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered and he spoke. Who? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Bulma. Zhang Yang smiled and said a name. Bulma. This time, it was the turn of Klin and the others who came over stunned, and their faces showed inexplicable expressions. Yes. In recent years, she has developed something called a gravity chamber, which can effectively improve the pressure resistance of your physical body. And, training in it, do more with less, the effect is great. Zhang Yang nodded. The first reason why he didn't want to guide Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their cultivation was that his cultivation method was not suitable for these two guys. In fact, the factor that they were too weak accounted for a large part of the reason. And the second reason, that is naturally Zhang Yang, this person is quite lazy. Seriously. Sun Wukong suddenly became excited. You can contact Bulma, I believe that this thing called the gravity chamber should not disappoint you. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Shout! Shout! The moment Zhang Yang's words fell, Sun Wukong instantly rose into the sky and went straight to the center of the western capital. And Vegeta saw Sun Wukong so quickly, and immediately followed, flying into the sky, and also heading towards the center of the western capital city. Seeing the two of them so anxious, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. At this time, number 18 helped number 17 to come, and the siblings followed by number 16, just like their bodyguards. Mr. Zhang Yang, thank you for your rescue. Soon. The three walked up to Zhang Yang and bowed to him in unison. Especially number 18, looking at Zhang Yang's beautiful eyes, there is a strange brilliance. Obviously, she completely liked such a powerful man as Zhang Yang. Chapter 17. Earth is a great place to spend a vacation. it's very similar to my hometown, and I should do my best. Facing the thanks of number 18 and the others, Zhang Yang just smiled slightly. Since the monster named Shalo has died, then I will leave. As he spoke, Zhang Yang was just about to teleport away. At this time, number 18 stopped him. Sir, do you live in the western capital? Zhang Yang nodded. That. Is there time to find you? Number 18 took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yang with great anticipation. This is a woman who dares to love and hate, and very bluntly reveals her liking for Zhang Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and nodded, of course. Phew. After saying these two words, Zhang Yang's figure dissipated in place. When Zhang Yang appeared again, he had already returned to the house of the western capital Burma. Zhang Yang. As soon as Zhang Yang appeared at home, he heard Bulma's shouts. Tap tap. Small broken steps sounded. Next second, Bulma arrived in front of Zhang Yang, and saw her hands crossed at her waist, pouting and staring at Zhang Yang. That gravity room is what I studied for you, why do you think about giving Goku and Vegeta? Practicing in the gravity chamber doesn't help me. Zhang Yang shook his head. His strength had never come from cultivation. Over time, he will become stronger and stronger, eventually becoming the strongest man. It's useless, then you can't let Goku and Vegeta know. At present, the gravity room is only available in our family, and when these two guys come, won't they disturb our cohabitation life? Bulma muttered softly. Hearing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh for a while. Feelings for this woman are afraid that Sun Wukong and Vegeta will disturb their cohabitation life. That's okay, these two cultivation mad demons, it is estimated that only the cultivation becomes stronger in their eyes. Oh yes, you know, making a wish. Is there a bigger Dragon Ball? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered for a moment and asked. You know, the Dragon Balls on that megastar are large. Bulma nodded. Hey! There are planet-sized Dragon Balls, have you ever seen it? Zhang Yang smiled mysteriously. 3 days later. Around noon. Zhang Yang and Bulma finished lunch. Under Bulma's shocked look, Zhang Yang took her hand, and a teleportation came directly into the universe. Now, in the universe, Zhang Yang and Bulma stood in the middle of the vast universe, each of them having a black and white barrier covering them. This is beyond Earth, in the universe. Zhang Yang, what are you bringing me here for? Bulma scanned the surroundings, her face full of numbness and shock at the huge planet around her. And as she gradually calmed down, she immediately looked around like a curious baby. Don't see that she once arrived at Namex in a spaceship, but she really appeared in the universe, watching the rotation of the planets up close. This shock is far from being seen in the spaceship. Didn't I tell you 3 days ago that there are planet-sized Dragon Balls lurking in the universe? Zhang Yang looked at the fussing Bulma, and couldn't help but chuckled, and then turned to point to a black planet, and spoke, oh, that's my target this time, Super Dragon Ball. This thing is like the Dragon Balls on the Earth, there are also 7, but the range of wishes that can be made is not known how many times. Hey! Is that Super Dragon Ball? Bulma blinked, looked at the pitch-black planet, and couldn't help but complain, how do I look at it, it's just a pitch-black planet. Hearing Bulma's words, Zhang Yang suddenly laughed twice, only to see that between his raised hands, a slap came out, and in an instant, a strong wind blew in the universe, and the next second, the pitch-black layer of the plane of the incomparably black planet instantly swept away. Immediately afterward, a yellow light shone. 1 2 3. These are 3 planets. Zhang Yang counted the stars on this Super Dragon Ball and said with a smile. Oh my god! Super Dragon Ball! It's as big as a planet. Bulma was shocked, but how do you charge for such a big planet? Super Dragon Ball is as big as a planet, she really doesn't know how to collect such a big Dragon Ball, and she can't help but think about it in her heart. Can the capsule, a technological product on Earth, be able to pocket this super large Dragon Ball? It's not too easy to charge this kind of thing. Looking at Bulma Fox's suspicious appearance, Zhang Yang smiled indifferently, only to see that he stretched out his right hand again, probed and grabbed it in the void, and in an instant the black and white air flow exploded, and an invisible big hand transformed into the universe. Great! 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 With Zhang Yang's 3 shouts, I saw that the invisible big hand became more and more swollen, and after being several times larger than this 3-star Super Dragon Ball, the invisible big hand grabbed the Super Dragon Ball directly in his hand, and as his big hand gradually shrunk, the Super Dragon Ball also gradually shrunk. Oh my god! Zhang Yang! You're too powerful! Is this really something that humans can do? Bulma looked shocked and didn't know how to speak. The human hand can become the size of a planet, which is completely a visual impact for her, too shocking. What is that? Zhang Yang smiled gently. In the past, he didn't say the planet in his palm, it was the universe in his palm, and that was also hand to hand. But don't forget that the 18 small universes in this big universe were opened up through his hands. There are also 6 Super Dragon Balls, and in my senses, there are only 3 in the 7th universe. The remaining 4 are at the boundary between another universe and the 7th universe. Zhang Yang raised his hand and tossed the Super 3 planets that had become the size of Dragon Balls on Earth. The corners of his mouth hooked a beautiful arc, and said lightly, after collecting the 7 Super Dragon Balls, I can make that wish. Which wish? Bulma couldn't help but be a little curious. Restore the universe that was once cleared by Xiao Chuan. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. It's just that 12 universes exist in this big universe, which is really a bad feeling. The main thing is, Luna, that woman. Zhang Yang seriously suspected that this woman had also been eliminated by Xiao Chuan, and as an angel who had served him for countless years and also controlled the various food preparation methods of his ancestor star Daxia in his previous life, he could not bear to let her disappear into the long river of time. Chapter 18. Restore the universe that was cleared by Xiao Chuan. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Bulma was suddenly stunned. Who is Xiao Chuan? The universe. Can it even be cleared? However, Bulma was smart and did not choose to ask more. Next, Zhang Yang took Bulma to find the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. For Zhang Yang, the Super Dragon Balls are all created by him, and they are originally his things, so naturally with a movement of his mind, he can easily know where the remaining Super Dragon Balls are. The 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe have arrived. Next, there are the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe located at the center of the 7th and 6th universes. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yang has already accepted the 3rd Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe, and the speed is not too outrageous. Hey! If you return to your peak state, you will need to collect Super Dragon Balls. With a snap of your fingers, the power of creation explodes, and the cleared universe can be easily restored. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle twice. In other words, the appearance of the Super Divine Dragon seems to be very similar to that of the Salama guy. Will it be believed that the Super Dragon Ball was created by the Salama kid in the future? Zhang Yang thought for a while, then shook his head and smiled again, just when he was about to take Bulma to the junction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe to obtain the 4th Super Dragon Ball. At this moment, a peeping gaze struck, causing him to tilt his head to look into a hidden space in the 7th universe. Hey! This man! Who is it? In the 7th universe, how can there be such a powerful sensing force? At the same time, in the void not too far from Zhang Yang, a slender woman with a double ponytail on her head and an angelic staff in her hand felt a gaze, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. An angel passing by the 7th universe. Zhang Yang said, a slight smile appeared on his face. The angels of each universe can be said to be the highest combat power in their respective universes. However, in front of Zhang Yang, he was completely at the junior level. After all, as a great priest, Lane also had to respectfully address him as a teacher in front of him. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Yang directly took Bulma to the junction of the 6th and 7th universes. At this moment, with the departure of Zhang Yang and Bulma, a bright light suddenly flashed out of a void, followed by a shuttle block appearing, with an angel and the god of destruction inside. Makarita, why are you so ghostly? Do you remember something that scares you? The god of destruction, who looked like a clown, frowned and looked at the angel Makarita holding an angelic staff on the side, and asked in amazement. Now, Makarita didn't hear the clown's question of the god of destruction at all. In addition to the 2 words of shock, her face was more of a kind of horror, which could make her such an angel feel terrified. What kind of horror should that strength be? Even Makarita's pupils contracted a little. She had never felt such a huge sense of oppression. Even when her father, the great priest, was angry, she had definitely not experienced such a strong sense of oppression. Besides, Zhang Yang just glanced at her casually. And compared with the two, it is naturally unknown who is more terrifying. Zhang Yang sighed. In the 6th universe. At this moment, in front of a certain dark planet. This is the last Super Dragon Ball. Zhang Yang looked at this pitch-black planet, raised his hand and threw out the 6 Super Dragon Balls collected. Come out! Super Dragon! When the 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted brilliant light side by side, Zhang Yang used the language of God to summon the Super Divine Dragon. Recite! Only to hear a deafening dragon groan that resounded throughout the entire 6th universe sounded. Is this the Super Divine Dragon? Bulma looked up at the Super Divine Dragon that slowly appeared, and her face showed shock. Too big. The power is unmatched, giving people the feeling of endless oppression, which makes people want to crawl on the ground. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and the sense of oppression that Bulma felt suddenly disappeared. Looking up again, the Super Divine Dragon that had shocked her extremely shocked and mighty was full of horror on her face at this moment. Little bug, you really think of yourself as a character? Zhang Yang said indifferently, glaring at your dog's eyes and taking a good look at who I am. Hey! Well! Are you? Adults forgive sins. Forgive sins, my lord. The majesty of the Super Divine Dragon as soon as it was born, it is carried by itself, but it does not want to have a coercive effect on the people around it. At this moment, it heard a familiar voice, immediately looked down, and when it saw Zhang Yang, it immediately swallowed its saliva, and its proud face turned into fear in vain. I saw that its body as big as the 6th universe crept down, and as it crept, its body slowly became smaller, and finally it was only a dozen centimeters in length, very docilely leaning on Zhang Yang's toes. As a creature created by Zhang Yang, the Super Divine Dragon probably knows better than any other existence how terrifying this adult's ability is. Recognize me? Zhang Yang said lightly. Recognize? Recognized it. Sir, I haven't seen you in years. You? Is everything okay? Super Divine Dragon asked resignedly. It's been a long time. Zhang Yang nodded and spoke, my current strength has not yet recovered to its peak, and this time I summoned you to let you recover all the 6 universes that Xiao Chuan cleared. Yes. Super Shenlong nodded without thinking. In a sense, the Super Divine Dragon is the embodiment of Jianjiang's creation law. Zhang Yang, the peak of the primeval period, can be called a creation god-like existence. With the Super Divine Dragon's promise, its pair of dragon eyes flashed with scarlet brilliance. Next second, its body scattered and flew away into rays of light. Hey! What's going on? Bulma couldn't understand the conversation between Zhang Yang and the Super Divine Dragon the whole time, because the two were using ancient divine language. Of course. In Zhang Yang's words, the so-called ancient divine language was only the pure Daxia language on his ancestor star in his previous life. The wish has been fulfilled, let's wait quietly for the restoration of those 6 universes. Zhang Yang muttered, just as he was about to explain to Bulma. Suddenly, in the void not far from Zhang Yang and the two, a figure appeared, and he glanced sideways. Only to see a woman holding an angelic staff looking at him with an indifferent gaze. You are not a resident of the 6th universe, and crossing the universe privately is a felony, do you know? Chapter 19. Angel. Zhang Yang tilted his head and saw a slender figure, excellent face, a single ponytail on her head, and holding an angelic staff, looking at him with an indifferent look. You still know angels? This woman is the angel Bardos of the 6th universe, and at this moment, when she heard that Zhang Yang actually knew her identity, she couldn't help but be stunned, and then looked at Zhang Yang's eyes, which was already a little surprised. Ordinary people are absolutely impossible to survive in the cosmic vacuum. And from Zhang Yang and another woman, floating in the vacuum of the universe, it is not difficult to see the difficulty of the two. You're an angel of the 6th universe, right? The 6th universe and the 7th universe, I remember it, are brotherly universes. So, do you know that guy Weiss? Zhang Yang asked very calmly. Weiss? Do you still know Weiss? Hearing Zhang Yang say Weiss's name, Bardostan was stunned. After a burst of shock, Bardos seemed to have thought of something, and then waved it with the angelic staff in his hand. In an instant, I saw the small orb on the angelic staff in Bardos's hand flickering with light, and in the next second, a figure appeared in the sight of several people. Sister Bardos, are you looking for me for something? The owner of this figure was none other than the angel Weiss of the 7th universe, and at this moment, looking at Bardos in front of him, his face showed surprise. He and Bardos are actually the children of the great priest, and although they are brothers and sisters, it is actually basically difficult to move around once, so there is no regular contact. And once connected, it means something is wrong. Oh, Vus. That man, do you know? Bardos went straight to the point, glanced towards Zhang Yang, and asked aloud. Hey! Well! Weiss just snorted in surprise, and the moment he turned his head and looked at Zhang Yang, his pupils couldn't stop constricting for a while. It's the gentleman from 2 years ago. Weiss exclaimed, he. How did you come to your 6th universe? You really know him? Bardos frowned, and, from Weiss's shocked look and tone at the moment, it was not difficult to hear that this man's identity might be very unusual. On Zhang Yang's side, he and Weiss met their gazes and only smiled slightly. The two have not seen each other for more than 2 years, but Zhang Yang believes that this Weiss will inevitably remember him. Even, there is a great possibility that this angel of the 7th universe asked his father what his Jiangjiang's identity was. Sister Bardos, I don't know who the identity of this gentleman is, but his strength is definitely more than the two of us. Now, Illusory Weiss lowered his voice and spoke, about 2 years ago, he came to the 7th universe destruction god realm. Being able to approach me quietly, his strength is unfathomable. Hearing this, a flash of shock flashed in Bardos's eyes. As angels, they can't use their full strength to fight, but it doesn't mean that their strength is poor, on the contrary, every angel is the highest combat power in the universe. And to be able to become an angel who serves the god of destruction in the universe, in addition to the veteran angels who served the god of destruction earlier, they are basically the strongest among the angels. And Zhang Yang was able to approach Weiss quietly, which already represented that this man had the ability to kill Weiss quietly. And this gentleman knows the secrets of the 18 universes. It is also said that the 18 universes are divided by his hands, and the divine system is even more from his hands. The more Weiss spoke, the more frightened he became, and Bardos was also sweating profusely on his head, only to hear the former continue, he knows his father and can accurately call out his father's name. Therefore, I speculate that he must be an ancient existence in the same era as his father. Nanny. Bardas, who has always been indifferent, heard this secret news at this moment, and instantly became calm. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Zhang Yang to the side with an incredible gaze, and while swallowing her saliva, she only felt that her throat was dry, and between words, she was already a little hoarse. You. Didn't you ask your father? Of course, I have this idea, but helplessly. My father is in All Kings and has not returned to the Archangel planet, so I can't contact my father at present. Phantom Weiss smiled wryly and shook his head. Barduz was completely silent, his gaze drifted to Zhang Yang on the side from time to time, and his face also showed hesitation at this moment. His previous attitude. Is there something less respectful? Bardas reflected again. Zhang Yang, Bulma whispered. It's not a big problem. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, reached out and patted the back of Bulma's hand, and then said to Bardas, who was still thinking about what to do to the side, if there is nothing to do, then say goodbye. Ah. Oh. Okay, that. Good place to go. Bardas, who was still reflecting on his own problem, heard Zhang Yang's voice, and when he came to his senses, he hurriedly responded. Shout. Zhang Yang didn't say much nonsense, pulled Bulma with a flicker, and the two disappeared into the sixth universe. After Zhang Yang and Bulma left the sixth universe, Bardas stayed in the universe for a while before leaving and returning to the sixth universe Destruction God realm. Meanwhile, a month after Zhang Yang and Bulma returned to the seventh universe Earth, an unknown universe appeared in vain. Followed by, in the entire big universe, another universe suddenly appeared. The third, the fourth, the fifth. And when the sixth universe first appeared, a figure suddenly appeared in these six universes that had been cleared. Alive. In a cosmic god of destruction realm, the face of the man wearing the black god of destruction suit was full of disbelief. What's going on? A man wearing an angelic costume and holding a black angelic staff furrowed his brows and spoke, Wasn't it cleared by that one? I don't know. Who resurrected us? The god of destruction frowned, and as his brow furrowed, pitch-black air currents rose up around him, enveloping him. This scene continues to happen in the other 5 universes. And Zhang Yang, who is the initiator, is comfortably basking in the sun in the backyard of the home of Bulma, the western capital of the earth, and behind him is a beautiful blonde girl wearing a miniskirt who is gently pinching his shoulders. Chapter 20. Zhang Yang, is this strength just right? The blonde who pinched Zhang Yang's shoulder was naturally number 18, and at the moment she was gentle and soft-spoken, and she couldn't see the slightest bit of strong taste. Women are like this, even the most powerful women, there is a trace of tenderness in their hearts that belongs to the person they like. Very good. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. After summoning the super dragon to make a wish, he and Bulma returned to the western capital of Earth. At first, the woman on the 18th had not yet taken the initiative to come to the door. But as a week later, she hitched a ride on the road of Bulma, and it seemed that the two women had discussed something, and the two women and Zhang Yang lived under the same roof. As for Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who had previously practiced in the gravity room at home, they were naturally driven out by Bulma early. In fact, it is said that it was driven out, but in fact, the gravity room was transferred to Vegeta's home. Since then, the life of two women and one man living together has also officially begun. In the following time, although Zhang Yang and the second daughter did not have any substantial progress, they were only one layer worse in terms of relationship. Hey! At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Number 18 asked softly. Nothing. Zhang Yang shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. It seemed to be resting, but in fact, his induction had already spread out of the earth, even the galaxy, and even out of the 7th universe at a very fast speed. Every universe has been completely restored, but how can these universes be so monstrous? This is not an ordinary universe, in a sense, dark universe. Zhang Yang's brows suddenly furrowed, and a little surprise appeared on his face. This script, something is not quite right. When did the 13th universe start and end the 18th universe, and these 6 universes were actually reduced to the dark universe? Is this the fundamental reason why the 6 universes were cleared? Zhang Yang gently breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his induction. As usual, he did not sense Luna's presence. However, because the 6 universes have been restored, and Luna's existence is still not perceived, Zhang Yang understands that this woman does not seem to have been eliminated by Xiao Chuan, but sleeps or lives in an unknown place. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhang Yang no longer thought about these things. At present, his strength has not yet returned to its former peak, let alone to the true peak state that has grown after hundreds of millions of years of slumber. Therefore, living a leisurely life now is also a kind of relaxation. 774 IG, a day in April. Almost 7 years have passed since Zhang Yang summoned the super divine dragon and the 6 universes were restored. In the past 7 years, Zhang Yang can basically be said to have nothing to do with going to the 7th universe destruction god realm to find Beerus or Weiss. Otherwise, take Bulma and number 18 to various universes to play. Among them, he has also traveled to the 6 universes that he has recovered. He also proved that these 6 universes were indeed dark universes, and they were not the same type of universes as the 6 universes when he was not yet asleep. This made Zhang Yang very surprised. After all, after he fell asleep, what happened to cause the normal universes to become dark universes? Even, the god of destruction, who was originally a normal god, became the dark god of destruction. The noble and holy angel has become a fallen angel. For these things, Zhang Yang wanted to go over and understand, but in the end chose to ignore them. Yes. With his current state, he really doesn't care about these changes. Even if all the universes became dark universes, it would not have the slightest effect on him. After all, the 18 universes were all opened up by him, and wanting the darkness to dissipate was only a thought of him. Now that my strength has been restored for nearly 7 years, I have reached the level of a first-order divine officer. Now, in the small pavilion in the backyard of Zidu's home, Zhang Yangduan sat on the stone bench, his fingers lightly tapping on the stone tabletop, his eyes flashing with strange brilliance, and muttered in a low voice, above the 18th order angel level combat power, it is for the priest. This strength hierarchy system is still divided by self-strength. Now I, in the entire universe, ranked in the top 10, I don't know if I can. In other words, it was just a first-order god-level combat power existence, and facing that boss-level demon god in the dark demon world, it was completely cannon fodder-like existence. Nowadays, the overall strength is too far behind, and a small Karami with a value of 10 after normalization can become a universe destroyer, and it is conceivable that the high-end combat power is not estimated. Zhang Yang shook his head, speaking of which, he was too cruel in the era of God. One person single-handedly destroyed the entire dark demon realm, and not a single primeval demon god survived. In a sense, he did usher in an era of peace with God. But in reality, there is no pressure, that is, no motivation. The strength of the later generation cannot be improved, which is naturally because there is no so-called sense of oppression. Zhang Yang, you really are here. While Zhang Yang was still thinking, suddenly 2 voices sounded. Tap tap. Small broken steps sounded. Immediately afterwards, the 2 women hooked his 2 arms at the same time. Ye people are around, and their bodies are full of fragrance. For 7 years, the relationship between the 2 women and Zhang Yang is still the same. Although there is no reputation, in fact, the relationship that should have happened has already happened. In the words of Bulma and number 18, that is Jianjiang's excellence, which can no longer be said to be seen from human eyes. This is a god. 1. A true deity. Far from this level of the earth gods they knew. This kind of man is not an existence that these small human women can have. Therefore, in the past 7 years, the two women have also looked more and more open. You, except for being in a daze here, you can't go out and walk around more all day long. Actually, I think we should stay at home. After all, Kiki is already the second son. The two women chattered on the side, to which Zhang Yang just smiled gently, and he also remembered Luna's woman in his heart. After so many years, the woman was unable to take him down. But these two women, in just 7 years, left a great bond in his heart. If nothing else, although Luna obeys him, in essence, Luna, this woman, still can't let go of her pride as an angel. Zhang Yang thought about it carefully. Luna's woman, as the first angel in the primeval era, was even many times more powerful than the great priest Ryan. She seemed to have this qualification to be proud, and it was normal to not be able to pull the face of a real little woman. Chapter 21. That said, when is the wedding? Suddenly, Bulma spoke. Yikes! Moment. As Bulma's words fell, the two lesbians set their sights on Zhang Yang for a while. Zhang Yang was very calm when he heard this, smiled slightly, and spoke. Didn't you say 2 years ago, there is a monogamous system on the earth, don't you get married for the time being? As early as a few years ago, when the relationship was confirmed, Zhang Yang had already asked this question. It doesn't matter to him to get married, but Bulma's background is not ordinary, and she belongs to a public figure on earth, and if two women marry a man at the same time, it will inevitably cause some trouble. What was thought 2 years ago is what was thought 2 years ago. I'm not young now. Bulma sighed softly, although she had been properly maintained for many years, and could even be said to be young and eternal, she still looked like a girl. But in fact, she knows very well that she is already very old. Of course, if she knew Zhang Yang's age, I am afraid that she would lose age anxiety in an instant. If you want, I can marry you at any time. Zhang Yang said very seriously. Count. Forget it, this kind of life does not seem to be different. Bulma pondered for a moment, and finally said, but we can try to have a baby as soon as possible, that is naturally the best. Now Goku's eldest son is in high school, if in a few years, won't Goku be a grandfather? We don't have a baby then embarrassed to die. Ha ha ha. Impossible. Zhang Yang just laughed in response. Speaking of Sun Wukong's eldest son, Zhang Yang quite likes this kid, his cultivation talent is amazing. He originally thought that the growth of Sun Wukong's kid was terrifying enough. But with the frequent contact with Sun Wukong and other people in recent years, even Sun Gohan has often contacted him, so he often points out Sun Wuhan. And the conclusion is that this kid's growth rate is far faster than his father, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, two pure-blood scions. Gohan sent me a message, I'll go see what's going on with this kid. Seeing Bulma and number 18 twisting their graceful bodies slowly leaning towards him, Zhang Yang suddenly snorted, and then the figure flashed, and disappeared in an instant. Humph! This Zhang Yang seems to be tired of us. Bulma snorted. Sister Bulma, 4 or 5 times a day, it's been more than 2 months without interruption, let him rest and rest. Number 18 pursed his lips and snickered. Hearing the words of the 18th, Bulma blushed and muttered in a low voice, this is not for us to give birth to a baby quickly. Shout! In Satan City, at the gate of a high school called Orange Star, a figure suddenly appeared. I don't know what this kid Gohan is looking for me, is it because there is a new progress in strength, and you want to share the joy with me? Zhang Yang stood at the gate of Orange Star High School, and as the high school students walked by, his gaze also swept through the crowd. That. Hello, what class are you in? Just as Zhang Yang looked at the incomparably young high school students around him and sighed in his heart that it was good to be young, a voice sounded on his side. Hey! Hearing this voice, Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, and then looked to the side, only to see a girl with long blonde hair looking at her shyly. Sorry, I'm not a high school student. I'm an old uncle up. Zhang Yang was really surprised by the lethality of his appearance. This was not the first time he had been accosted by a girl. 2 years ago, he also took over Sun Gohan from junior high school, and he was also picked up by a junior high school girl. Ah! Well. Excuse me, can I ask you for a means of communication? The blonde girl swallowed her saliva and asked in a low voice. This? Not really. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. What did he need this thing for? Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from the side, Uncle Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang tilted his head to see that Sun Gohan, a kid with a stack of books in his arms, was walking towards him quickly. Seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled slightly at the blonde girl in front of him, said sorry and then walked towards Sun Gohan. Uncle Zhang Yang, your charm is really big enough. When I was in junior high school, every time you came to pick me up, it was either classmates of the same age who picked up you, or classmates' sisters or mothers picked up you. Sun Gohan glanced at the blonde girl who left in disappointment, and couldn't help but whisper. Go and go, little fart boy knows what. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and at this time, he inadvertently saw a sneaky girl with a double ponytail at the school gate, and his brows couldn't help but frown. But when he realized that this girl with a double ponytail was just an ordinary person, he immediately stopped caring. Next, the two chatted as they walked around. However, after a short while, after interspersing several small alleys, I saw Zhang Yang and Sun Wuhan soaring into the air and flying directly towards Bunza Mountain. And at the moment when Zhang Yang and Sun Wuhan took off into the air, what neither of them may know was that a young girl saw this scene in her eyes. Those two guys can actually fly. The girl was the lone by diary, looking at Zhang Yang and Sun Gohan who were getting farther and farther away in the sky. She opened her mouth wide, and at this moment she suddenly became very interested in these two flying people. On Jianjiang's side, Sun Gohan has been asking for some combat experience. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, after I developed your potential for the second time, you should be able to enter that mysterious state casually now, right? After Zhang Yang pointed out some of Sun Gohan's combat experience, he suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes. In the mysterious state, my combat power has directly caught up with my father, and I really fight against each other, and I am not lost to Uncle Vegeta. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Sun Wuhan immediately nodded excitedly. Hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded secretly, and did not waste his potential to stimulate this kid twice. But to stimulate potential, in a sense, is more a blessing for this kid. It can almost be said that he who exists like the creation god of this world, and the blessing given, then naturally there is no need to explain what the meaning is. From this point, it seems that it is not difficult to see that Zhang Yang has a little appreciation for Sun Wuhan, the little guy, and likes it in it. Shout! After a while, Zhang Yang and Sun Wuhan had already arrived on Bun Mountain. Dad! Sun Gohan saw Sun Wukong, who was practicing boxing outside the courtyard, and hurriedly waved his hand to say hello. Gohan! Sun Wukong closed his hand and waved at Sun Wuhan, and then put his eyes on Zhang Yang. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked a few steps, and said excitedly, Zhang Yang, recently my strength has gone further, reaching a whole new realm, called Super Saiyan 3, how about you try another fight between the two of us? Chapter 22. Now, on the side, Sun Gohan saw his father's appearance of just breaking through and wanting to find someone to fight, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing bitterly. To be honest, there is such a martial arts dad, he really doesn't know if it's good or bad. But if you think about it, everyone is acquaintances. Although the two fathers and sons also often fight, they are only to the point, and they will not fight to the point of not dying, which is not much progress for the two of them. And Sun Wuhan, who has fought with Zhang Yang more than once, understands very well that this uncle will not show mercy at all, and if he should beat you half to death, then he will really beat you half to death. After all, this uncle Zhang Yang's means are greater than the sky. Oh! Zhang Yang heard Sun Wukong's words, and then saw the surging battle intent rising up in his body at this moment. His eyebrows couldn't help but stir, and a slightly interesting smile appeared on his face. Super Saiyan 3? What a new form is this, it sounds very interesting. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang, believe me, this Super Saiyan 3 will definitely surprise you. Seeing that Zhang Yang was very interested, Sun Wukong immediately laughed excitedly, clenched his hands into fists, and spoke, "This time, I don't say that I can defeat you, but I can definitely make your eyes shine." Hehe, Super Saiyan 3. And what is it? Zhang Yang shook his head in his heart, but this sentence did not come out to hit Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, "Okay, then you turn into Super Saiyan 3 to show me." Good. Sun Wukong nodded and flew directly into the sky. Drink! Sun Wukong in the sky burst into a roar. His body was in the shape of a curved shrimp, his fists were clenched, and the arrogance around his body began to skyrocket. Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2. When he reached the critical point between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong roared again, as if he wanted to pour out all the energy in his body. Rumble! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura swept the entire sky, directly swinging out with Sun Wukong as the center. Nanny! At the same time, when this terrifying aura was completely transmitted, Vegeta's face, who was training at Zidu's home, suddenly changed drastically. Card. Cockroach, this guy's anger. So powerful. Zhang Yang. That's my Super Saiyan 3. In the sky, Sun Wukong, who had completely transformed into Super Saiyan 3, glanced down at Zhang Yang on the ground, and his battle intent boiled again. Today, his combat power has reached 600 billion points, which is really powerful and outrageous. Even the Demon Bu, who has just come out now, is definitely not his opponent. It's just that Super Saiyan 3's transformation form is too expensive to fight a protracted war. Good. Zhang Yang looked at the Super Saiyan 3 transformation form of Sun Wukong in the sky, couldn't help nodding and smiled slightly. A flash came to the sky, hooked his finger at him, and spoke, "Come on. Let me see your new form transform." I have to say that compared with the Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2 shown by Sun Wukong before, this Super Saiyan 3 did give Zhang Yang a bright feeling. The surging energy seemed to be about to explode completely, and you can imagine how terrifying the energy contained in its body was. But however, Super Saiyan 3 Monkey King faces Zhang Yang. Whether it is the form of the Super Saiyan. For Zhang Yang, it is actually the same. Battle 5 Scum. Raise your hand and you can annihilate. However, Zhang Yang is not a person who is too shocking. For Sun Wukong, he still won't defeat it too quickly. After all, this Super Saiyan 3 is a new powerful form that he has finally transformed into successfully. Drink! Sun Wukong burst into a roar, and in a moment of breathing, he flew in front of Zhang Yang. Rumble! Sun Wukong raised his hand, and the golden aura on his hand slammed into Zhang Yang. Rustle! The air made a sound, which was that Sun Wukong's power was too strong, causing the space to shake. Kiss! Zhang Yang pointed out and pointed at Sun Wukong's fist. I only listened to the sound of the bottle stopper being opened ringing in the sky, and then I saw a circle of ripples centered on Zhang Yang and Sun Wukong swinging around. Well! What a powerful energy confrontation! At this moment, on the ground of Bunza Mountain, Vegeta and the others, who did not know when they would come, looked at the exchange of the two in the sky, and their faces showed incredible expressions. Although the two of them were just ordinary attacks, the aftermath caused by them made the space shake. If this situation allowed Vegeta to make a move, it would definitely not reach the level of shaking space. This guy Kakarot hasn't seen this guy for a long time. Why is he so powerful, and how did this new transformation of his transformation succeed? Vegeta's most unpleasant thing is naturally that the Monkey King guy actually comprehended a new form transformation faster than him. In other words, how powerful this guy Zhang Yang is, looking at how he always looks at ease in the face of Wukong, it really makes people can't understand his true strength. Klin also arrived, and he touched his bald head, his face showing doubt. Zhang Yang's sense of existence on the earth is actually not too big, more of staying at home and busy with 2 wives to have children, or going to the 7th universe destroying the God realm to find Beerus and Weiss to play. Basically, except for the Monkey King. No. It should be said that apart from Sun Wuhan, there is basically no second person who knows what horror Zhang Yang's strength is. Therefore, it is normal for Klin and others not to understand Zhang Yang's true level. Rumble. Thundered. At this moment, there was a deafening explosion roar in the sky. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Sun Wukong, who was in the 3rd state of Super Saiyan, roared angrily, and when the last wave shouted, a dazzling blue beam flew towards Zhang Yang. Since I met, the enemies of the Sun family against both seem to have ended in failure, it seems that let me break this law. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth rose slightly, and his hand was placed on his waist in the same way as Sun Wukong's movements. Zhang Yang will also send Qigong waves. Seeing Zhang Yang's action, the eyes of everyone below suddenly widened. Rumble. While everyone was shocked, Zhang Yang's Turtle School Qigong wave had already blasted out, and it was opposite Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong wave in mid-air. The attack of the two directly made the entire sky shine blue. It's terrifying. Everyone did not dare to look at the aftermath caused by the sky with their eyes, and the weaker Klin and the others could only squint slightly. Because, the light is too dazzling. In the past 2 seconds, the sky was filled with smoke, and after another 10 seconds, it completely returned to the clear sky before. Who lost? Everyone looked at the sky, only to see that Sun Wukong had returned to his normal appearance, and the embarrassed appearance of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth formed a strong contrast with Zhang Yang standing safely in the sky on the other side. Crush! Yes. It seems that Sun Wukong was not much injured, but in fact, Zhang Yang did not consume at all, his face was not red and his heart was not beating, let alone gasping. And what about the Monkey King? Panting heavily, his face was extremely red, and he was sweating profusely, and he couldn't escape the fate of defeat even if he tried his best. Zhang Yang, you are really a bottomless pit. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face showed more and more excitement and more looks. His character is such that he never says die. The stronger Zhang Yang is, the more excited he is, the more he has the desire to catch up. Your limit is far from it, go ahead. Zhang Yang's voice sounded in the sky. Chapter 23. Here, fight hard. Rumble. Sun Wukong, who was in the same sky, burst into laughter, and the aura on his body grew rapidly, and he saw that his whole person was wrapped in golden energy flames. At this moment, Sun Wukong looked like a golden god of war. Shout! Sun Wukong moved. His speed was very fast, and with a thunderous momentum, he arrived in front of Zhang Yang in an instant. What a speed! Below. The pupils of the crowd couldn't help but tighten for a while, and their faces showed shock. Only Vegeta, this proud Scion prince. At this moment, he was staring at the Monkey King above with gritted teeth. Kakarot this guy. Progress again. Damn, Super Saiyan 3. This transformation form is really powerful. Cluck. His teeth were clattered by Vegeta's bite, and there was not the slightest look of shock on his face, but more of a look of jealousy and anger. Bang! Bang! In the sky, Zhang Yang and Sun Wukong punched each other. With this punch, the sky suddenly burst into lightning and thunder. It is said that it is lightning and thunder, but it is not. After everyone saw it clearly, they found that both Zhang Yang's fist and Sun Wukong's fist carried lightning, and they looked extremely terrifying. This is the chi of the two, powerful to the extreme, so this unusual scene appeared. What a powerful energy! With a punch, Sun Wukong's whole person flew out upside down, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood in mid-air. Now, he steadied his figure and looked at Zhang Yang not far away, with a shocked look on his face. The punch just now was released by him with all his strength. In his opinion, even if he couldn't win this battle, he could at least make this guy Zhang Yang embarrassed a little, but in fact, the fact was that he was slapped. No. Seriously, it should have been Zhang Yang who gave him a punch, and he suffered extremely serious internal injuries. Woohoo! Sun Wukong covered his chest and gasped heavily. For him now, facing Zhang Yang was too stressful. After all, a little Super Saiyan 3, what kind of waves does it turn over? Poof! At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Looking closely, there was a little blood clot and flesh dregs in his mouth full of blood. Obviously, Zhang Yang's punch just now had already injured Sun Wukong's internal organs, and even shattered a little. Therefore, it can be seen that the blood spewed out of Sun Wukong's mouth has blood clots and meat dregs. It's terrifying. Below. Seeing Sun Wukong vomiting blood again and again, his face was even pale without a trace of blood, and looking at his chest that kept rising and falling, it was obvious that he had really reached his current limit. In response, Klin gritted his teeth. His face showed distress, and he whispered, "Gaku really has too much on his back. If you think about it, if there is no Zhang Yang's existence, the earth will indeed only be saved by Sun Wukong alone. He wants to become stronger, so that he ends up more integrated with the Saiyan character, precisely because he wants to protect the survival of the earth so much. This Mr. Zhang Yang. The strength is really impossible to guess at which level. I always felt that when Sun Wukong was about to catch up with him, he found that he couldn't catch up at all." Vic took a deep look at Zhang Yang underground, let out a long breath, and his face was full of complexity. "Drink." Now. Just as Sun Wukong was preparing to forcibly burst his breath again and fight Zhang Yang again. Shout! Shout! Suddenly, two figures stood inexplicably in the middle of the fight between the two. "Hey!" Everyone suddenly frowned. "Mr. Zhang Yang." Just when Sun Wukong and the others looked confused, Weiss waved softly and shouted, "Acquaintance!" Seeing that this newcomer knew Zhang Yang, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That guy! How does it feel familiar?" Only Vegeta, who was on the ground at the moment looking at Beerus in the sky with a stunned face, he always felt that he had seen that guy, but he couldn't remember it, which made his brow furrow tighten. "Why are you here?" Zhang Yang watched Beerus and Weiss fly over, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. "I heard sir before that there are many delicacies on earth, and Lord Beerus woke up, so I will take him to see it." Ves whispered. "Zhang Yang, how do you play with a group of small humans?" Beerus on the side casually glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Vegeta below. His eyebrows couldn't help but stir, and he spoke, "Weiss. That kid is a little familiar." Hearing Beerus's words, Ves immediately followed his gaze, and when he saw Vegeta, the corners of his mouth pursed and replied, "Lord Beerus, this is the prince of the Saiyan race of planet Vegeta. It seems to be called Vegeta? It should be Vegeta." Beerus called out the name softly. Now, below, Vegeta seemed to remember something, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Ben, who had always been calm, broke out in cold sweat in vain at this moment, and his face showed a look of horror that could not be more frightened. Shout! In an instant, Vegeta moved. He flew overhead, bowed directly to Beerus in a cold sweat at 90 degrees. "Meet Lord Beerus." Vegeta's voice resounded in all directions. "Hey! Vegeta he! How can you be so respectful to that new guy? This guy, really Vegeta? There is no more arrogance in the usual days." When by respectfully Vegeta appeared, the audience was in an uproar, and their faces showed an incredible look, all wondering if the Vegeta in the sky was the Vegeta they knew. "It seems that you still remember me." Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lord Beerus, you just turned to ashes. Ahem, your majestic figure, handsome face, I will definitely remember no matter how long it has been." Vegeta always bowed and did not dare to lift up. "Okay, there's nothing wrong with you today." Beerus yawned and said to Zhang Yang on the side, as the host, "Don't you greet me." Although Zhang Yang's strength is extraordinary, the two sides have often moved around in recent years, and the relationship is also very good. Of course, the premise of a good relationship is just because Beerus does not know Zhang Yang's true identity. If you know and dare to brag and fart with Zhang Yang so calmly, then Beerus's boldness is really too big. Hearing the tone of Beerus and Zhang Yang talking, Vegeta, who was bowing, couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. "This Zhang Yang? How is it so familiar with this guy Beerus?" Chapter 24. Hospitality. Hehe, what is there to entertain, you guy? If you want to eat something, don't you just eat it casually, do you still need me to entertain? Hearing Beerus's words, Zhang Yang chuckled and shook his head. "Don't think that the things on this earth are unpalatable, and then destroy the earth in a fit of anger." This Zhang Yang just said casually, ridiculing Beerus. The earth where he sits Beerus is not to say that it is to destroy the earth, even if you dare to move this mind, it is also an extremely contrary thing. "No, it won't." Beerus laughed dryly. "Others don't know the strength of this guy Zhang Yang, don't Beerus, who often fights with him, not know? This guy's strength is definitely at the level of angel-level combat power, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat him Beerus so easily. After all, in a sense, the current Beerus is the strongest god of destruction in the first 12 universes." Speaking of the first 12 universes, Beerus's eyes suddenly narrowed. Recently, he heard from Weiss that the 6 universes that had been cleared by the king seemed to have been restored. Vegeta on the side heard the conversation between Beerus and Zhang Yang, and such a familiar conversation made him feel that the identity of this guy in Zhang Yang was definitely not ordinary. Weird. Zhang Yang he. It seems to come from outside the earth. But shouldn't you know Beerus? Judging from the chat between the two, it seems that the relationship is not ordinary. They. More Vegeta thought about it, the more shocked he became. He really couldn't understand how such a high-ranking existence as Beerus could have a special relationship with this guy Zhang Yang. "Well, since this guy Vegeta knows you, then let him be the host to entertain you, and I'll leave first. Come to me when you have eaten and drunk." Zhang Yang yawned, waved his hand casually, and after saying this, the figure disappeared into the sky. Zhang Yang was not an idiot, and with his cleverness, he naturally knew that the arrival of Beerus and Ves to Earth was not just a matter of enjoying food. This guy, Beerus, still wanted to stop Zhang Yang, but he didn't expect him to leave so quickly, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Then, Beerus set his gaze on Vegeta again and said lightly, "Vegeta, how long have you been on Earth?" "Back to Lord Beerus, it's been some years." Vegeta hurriedly responded. "Well, then take me to enjoy the food of the earth." Beerus nodded. "Yes. Please, follow me," Vegeta said respectfully. At this moment, Vegeta, when he met Beerus, was proud and completely absent. None of the people present understood how terrifying Beerus was. The days passed quickly. This day is around the afternoon. At this moment, it is still the gate of Orange Star High School in Satan City. "Uncle Zhang Yang, Uncle Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, who was standing at the gate of Orange Star High School, sounded behind Sun Gohan's shout. Oh! Zhang Yang turned around and glanced at it, and saw that Sun Gohan was followed by a young girl, and this girl was the same little girl who sneakily followed them the last time he picked up Sun Wuhan. Uncle! Baidalai and Sun Wuhan walked up, and when the former heard Sun Wuhan's name for Zhang Yang, he couldn't help but be stunned, and said stunnedly, "Classmate Sun, this peer who looks not much older than us actually called him uncle." He. Sun Gohan opened his mouth, just about to explain something. "Oh! I know, this classmate must be older than you, that's why you are called uncle, right?" Baidalai didn't wait for Sun Gohan to explain, and thought of the answer on her own. "No." Sun Gohan smiled bitterly. How could Bidili think of the answer himself, and was just about to explain. Zhang Yang spoke, "Gohan, what else do you explain when my classmates praise me?" "Ha ha ha. Okay." Sun Wuhan saw that Zhang Yang was not disgusted, and naturally did not say anything more. "Someone robbed." At this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the side. Well! When they heard someone shouting, and still said robbery, Sun Gohan and Baidalai, who had a sense of justice, suddenly came to the spirit, instantly looked to the side, and their steps also moved quickly at this moment. "See here!" Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile, and couldn't help muttering, "These two little guys are really full of justice in their hearts." In his senses, there was just a small robbery in front, even if the little girl couldn't solve it, Sun Gohan would solve it casually. Therefore, Zhang Yang followed up, and the pace was very slow. Obviously, he wanted to let Sun Gohan, the kid, show his powerful side in front of his beautiful classmates. Soon, Zhang Yang followed and found that only Baidai was standing alone in the kidnapper's circle, and Sun Gohan on the side was helpless. How? This little girl wants to solve everything alone. Zhang Yang glanced at the serious Baidai again, and said to Sun Wuhan with a smile. Yes. Baidai said that her strength is also very strong. As the first battle, I want to practice with them. Sun Wuhan scratched the back of his head with a wry smile, and then looked towards Baidai, with a wry smile on his face with a little surprise. But Uncle Zhang Yang, then again, the strength of Baidalai's classmate is indeed as strong as she said. The reason why Sun Gohan said this is purely because he has never seen a girl of the same age, and he can single out a few robbers without panicking at all. It's okay. Zhang Yang smiled gently, with his eyes. He could naturally see that this little girl named Baidali's talent for cultivation could not be done. Drink. At this time, there was a coquettish sound from Baidalai in the field. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, the roar of the explosion sounded. Zhang Yang turned his head and saw that a robber with a black hood holding a bazooka directly collapsed a nearby building. Ugh! As the building collapsed, only a terrified scream sounded in the street. Oops! Baidalai's face in the field suddenly changed, and he was okay with a small fight, but really letting her participate in this kind of big scene was really not something she could suppress. Good opportunity. When Baidalai did not pay attention to this group of robbers and was afraid of the collapse of the building, these guys' eyes suddenly lit up, raised the machine gun in their hands, and shot directly at the dazed struggling Baidalai. Dead to dead. Ha ha ha, kill you, I see who else can sanction us. Kill. The robbers were so excited that they kept firing machine guns at Baidalai's location. Seeing this scene, Sun Wuhan's face changed, but it was this slight change in face, but he missed the best rescue opportunity. See here. Zhang Yang on the side smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sun Wuhan, this kid really doesn't understand what it is to save beauty by heroes. In this case, Zhang Yang naturally can't help, he can't use the ability to go back in time to remind Sun Gohan this stupid person. Shout! Only listening to a sound of breaking air, Zhang Yang's figure disappeared in place. Soon, the smoke was thick, sand and dust were flying, and the location where Bidalai was before was already in ruins. Haha! Those who dare to hinder our small team, this is the end for you. The robbers laughed arrogantly. Oh! An indifferent light echo came out of the ruins where Bidalai had been before. Fortunately, Uncle Zhongyang reacted. Son! Wuhan on the side heard this faint "oh," glanced at the location where Zhongyang was before his rear, and when he saw that there was no one, the worry on his face suddenly dissipated. The sand and dust completely dissipated, and I saw Zhongyang holding Bidalai's thin waist and appearing in everyone's sight. This. Bidai found that her waist was held by Zhongyang at the moment, which made her slightly look up at Zhongyang's handsome side face and directly fell into a dazed state. Kill them! It may be the leader of the robbers, and a scar face with a machine gun and giving orders while shooting at Zhongyang and Bidalai again. Tap tap. Dead to dead. The robber leader burst out coldly. Tap tap. Several robbers next to him also began to strafe with machine guns, and 2 or 3 of them actually took out several grenades directly from the capsule and threw them at Zhongyang and the 2. Run! Those guys threw grenades. They. Faces of the passers-by watching the play changed, and they scattered screaming. Facing this, Zhongyang smiled lightly. Be careful. Bidalai slowly came back to her senses and saw the bullets and grenades fired by the robbers, and her face suddenly turned pale. She thinks she's pretty powerful, but where can the flesh withstand such a big fire impact? If it weren't for Zhongyang just now, after everything that saved her life was cancelled out, she would definitely not be able to resist this round. Don't be afraid. Zhongyang lowered his head, and the gentle smile on his face was seen by Bidalai at this moment. This man was glowing, laughing. Chapter 25. Nanny. Such a powerful output of firepower did not cause substantial damage to them? Impossible, right? Am I hallucinating? Someone. Unexpectedly, he was able to resist the impact of shells with the strength of his body. Oh my god! These guys are monsters! When Zhongyang and Bidalai, who were all right, appeared in front of this group of robbers, everyone was shocked, and their faces were in disbelief. This group of people are ordinary people, how have they seen this kind of scene? A moment. As Zhongyang's gaze swept over, the group of robbers suddenly let out a terrified shout, and then dropped the guns and rockets in their hands and fled. Thank you! Thank you, classmate! After the group of robbers escaped, Bidalai also reacted, left Zhongyang's embrace, and shyly lowered her head on the side. At this moment, Bidalai, the little heart is called a plop. For a young girl like her, who is not deeply involved in the world, this kind of close contact with men, and being supported by Zhongyang's thin waist, makes her have a strange feeling that she can't explain. Haha, no thanks. Hearing Bidalai call his classmate, Zhongyang burst out laughing and did not explain this. Tap tap. Sun Wuhan trotted over, and his first reaction was not to care about his classmates, but to give a thumbs up to Zhongyang. Uncle Zhongyang, your reaction is really fast. Ahem. Zhongyang coughed lightly twice, giving Sun Gohan a look. The little girl has just been in crisis, doesn't this take advantage of the situation to comfort her? For Zhongyang's eye reminder, Sun Wuhan would be mistaken. He turned his head and aimed his confiscated thumb at Bidalai, grinning. Bidalai's strength is also powerful, and he can fight against such a few robbers alone without falling behind. Hearing Sun Wuhan's straight male words, Zhongyang on the side couldn't help but raise his hand and pat his forehead. This father and son really have a father and a son, and they are powerful, but they really don't have the slightest bit of emotional intelligence. In this case, it shouldn't be a hush and ask if the little sister is injured. This operation is simply going to give Zhongyang a whole mind. Classmate Sun said and smiled. Bidalai raised her head, her cheeks no longer had a slight blush at the moment, and in the face of Sun Gohan's praise, she just nodded calmly in response. That. Sun Wuhan looked towards Zhang Yang, moved a few steps, came to his side, lowered his voice, and said, "Uncle Zhang Yang, let's slip away first." "Well, your dad is still waiting for us on Turtle Immortal Island." Zhang Yang nodded. "Good." Sun Wuhan also nodded along, and then turned around and scratched the back of his head and said to Bai Dili, "Classmate Bai Dili, Uncle Zhang Yang and I will leave first." Bai Dili glanced at Zhang Yang, and when she found that the latter was staring at her, she immediately turned her gaze back shyly, which even she didn't notice, and whispered, "Okay." Sun Gohan smiled slightly, turned around and winked at Zhang Yang, and then the two quickly left the place. In a blind spot that no one could see, Zhang Yang took Sun Gohan to move instantly and slipped away. When Bai Dili came secretly over, the two had disappeared. "Hey! Strange, I didn't see them in the sky." Bai Dili looked at a dead or alive man in front of him, and immediately looked at the sky above. And then looked around, and his eyes suddenly widened. "Zhang Yang! What a mysterious classmate!" Bai Dili's eyebrows couldn't help but stir. "Over here! Kamizan Island! Shout! Shout!" The figures of Zhang Yang and Sun Gohan appeared in the sky. Looking down, Zhang Yang's eyebrows couldn't help but stir. Below, Beerus was crawling on his back with the kid Sun Wuxian, and on the other side, Trunks was holding a water gun, looking like that, it seemed to want to shoot at Sun Wuxian on Beerus's back. "Trunks!" Zhang Yang saw this scene, and Vegeta, who was wearing a chef's uniform on the other side and was making snacks, seemed to sense something, and also inadvertently glanced up. When he saw Trunks about to shoot, his eyes widened in vain, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant, and he immediately roared. And it was precisely because of Vegeta's roar that Trunks was startled, and when he turned his head to look over, his fingers also moved, and the water gun fired. Shout! Seeing this scene, Vegeta was so frightened that his soul was about to ascend to heaven. These days, he has not practiced, and the reason is that Beerus has come to Earth, and he has to entertain this adult well. After a few days of hard work, I finally wanted to send this plague away. Now, his son has actually provoked again. It's really, enough. Pit Daddy! Shout! Vegeta moved, and his figure quickly flew in front of Beerus, directly resisting the water emitted by Trunks. Run! Seeing that his father was shot in the water by himself, Trunks immediately screamed, threw off the water gun and quickly fled the place. And Sun Wuxian on Beerus's back was the same, hurriedly jumping down and running. Lord Beerus! They! Vegeta hurriedly turned around, with a weak smile on his face, and at this moment the fly rubbed his hands and spoke, "They are still children, I hope you adults do not care about villains." Facing Vegeta's whispered breath, Beerus did not speak. Seeing that Beerus didn't say a word, Vegeta swallowed his saliva, and his face became more and more embarrassed. Beerus! At the moment when the atmosphere froze, Zhang Yang's shout suddenly sounded in the sky. "You still know to show up." Beerus didn't bother to raise his head and snorted coldly. "Ha ha ha! Busy lately, so busy lately." Zhang Yang and Sun Wuhan landed, and he immediately hit a ha-ha. Nor do I blame him, he has basically not been out of bed in recent days. Morning Bulma. 18th afternoon. Then in the evening it was Bulma plus 18. If it weren't for his infinite physical strength, let alone be able to bear this kind of artifice, I already knew that I didn't improve Bulma's physique in the first place. Harm, do what you do, bear it yourself. Zhang Yang muttered secretly in his heart. Mr. Zhang Yang Weiss, who was standing behind Beerus with an ice cream to eat, smiled and said hello to Zhang Yang. The identity of this guy Zhang Yang. What is it? Looking at the way he was so familiar with Beerus, and the way Weiss was so respectful, Could it be that he was also a powerful god in the universe? Vegeta saw that the expressionless Beerus was now much relieved, and a huge wave suddenly set off in his heart. Chapter 26. Come on! Beerus gave Weiss and Zhang Yang a look, and then the three of them came to the side. Zhang Yang, Weiss said that the 18 universes were all born from your hands. So, do you know that the 13th universe to the 18th universe have recovered recently? Asked Beerus in a low voice. I know. Zhang Yang nodded. As the initiator of the restoration of the 6 universes that had been purged, it was natural to know. But listening to Beerus's tone, it seems that something has happened. Something has happened. Beerus took a deep breath, glanced at Ves, and after the latter nodded, he continued, Philip, the Diablo of the 13th universe, was born and has made a war contract to challenge the destroyer of the 12 universes alone. Zhang Yang naturally hadn't heard of this Diablo Philip of the 13th universe, but he didn't expect that these guys from the Dark Universe had only recovered for a few years, and they dared to jump out. They're not afraid to be small. Is the whole king eyeing? Asked Zhang Yang in surprise. The order has been given from above, and it will not interfere. Said Weiss solemnly on the side, and then looked deeply at Zhang Yang twice. In recent years, he did have time to contact his father, the great priest. However, for the specific identity of this Mr. Zhang Yang, the great priest did not talk much, but only told him that Bai was respectful, and the good food and drink reception was over. For this point, although Weiss could not guess Zhang Yang's true identity, but relying on his cleverness and Zhang Yang's previous words, he could barely guess a little. Even if this identity was not at the same level as his father, it was even greater than the status of his father's great priest. Hey! Hearing Weiss's words, Zhang Yang's eyebrows couldn't help but stir. This is even, knowing that he restored these 6 universes, so he was not ready to intervene. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang glanced at Weiss, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to have forgotten one thing, and that was to ask Weiss not to mention his existence. In this way, it seems that his acquaintances before falling asleep are aware of his awakening. Ha! After Zhang Yang thought clearly, he just yawned. If you think about it, knowing whether or not his awakening does not seem to be of any use. He was originally a creation god-like existence in this world, and even if he had not yet recovered to his peak, it was not something that ordinary people could trouble him. Zhang Yang, do you want to be the 7th universe destroyer for a period of time first? At this time, Beerus spoke. Hey! Zhang Yang, who came back to his senses, was stunned when he heard Beerus's words. Forthwith, he shook his head and said, farewell. He doesn't even want to be the great god of destruction, let alone this little god of destruction. Angels can't make a move, they can only destroy the god of destruction. Philip, the Diablo god of the 13th universe, is powerful, and the destroyer god of the first 12 universes is not an opponent at all. Are you watching the 7th universe lose and finally be enslaved by the 13th universe? Beerus's eyes rolled around, directly raising the crisis a notch. Come less. Zhang Yang said directly, don't think I don't know your careful thinking, since there is a gap in strength between your destruction gods. Wouldn't it be okay to directly let the existences below the destruction god in various universes participate in the battle? As Zhang Yang's voice fell, inexplicably, some pictures appeared in his mind. In the picture, the clothes on Sun Wukong's upper body exploded, and at this moment, he was in a state of perfect freedom and extreme intention, and he was violently colliding with a man who was also bursting clothes. Hey! Touched the topic of the future, the ability to predict is activated autonomously. Zhang Yang frowned, subconsciously glanced at the rear. At this moment Sun Wukong was teasing a few little fart children, which made his eyes narrow slightly. Moreover, it is still perfect and free extreme work. While Zhang Yang was thinking, Beerus and Weiss heard his suggestion, but their eyes lit up, and after glancing at each other, the former lowered his voice and spoke, "Weiss, what do you think of this guy's proposal from Zhang Yang?" "So you propose to the head?" grinned Beerus, not letting him fight Philip's pervert anyway. As early as when Philip did not fall into Diablo, Beerus had a collision with this guy and knew that this guy was powerful. Then, this Diablo Philip of the 13th universe is an existence beyond the level of the top destroyer. Although it has not reached the angel level combat power, it is also a powerful existence among the top echelons under the angel level combat power. Yes. Weiss nodded and glanced at Zhang Yang again. He knew that with this gentleman's momentum, he might be able to let the people above intervene. Wait. Our 7th universe, are there any strong players? Beerus suddenly remembered something, and his face became a little ugly. Far away, close at hand. Zhang Yang spoke. Yes. Beerus's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Zhang Yang speak. The strength of this guy Zhang Yang is outstanding, let him come, isn't it a quack to kill? I'm not going to participate in this battle, I'm talking about them. Zhang Yang pointed to Sun Wukong and the others on the side and smiled. The two guys who can comprehend the perfect self-extreme skill and the perfect self-extreme skill have extraordinary potential, and their future achievements are at least at the god-destroying level. Moreover, add a Sun Gohan. This kid's combat power is also not to be underestimated. After all, he has been blessed twice. If he can't become the preferred combat power of the 7th universe, then there is no need for others to make a move. Zhang Yang himself will erase his own stain. Beerus looked in the direction of Zhang Yang's finger, and only saw a scion who was killed by him in an instant 2 days ago playing with a little fart child like a horse Daha, and his face instantly became ugly. Just this guy? What kind of strong player is it? Beerus's face was full of disdain. Chapter 27. For Beerus, there is only one really strong player. This guy's previous status may have been extremely noble, but now he doesn't care. As long as Zhang Yang's current identity is still a resident of the 7th universe, it belongs to the existence under the god of destruction. Thinking of this, Beerus grinned wickedly. He is really glad that his 7th universe has such a super powerful existence as Zhang Yang, the existence of angel-level combat power. Even if he is challenged by the next few universes, he also has absolute confidence. After all, the strongest Diablo lawbreaker of the 18th universe is only an existence that is infinitely close to angel-level combat power. This guy now you don't look at a war scum, but in the follow-up development, the strength may not reach the destruction god level. Zhang Yang believes in his ability to foresee, a guy who can control the perfect and free extreme skill, no matter how bad his strength is, it is also the existence of destroying god-level combat power. According to the current era, if a god-level combat power is not a small master, then Zhang Yang categorically does not believe it. Just him. When Beerus heard Zhang Yang's words, he was immediately stunned, and then looked towards Sun Wukong. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke, "Speaking of which, this guy's strength is indeed good. But it's just good, is there anything worth being valued by you?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "This kid will comprehend the freedom extreme skill in the future. Moreover, Nanny." When Zhang Yang's spoiler came out, whether it was Beerus or Weiss, a shocked look instantly rose on their faces. Especially Beerus, as the god of destruction, naturally understood what the meaning of the freedom extreme gong represented. Thinking that he was the god of destruction in the 7th universe, he also wanted to comprehend the freedom extreme skill more than once. But as a result, it was a failure. Not to say complete failure, he has also stepped into this mysterious and powerful realm. It's just that it's a realm like extreme intention gong zhao, and it's not completely comprehended, it's just that shit luck has entered this realm a few times. But now what Zhang Yang said, that the guy who looked very humble could actually control the extreme intention gong and was still perfect and at ease with the extreme intention gong, which made him feel incredible. Mr. Zhang Yang is so confident in this little guy named Sun Wukong? Asked Weiss softly as he said. Not only this kid named Sun Wukong, but Vegeta's kid, will also control the exclusive divine skill of destroying gods in the future self-extreme skill. Zhang Yang looked at Vegeta, who was working hard as a chef on the side, and once again spoiled it. When Beerus and Weiss heard this, they first looked at each other, and then looked at Vegeta in unison. Weiss was fine, and Beerus was full of doubt. A few days ago, Sun Wukong challenged him. What kind of Super Saiyan 3, it is quite powerful, and even most of the gods in the 7th universe cannot be his opponent. However, he was still killed by his move, and the weak one was completely unlike. As for Vegeta, although he didn't have the courage to propose to fight him, his strength was firmly placed here, and he could see through it at a glance, naturally understanding that this Vegeta was even worse than Sun Wukong. So, this Vegeta can still control the divine skill of self-extreme skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After Beerus figured it out, he immediately waved his hand and questioned. Don't believe it. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled, and spoke, in this case, how about we make a bet? Don't bet on Sun Wukong's comprehension of perfect self-extreme skill and Vegeta's comprehension of perfect self-extreme skill. Zhang Yang spread his hands and said very casually. What's the stake? Came to Beeruston. I lose, you can make a request to me. You lost, hehe, you are not allowed to sleep for 100 years. Zhang Yang grinned. He knew that this guy Beerus liked to sleep, and the stakes were definitely big enough for him. I refuse. Beerus didn't think much about it and directly refused. Lord Beerus. Weiss whispered in the back, this gentleman's identity is not ordinary, if you win, a request can earn more than you don't. Sleep for 100 years. What if you lose? Beerus frowned, not allowed to sleep for 100 years, thinking about it makes people tremble, it is an extremely desperate and terrifying thing. Do you believe that Monkey King and Vegeta have the strength to comprehend the divine skills of self-extreme skill and self-extreme skill? I don't believe it, but what if this guy from Zhang Yang guides them? Beerus shook his head and spoke. As soon as these words came out, Weiss suddenly lost words for a short time. To be honest, he didn't know if Zhang Yang understood the freedom extreme skill and the self-extreme intention gong, but in any case, this gentleman was unfathomable. Don't worry, I won't guide them. While Beerus and Weiss were entangled in private, Zhang Yang spoke. Accepted. As Zhang Yang's voice fell, Beerus reacted immediately, took the bet, and said very confidently, "You guy is mysterious and has many powers. Even if I let Weiss guide him, I don't think he can comprehend the divine skill of freedom extreme skill, let alone perfect freedom extreme skill. I don't know if I thought that he could not guide him. If you say so, then let Weiss guide him to try it." Zhang Yang squinted his eyes and laughed. In his precognitive ability, wasn't it Sun Wukong and Vegeta who practiced in the 7th universe's god of destruction realm? Zhang Yang, Lord Beerus. When Zhang Yang and Beerus's gamble was settled, Sun Wukong and Vegeta came over. Lord Beerus, this is takoyaki that I specially made for you, please enjoy it. Vegeta rolled over and jumped in front of Beerus, knelt down on one knee, and offered a plate of takoyaki with both hands. Beerus nodded, shrugged his nose and sniffed, found that it was quite fragrant, and couldn't help but light up his eyes, and immediately took a toothpick and poked a takoyaki to eat. A takoyaki mouth, Beerus's eyes suddenly burst with excitement, it's delicious. With his admiration, this guy ate takoyaki in a stormy manner. In this regard, Vegeta, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had an excited expression on his face. As long as this plague god is treated with good food and drink, he will definitely leave the earth as soon as possible. Chapter 28. By the time Beerus finished eating this large plate of takoyaki, 10 minutes had passed. It's delicious, Weiss, the earth is such a good place. This time home, it's really not a loss. Beerus turned to look at Weiss, the gluttonous angel who held an ice cream in his hand from beginning to end, and he didn't know if he was the first one who didn't finish it or didn't know how many he hadn't eaten. Earth is indeed a good place, no wonder Mr. Zhang Yang will settle here. Weiss nodded approvingly. When he first came to this planet, Weiss really didn't care too much. And when Vegeta led him and Beerus to enjoy food at various food festivals and night market stalls in the western capital, he was really shocked. Such an inconspicuous little planet contains so many delicacies. Zhang Yang on the side just smiled when he heard this. He stayed on the earth, purely because this planet was similar to the ancestral star in his previous life, nothing more. As for the subsequent stay, it was to have Bulma and No 18's 2 wives. As for when the war will start, I will let Weiss inform you then. Beerus wiped his mouth and gave Weiss a look behind him, who nodded knowingly. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang Yang. Before leaving, Weiss smiled at Zhang Yang with the angelic staff in his hand and nodded. Goodbye. Zhang Yang smiled back and waved goodbye. 2 sounds of breaking the air sounded in the field, and in the next second, I saw 2 beams of light rising into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Zhang Yang, how did you meet Lord Beerus? Said Sun Wukong curiously. A few days ago, Beerus killed his Super Saiyan 3 in a second, and he also completely recognized this powerful god of destruction, and he was very respectful between words. Don't fight or don't know each other. Zhang Yang replied casually, and then said, you 2 can practice well, I made a bet with this guy Beerus, your achievements in the future will definitely not be lower than him. Beerus is powerful, too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Sun Wukong thought that he was still too far away from this adult, but Zhang Yang was really surprised that he could see him so much. That's for sure. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, lowered his voice a little, and reminded, give you a reminder, see the angel Wes holding the angel staff next to Beerus. What's wrong with that gentleman? Asked Monkey King with wide eyes. He is Beerus's master, said Zhang Yang with a smile. Nanny. This news, not to mention that Sun Wukong was shocked, even Vegeta on the side, was also shocked and jumped on the spot. Beerus, as the god of destruction, is an absolute combat power ceiling in the universe. But now Zhang Yang said that the angel Weiss is even the master of Beerus. Wes is a little more gluttonous, and the next time he comes, you can start from this aspect. If you can practice beside him for a while, your strength will progress very quickly. Didn't you say this earlier? Vegeta on the side suddenly felt a pang of chagrin. These days, he has been fawning over Beerus, but he has forgotten to please Weiss. For him, it was a missed opportunity to get stronger. Hearing Vegeta's complaint, Zhang Yang glanced sideways at him. And the latter was straightened under Zhang Yang's staring heart, and while swallowing his saliva, he took a few steps back with an embarrassed smile and whispered, that I left first. Beerus has been on Earth these days, and I haven't practiced properly. After saying this, Vegeta soared into the sky, and instantly flew away from him. Weiss. Monkey King clenched his fists, seemingly ready to think after the next time Weiss arrived on Earth. 774 IG, May 7th. Now, at the gate of the world's first martial arts conference, there was a sea of people, and at a glance, there was a huge helicopter parked on the side. Satan! 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 The savior of the earth! A group of people surrounded the huge helicopter, waving and shouting. Satan! Hee hee, this guy is really unlucky. Zhang Yang and the others gathered together, and Klin couldn't help but sneer when he heard this burst of cheers. Thick-skinned, have to enjoy, Yamcha said along the way. Hearing this, Klin couldn't help but snort coldly again, and said lightly, every time I can pick up something to prove myself. If it weren't for Zhang Yang and Wukong, they didn't care about these false names, where would there be something about this guy Satan? Haha! Yamcha burst out laughing. In other words, Satan will also participate in this martial arts conference, so defeating him won't pull him off the altar. Klin's eyes lit up, rubbed his hands excitedly, glanced around, and wondered, why haven't Goku and Vegeta arrived yet? Goku! Klin was the first to turn around, and when he saw the Monkey King coming slowly, his face showed surprise. Mr. Satan! May I ask what are your chances of winning and participating in the conference today? Just as everyone was about to enter the venue, a reporter's voice asking Satan came from the side. In other words, I heard that this martial arts conference, your daughter Bidalai will also participate, right? Just. The reporter asked Satan. I'm afraid that Zhang Yang and others would not pay attention to it, but hearing the name Bidalai, Sun Wuhan and others were stunned for a moment. Recently, Bidalai can be said to have brushed up her presence in the Z-Warrior team. The reason for this was naturally because this little girl had completely entangled Zhang Yang and Sun Wuhan since she recognized the extraordinary features of them. But it's not so much about them as they are entangled with Zhang Yang. In the original work, it was Sun Wuhan who taught Bidalai dance void technique, and for some reason, it also became Zhang Yang teaching Bidalai dance void technique. Bidalai is Satan's daughter. When Zhang Yang saw a few guys who were dumbfounded, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Nanny! They! First person who was shocked was Klin, who also liked Bidalai, a cute little girl, very much, and felt that her tutor must be very good. But what about it? Bidalai turned out to be the daughter of Satan's bragging king. At this time, Satan's confident laughter came. If I really want to say a number, then I tell you, I have 120% confidence in winning this conference. Okay, it's time to go in. Zhang Yang waved his hand and took back the gaze placed on Bidalai. At this time, Bidalai, who had just got off the helicopter, saw him, and immediately his eyes lit up, and then waved his small hand, flicked his double ponytail, and ran towards Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang. With Bidalai's shout, everyone in the audience instantly shifted their attention to the direction where Zhang Yang and the others were. Chapter 29. Hey! When Bidalai ran to Zhang Yang and the others, Satan, who was being interviewed, looked over and his brows suddenly furrowed. He was very unfamiliar with Zhang Yang, but not too unfamiliar with Klin and the others. Satan swallowed, took a deep breath, and was just about to run over and take his daughter away. Mr. Satan! But just as Satan took his first step, he was surrounded by people around him, so he could only watch his raised daughter follow the group into the venue. On Zhang Yang's side, the group walked into the venue with a smile. This time, the martial arts conference is not the previous traditional qualifier mode, but a strength testing machine, and the top one will enter the top 16. Didn't Bulma and number 18 come? Sun Wukong asked in a low voice as he moved closer to Zhang Yang. I guess I'm still sleeping. Zhang Yang smiled. Fighting until dawn last night, Bulma and the 18th were resting. Hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Zhang Yang, Bidalai's eyes flickered on the side, and a slightly strange expression appeared on her face. Since these days of contact with Zhang Yang, she has heard the names Bulma and number 18 more than once, and after inquiring from the side, she realized that they are Zhang Yang's wives. When he heard the news, Bidalai was unacceptable at the first time. But as the contact with Zhang Yang deepened, she found herself sinking deeper and deeper, and now Bidalai really didn't know how to face her heart. Vegeta hasn't arrived yet. Klin and the others scanned the surroundings, but found that Vegeta had been missing, and couldn't help but say in surprise. That guy! Sun Wukong just wanted to say something. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and then Vegeta flashed from the entrance of the venue and arrived in the crowd. In this regard, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile, and really said Vegeta arrived. The next thing is very simple, one by one start testing the strength. For Zhang Yang and the others now, a small strength testing machine, it must be easy to smash with one punch. But in order not to cause too much impact, everyone collected a lot of strength. After the test, it is time to wait for the start point of the round of 16. At this moment, the competition of the junior division has officially begun. Son Goku and Vegeta's son both participated in the junior division competition, so they walked together one by one towards the junior division competition ring. On the way to the ring of the junior division competition, the two men met them and stopped. Hey! When Vic saw these two people, his pupils couldn't help but tighten for a while, and his face also showed disbelief. Zhang Yang, that guy, can also dance air art. Vi Dili, who was beside Zhang Yang, noticed that a small man among the two in front of him was floating in the air, and his brows slowly furrowed. Zhang Yang looked ahead, and when he saw the little man, his eyes narrowed slightly. In a sense, his priesthood is on the same level as the great priest. Therefore, that little man's divine aura was naturally easily sensed by Zhang Yang. Interestingly, there is actually a realm king god running from this earth. It seems to be a trainee realm king god. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth hooked a funny arc. He really couldn't imagine what was unusual about this earth. The first is him, awakened on this planet. Then it is Sun Wukong and others similar to the protagonist group. Today, a trainee king god will appear on this planet. To be honest, it really made Zhang Yang feel interesting. I even want to use my foresight ability again to see what happens next. Lord King God of the Eastern Realm. The man. Now, when Bic was under pressure, Jebit on the opposite side stared at Zhang Yang, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his brows furrowed at this moment. Although Zhang Yang did not show any breath, the natural oppression of the superior to the lower made Jebit feel a trace of nervousness. That man. What Jebit didn't know was that when the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen saw Zhang Yang for the first time, his whole person began to tremble. This is the real oppression of the superior to the lower one. Jebit's priesthood was not particularly high, but the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's priesthood was higher than him, so he was more able to feel the fear in his body when he faced Zhang Yang. Hey! Hearing the words of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, Jebit turned his head to look at him, but saw that this Eastern Realm King God Lord who was high above and had the same divine status as the Destruction God was sweating profusely, and his body could not stop trembling. It was not difficult to see from the fear in his eyes how afraid of the man in front of him was King Shenzhen of the Eastern Realm. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, participate in the adult. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen hesitated, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully to Zhang Yang. Only he could truly feel Zhang Yang's unusualness. This was definitely a god who was even more noble than that one. Therefore, this god, who had always looked down on mortals, only respected Zhang Yang, and did not dare to be the slightest bit arrogant. "You guy doesn't have strong eyesight, but his induction is okay," said Zhang Yang with a light smile. But then again, the gods who reached this level could indeed feel his horror, and they would inevitably respect him from the bottom of their hearts. As for Beerus, this guy has big nerves, where does he care about so many things? Unless, if Zhang Yang's identity is really exposed, then he will truly feel fear. And Weiss, long ago noticed that Zhang Yang was unusual, usually respectful, that was no joke. Oh my god! Seeing the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's attitude, Jebit's face suddenly showed an extremely shocked look. "You know, The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen did not have such respect when facing that adult, and although the man in front of him was a little unsimple. But, judging from the posture of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen now, it may be too simple. The adult said and laughed, although I don't know you, but the oppressive force you gave me I don't know how many times that adult. Okay, go get busy yourself. Zhang Yang waved his hand casually, not interested in this small apprenticeship realm king god at all, and then walked slowly with everyone towards the battle ring of the junior ministry. Seeing this scene, Vic in the crowd stared at Zhang Yang in shock. He had fused with the heavenly gods, and in a sense, he was also the god of the earth. The moment the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen appeared, the sense of oppression of the upper gods to the lower gods made Vic understand that this little man was definitely a big man who could not be provoked. And now, this big man who he absolutely can't provoke in his eyes actually called Zhang Yang an adult, humble and completely unlike, which made him guess in his heart what the identity of this mysterious man was. From the way he talked and laughed with Lord Beerus before, maybe Mr. Zhang Yang is also a powerful god with a noble status. Almost 2 or 3 minutes after Zhang Yang left, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen raised his body, wiped the cold sweat on his brain, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Standing on the same ground as Zhang Yang, this pressure is great. Lord King God of the Eastern Realm, that man. Who the hell is that adult? Said Jebet, stunned. I don't know, all in all, it's a terrifying existence that we absolutely can't afford to provoke. Said the Eastern Realm King Shen Xin in a deep voice. Chapter 30. On Zhang Yang's side, the group arrived at the audience of the junior department. No one asked about the episode that had just happened. Even Sun Wukong, who has always been very curious, did not ask out loud. Now, above the audience of the junior division, Zhang Yang, do you think Wushan is stronger or Trunks is stronger? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan in the ring and asked. The strength of the two little guys is similar, but Trunks is older than Wushan, and with Vegeta's guidance, the actual combat experience is probably more sophisticated. Zhang Yang glanced at Sun Wushan in the ring, and then at Trunks who was preparing for the battle not far away, and said pertinently. My son is stronger than your son, that's an absolutely undoubted thing, do you need to ask someone else? Vegeta heard Zhang Yang's answer, and immediately sneered proudly. He tilted his head to look at the embarrassed Sun Wukong, and said coldly, after Gokyudan loses to Trunks, you will also lose to me in this battle. Although, he knows that Monkey King has completely controlled the transformation form of Super Saiyan 3. However, he was still confident that when he encountered Sun Wukong in this martial arts conference, the person who won the victory must be him. Vegeta. Sun Wukong waved his hand very casually, not caring much about what Vegeta said. For Sun Wukong, he can continue to be strong, that is the greatest meaning, so he must not be able to compete for those who have and do not. Vegeta saw that Sun Wukong ignored himself and was so casual, his teeth suddenly gritted, his face showed a sneer, and said in his heart, let you see how powerful I am in a moment. The final of the junior division arrived. In the ring, Sun Wushan and Trunks stood straight in the center. Drink! As two bursts of cheers sounded, the two little guys collided. Zhang Yang, these little children. Classmate Sun, one of the children in the ring is your younger brother, right? Bidalai looked at the battle between Wushan and Trunks in the field, and her face couldn't help but show shock. It seems that two children of such a small age should not be able to be so powerful. But the fact hit her in the face. Looking at the battle between the two little guys, Bidalai couldn't help but compare, and finally came to the conclusion that if she fought with these two children, she would definitely lose in minutes. That's right, that's Goten, and the other is Trunks. Their strength is very strong. It's amazing, I've been practicing air dancing for a long time, but they perform it with ease. Zhang Yang, I will definitely be able to become so strong one day, and then slowly follow your footsteps. Although Bai Dili did not know how strong Zhang Yang's strength was. During the time he was with him, he learned and knew that Zhang Yang should be the most powerful existence among the strong people on the earth. Haha! Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard Bai Dili's words. If this girl really wants to surpass him, then I am afraid it is really too early. Don't believe it, one day, I will definitely crush you under me. Bai Dili waved her small fist, and then said extremely firmly. In this regard, Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled, not caring so much. The person who can press him under him is definitely not yet born. Not true. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. There were really people in this Dragon Ball world who could crush him underneath. That person, naturally, is Bulma and number 18. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang glanced at Bai Dili, and his face couldn't help but show a little embarrassed. After a while, the battle in the ring quickly ended, and Trunks won the championship of the junior division of the world's first martial arts conference. The first battle in the adult division is about to begin, guys, it's time for us to switch! Shouted Kling. Immediately, Sun Wukong and the others accompanied and walked in the direction of the adult department. Zhang Yang, I'm going to discuss something with my father, you go with Sun and them first. Bai Dili walked a few steps slower and whispered to Zhang Yang. It's okay. Zhang Yang nodded, just about to step forward to follow Sun Wukong and them. But you can also come with me to meet my father. Bai Dili said again. The sound is small. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's amazing ear power, he would definitely not be able to hear it. Hearing this, Zhang Yang paused in his steps, and his face showed a little hesitation. On the side of Sun Wukong and the others, not long after walking out of the juvenile department, Vic suddenly frowned, glanced ahead, and when he saw two people, one tall and one short, a large amount of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Soon, the two sides met again. This tall and short is naturally the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and his entourage Jebet. Xin slowly approached Sun Wukong, and spoke, Excuse me, you are Sun Wukong, right? How do you know about me? Sun Wukong was stunned, looking at the little man in front of him with a slight surprise, not knowing how he knew himself. I've heard about you for a long time. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen smiled politely and spoke, So, I really hope to join forces with you once. Since that unknown adult is in a pile with this group of guys, then he naturally does not dare to stand tall and look like a god overlooking mortals. Nanny. Son. Wukong looked dazed, he really didn't know what this guy meant. Mr. Monkey King, I don't understand the specific things for the time being. You just need to know that this cooperation is very important for the Earth and for the entire universe. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen smiled and said, Of course, you can also see that I want to have a battle with you, and by the way, I know what your strength is. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the audience immediately became solemn. This is. If you want to fight with Wukong? If you fight, of course, it's the best. Son. Wukong, as a battle freak, heard this kind of request, he was instantly excited, his fists collided, and he grinned, Your strength seems to be not bad, and I hope to meet you in a while. Hee. When the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen heard Sun Wukong's words, he just smiled calmly. He knew that this guy's strength was good, but he was only good among humans. He is a god, even if he is not a powerful war god, it is definitely not a powerful existence that small humans can touch porcelain at will. Hey! At this time, a sneer sounded in the audience, and immediately after, the sarcastic words also sounded, What cat and dog are also worthy of challenging cockroach? Chapter 31. Others may be afraid of the mysterious identity of this Eastern realm. King Shenzhen, but for Vegeta, absolute strength is the real suppression. In other words, the strength of Eastern Realm King Shenzhen is not put in Vegeta's eyes at all, and it is an easy thing to order him. Daring. Vegeta's arrogant words instantly made Xin's entourage Jebet's face gloomy, glaring angrily at this humble and insignificant human being, and said coldly, "Do you know what kind of existence you are talking to? Vegeta." Hearing this, Bike's brows on the side also furrowed, lowered his voice, and reminded in a deep voice, "If nothing else, this nanny." As Bike's voice fell, the audience was shocked, and one by one they set their eyes on the body of the Eastern Realm King Shengzhen. Gods! When Vegeta heard this, he was first shocked, then reacted and sneered, "Aren't the gods of the earth also gods? Even if this guy is a god, what is it?" They other gods tried to suppress the arrogant Vegeta, and it was still Vegeta in this period, it was a complete dream. Jebet. Xin took a deep look at Vegeta and smiled, "You're called Vegeta, right? After all, your gaze is only on this earth." Hearing such ridiculous words, Vegeta immediately laughed and said coldly, "What are you? Do you think you are a god like the god of destruction?" Hearing this priestly name, whether it was Jebet or Xin, their faces showed a little stunned. Before changing it, they naturally did not know the existence of this deity. But not long ago, Beerus appeared on Earth and was known by many gods of the seventh universe. The existence of Beerus, the god of destruction, was transmitted in an instant. And Xin also learned not long ago that such a powerful god existed in the universe. Now hearing the priesthood name of the god of destruction from Vegeta's mouth, beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. "Do you know Lord Beerus, the god of destruction?" asked Xin cautiously. "What do you think?" Vegeta folded his hands to his chest and looked at Sheen very coldly. Hearing Vegeta's rhetorical question, Xin immediately swallowed his saliva, and his body was a little erratic at this moment. Moreover, this group of guys was still walking with the unknown powerful existence just now. Wait! Xin's pupils couldn't help but tighten when he thought of this, and his face turned pale at this moment. Since this group of guys knows the god of destruction, then is that adult just now the legendary 7th Universe Destroyer? Lord Xin. Thinking about it, Xin's eyes turned black, and he fainted directly. And Jebet hurriedly grabbed him and shouted loudly, "Cut!" Seeing that he had fainted this guy just by knowing Beerus, the expression on Vegeta's face could not be more sarcastic. Just this bit of guts, also in front of him Vegeta. Zhang Yang's side. Now, in an office, Zhang Yang and Baitalai stood in front of a desk, while in front of them was a man with a cigar in his mouth, his legs on the desk, and leaning back in a chair in a very comfortable position. "You. This man is none other than Baitalai's father, the braggart King Satan." As soon as he said a word, he coughed violently. "Dad, you." Baitalai hurried forward. "This cigar, a little spicy, is not used to it." Satan's tears were choked out a little, and after secretly wiping them away, he cleared his throat and set his eyes on Zhang Yang again. This time, he gently took a small sip of cigars, swallowed clouds and spat fog, and finally spoke, "You are Zhang Yang, right?" "Yes." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, not curious about how this guy knew himself. These days, Baitalai is often with him, even if Baitalai does not tell Satan, as a superhero on the bright side of the earth, he has the strength to investigate Zhang Yang. "I see the recent changes in Baitalai. I hope you don't bring my good daughter." Satan took another sip of his cigar, took a long breath of smoke, and said lightly, "You know, as the guardian of the earth, a superhero, I don't have so much time to take care of Baitalai." "Dad." Baitalai interrupted her father's speech, her face was now a little red, and she threw an embarrassed wry smile towards Zhang Yang. After this period of contact with Zhang Yang and others, how did she not know that her father's true level was probably not as good as that of classmate son's younger brother? How Satan raised his neck, and his face instantly became gloomy. Dad, Zhang Yang is the strongest existence among them. Bidalai sighed in her heart, lowered her voice, and spoke. Nanny. Hearing Bidalai's reminder, Satan did not react for the first time. And when he reacted, the whole person jumped directly from the seat. He. 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 Satan suddenly panicked and didn't know what to say, his eyes wandered around, but he didn't dare to look at Zhang Yang again. So. Keep it low-key. Bidalai whispered again to remind again. Just as Satan didn't know what to say, a bell came from the room. The round of 16 is about to start, and I, as the Earth's. Ahem, I'll go give a speech first. That one. Bidalai, this time the game, come on, but also be careful and careful. I will be very distressed if I am injured. After Satan said this, he didn't dare to look at Zhang Yang, and left the office as if he were running away. Zhang Yang, my father, he. Bidalai smiled embarrassedly. It's okay. Zhang Yang waved his hand indifferently, for him, what Satan did was purely funny. Let's go, the top 16 will start soon. I'm really looking forward to it, I really want to see what my recent cultivation results are. Said Bidalai with an expectant smile on her face. Chapter 32. Now. The adult department is in the warehouse. Zhang Yang and Bidalai arrived later. With the arrival of the two, the eyes of everyone in the room were on Zhang Yang. And as their gaze shifted, the two men ran quickly. Jebit. Meet my lord. Jebit, meet my lord. Eastern Realm King Shengzhen and Jebit bowed to Zhang Yang with their fists respectfully. For the respectful salute of the two, Zhang Yang just nodded lightly and waved his hand. You don't need to be so polite, I am not the same kind of person as you at all. Xin understands, but the strength of the adult is here, so Xin can't be presumptuous. Eastern Realm King Shen Xin is very sensible, in his opinion, this mysterious and powerful god may be the legendary Lord of Destruction. Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled, naturally understanding this little man's thoughts. As a god, this guy came to Earth for no reason, I'm afraid that something big will definitely happen in the future. Therefore, seeing him so powerful is nothing more than wanting him to contribute when a big crisis occurs. For this, Zhang Yang did not care. He is still very curious about this Earth. The strength of this Eastern Realm King Shengzhen is indeed not strong, but it is a god, and the crisis that he is afraid of is probably not so simple. Zhang Yang's identity is definitely not simple, and the gods in Big's mouth are all respectful to him. Seeing the scene on Zhang Yang's side, Clin couldn't help but whisper. Can he be an ordinary person if he can talk calmly with Lord Beerus? Said Vic as he folded his hands to his chest, very calmly. Next. Eastern Realm King Shengzhen and Jebit came to Sun Wukong and the others again, and began to discuss with them. As for Zhang Yang and Bidalai, they were chatting about some small things on the side. In this way, the first battle of the round of 16 also began. The second, the third. But after a short while, it was Bidalai's turn to appear. And the moment Bidalai stood in the ring, Zhang Yang found that something was wrong. There is a problem with Bidalai's opponent. Zhang Yang stared at the guy who fought with Bidalai, with a big M on his forehead. This is a demonized people. Drink. In the ring, Bidil Jiao drank, and just as she was about to strike, a figure appeared in front of her. The owner of this figure just punched out, did not touch Bidalai, and easily blasted it out of the ring. Nanny? Who is this guy? Weird, really weird. Seeing this scene, the faces of Clin and the others suddenly showed shock. Although Bidalai's strength is indeed very weak, it is not something that ordinary contestants can defeat. On Zhang Yang's side, when Bidalai was about to land, the figure flickered, appeared directly behind her, and hugged her into his arms. Ahem! Bidalai coughed a few times. It's okay. Zhang Yang comforted, and stretched out a finger with his right hand to lightly tap Bidalai's eyebrows. As a black and white light burst out, Bidalai instantly recovered from her serious injury. Is this all right? Bidalai stood firmly on the ground, looking incredulous. Hey! Zhang Yang chuckled twice, and then turned his gaze to the demonized man in the ring, and his eyes became cold at this moment. Demonize people. This world. But if you think about it, the 13th universe to the 18th universe were ordinary and ordinary main universes. But now they have been eroded by darkness and become dark universes. Therefore, I am afraid that the dark demon realm is still hidden in this big universe. It's kind of interesting, so to speak. Some of the former demon gods survived and flaunted their might in the future life. They. Corner of Zhang Yang's mouth hooked a cold arc. Soon. It was Sun Gohan's turn to appear. At this moment, the backstage door of the prep players. Everyone was waiting for it, because Sun Gohan was facing the god's retinue Jebit. Everyone, I want to say, no matter what happens in the ring later, please don't interfere. This battle is Sun Wuhan and Jebit, and the strength of the two is naturally a huge gap, but where does the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen know this gap? Solemnly reminded. Why? Asked Monkey King anyway. Everyone, don't worry. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said very calmly. In fact, it's the same whether to engage in these bells and whistles. Just now at the moment when he saw the demonized person, he had already used his divine mind to sweep the entire earth and know what would happen in the near future. The demon god embryo. What a big hand! Zhang Yang wrenched his fingers and made a crisp sound, and a little interesting light appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see what the strength of this demon god was after he was born. As soon as Zhang Yang spoke, naturally no one present refuted. In this regard, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen glanced at Zhang Yang gratefully. If it weren't for this adult, he would need to waste more saliva to explain to Sun Wukong and the others. At this moment, in the ring, Mr. Sun Gohan, please transform into the form of a Super Saiyan, said Jebit in a deep voice. Although I don't know what you think, I'll do what you want and transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Gohan's gaze froze, his hands clenched, and then roared. In an instant, the aura of Sun Gohan, who had looked ordinary, soared in vain, and the aura sprayed around him made him look extremely imposing. Hey, what will happen if Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan? In the background, Klin looked at the solemn Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and asked. According to my guess, 2 of the contestants just now should have sneak attack on the energy-bursting Gohan. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, so, just like I said just now, no matter what happens in the ring later, please don't choose to shoot. When Klin heard Xion's words, he immediately burst into laughter, not caring at all about what the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen said. Is that so? Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke, since that's the case, it's a little difficult to handle. If those 2 guys couldn't take the powerful energy from Gohan, they would definitely not go back to their master. But then again, Gohan's chi is really strong enough. As soon as the words of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen came out, everyone was shocked. Look! Zhang Yang yawned, thinking in his heart why the 2 demonized people hadn't made a move. Oh my god, this guy's breath! Is this the power of the Super Saiyan? Honestly, who can tell that someone with this powerful energy is another person? In the ring, Jebit was sweating. He was facing Sun Gohan, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This force, let alone him, is the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen against this guy named Sun Gohan. And it is definitely impossible to be an opponent. What a horrible race! Jebit was shocked. Chapter 33 up. At this moment, the two demonized people who had been waiting for the opportunity flew directly towards Sun Gohan in the ring. Attacked! Exclaimed Klin. Drink! Eastern Realm King Shenzhen spread out his hands, roared angrily, and directly launched a binding technique against Sun Gohan, who was about to resist. Ah! Sun! Wuhan suddenly couldn't move, and his whole body couldn't exert a little strength. Ha ha ha, such a powerful energy belongs to us. They. Two demonized people excitedly began to extract Sun Gohan's energy. What are you doing? Klin's face changed, and he was just about to fly to the ring to save Sun Gohan. Klin! Vic grabbed Klin's clothes directly. Vic, let me go, let me go! Roared Klin angrily. Stupid, I said that no one can make a move. The Eastern Realm King Shen Xin said in a deep voice, this is our only chance, as long as we can follow these two guys to find the guy hidden on the earth, then both the earth and the universe can be saved. What? Clinton panicked, looked towards the ring, and when he saw Sun Gohan's painful face, he suddenly couldn't bear to tilt his head. The energy harvesting has been completed, we can go back. The two demons exchanged words after collecting all of Sun Gohan's energy. After the exchange, the two of them took off directly into the air and flew away into the distance. Keep up! The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's gaze froze, and then the two demonized people who also flew up in the air chased over, as if they thought of something, suddenly stopped in mid-air, and said to Sun Wukong and the others, you can follow, I will explain it to you on the way. Hearing what the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen said, Sun Wukong and the others thought for a while, and then followed the sky and flew towards the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen. Jebit, you heal Gohan and explain it to him later. The Eastern Realm King Shin shouted, and then chased directly after the two demonizers. Kakarot, it's almost time for our battle, you are not allowed to leave. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke. Ah, Vegeta, when can't I fight you? Now there seems to be an emergency, let's finish things before fighting. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and answered Vegeta a little embarrassed. To be honest, Sun Wukong actually wants to fight Vegeta once, after all, the two have not fought for a long time, and he can feel Vegeta's strength now, so he naturally wants to fight with him very much. Ka! Vegeta still wanted to say something. At this moment, Zhang Yang glanced at him and said lightly, Vegeta, the current time does not allow you to fight, but you believe me, the people you meet later will make you want to fight. Hearing Zhang Yang speak, Vegeta immediately held back the following words. If the person who said such a thing was Sun Wukong, Vegeta would not have paid attention to it, and he would inevitably insist on fighting with Sun Wukong, but the person who said such a thing was Zhang Yang, and he naturally did not dare to say anything more, so he could only nod silently. Zhang Yang, do you want to go together? Baitalai thought for a moment and asked Zhang Yang with interest. Of course. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Just now, Xin imprisoned Sun Wuhan, with his strength, how could he be imprisoned? It was not Zhang Yang who imprisoned, it was precisely because he wanted to see how the subsequent trend unfolded. Next, Zhang Yang, Baitalai, and Vegeta chased towards the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and the others. She flies. Flying. After Baitalai and Zhang Yang flew away, Satan under the ring suddenly showed a shocked look on his face, and he looked at the direction where Baitalai flew away and said in shock, Baitalai she. Hearing Satan's words, a beady-eyed referee next to him blinked his eyes and said with a blank face, in other words, everyone has been flying just now. Satan swallowed, sweating profusely. How did his Baitalai get mixed up with this group of dangerous people? What if something happened to his Baitalai? No, no, I have to protect my Baitalai. Satan gritted his teeth tightly, he only had a daughter Baitalai, loved it, and he definitely didn't want the white-haired person to send the black-haired person. Hey! At the same time, the three of Zhongyang had already caught up with the Eastern Realm King Shengzhen, who flew away first. Vegeta shouted and spoke, "That Eastern Realm King Shen Xin, right? What's going on?" Hearing Vegeta's voice, Eastern Realm King Shen Xin glanced back at him and said in a deep voice, "There is an extremely cunning evil magician, and this guy's strength is too mysterious. And he came to Earth this time to resurrect the legendary Majin Bu. Majin Bu." Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this name. From the sound of the name, he could feel that it was a powerful guy. Yes, that evil magician is also powerful, but compared to the horror of Majin Bu, it is simply a heaven and an underground. The Eastern Realm King Shen Xin was extremely dignified, his face showed a lot of fear, it was obvious that he was very afraid of that Majin Bu. So, Majin Bu is really a good opponent. Sun Wukong's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Mr. Wukong, don't you have any ideas about Majin Bu?" Hearing Sun Wukong's excited voice, the Eastern Realm King Shengzhen's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly reminded, "I tell you, that Majin Bu is definitely not an existence that we can provoke." According to his perception, the embryo that was still developing hidden deep in the earth was not a simple demon man, but a demon god. "Oh, I tell you, don't look down on people." Vegeta smiled coldly, fearful, not at all like the courage that a god should have. "Lao Tzu will tell you today with facts that your so-called strength is not worth mentioning in my eyes." Chapter 34. Hearing Vegeta's arrogant words, Xin didn't know how to deal with it for a while. He remembered Sun Gohan in the ring just now, even if he was so far away, he still felt the suffocating breath. According to rumors, Vegeta's strength is even more terrifying than Sun Gohan. So, Vegeta was so strong, Xin really didn't dare to answer. The atmosphere fell silent for a while, and after flying for a short while, Sun Gohan and Jebet, who had recovered their full state, also followed. After a while, only the sound of breaking the air was heard in the sky. Soon, Zhang Yang and the others arrived at an extremely vast open space. What about them? Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings, did not see a single figure, and couldn't help but look around. "Goku, whisper, don't disturb this group of guys." Xin hurriedly pulled Sun Wukong, fingered the two demonized people below not far away, and then fell into a small stone pile with everyone. "Well, okay." Sun Wukong smiled casually, and then looked at the two demonized people in the clearing not far away, but found that another extremely ugly-looking alien creature appeared, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Lord Eastern Realm King God, is that guy the evil magician you call in your mouth?" "No, this guy should be controlled by the magician Babadai." "Oh." Sun Wukong nodded, glanced around again, and frowned, "Did you find it? The ground near here seems to be a little wrong, it seems to have been dug up." He has been helping the people in his family to cultivate the land for many years, and naturally has a great understanding of the terrain, so he can see that the ground near here is a little abnormal. Listening to Mr. Goku's words, I realized that it turned out that the cunning guy of Babadai hid the spaceship underground. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Jebet's eyes froze, then he clenched his fists, and said coldly, "No wonder Lord Xin and I have been looking for this guy's base in recent days, but we have never been able to find it. That is to say, when we arrived on Earth, this cunning guy of Babadai may have already discovered us. According to what Lord King God of the Eastern Realm said, wouldn't it be better for us to attack each other as soon as possible?" Vic was also sweating profusely on the side, and said his own advice, if they let the energy they snatch from Gohan and give that Majin Bu, wouldn't it be possible to revive him quickly? "Don't be in too much of a hurry, even if they want to resurrect Majin Bu, it will be impossible to destroy this spaceship, so they will definitely transfer Majin Buu to the ground, and then we will find another opportunity to destroy the unresurrected Majin Buu. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Hey! Vegeta immediately let out a sneer when he heard the words of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, and his expression already showed serious impatience. In Vegeta's words, it's all over and it's over. It's just that Zhang Yang didn't say anything, and he couldn't hold this man's thoughts. If Vegeta didn't have any pride when facing Beerus, then now he faces the insurmountable mountain of Zhang Yang, and he also has no pride to speak of. Vegeta thought that he was much stronger before, and wanted to challenge Zhang Yang, and as a result, Zhang Yang just glanced at him casually, and Vegeta's whole body broke out in cold sweat, and at that moment, he had a feeling that he was even more terrifying than facing that guy from Beerus. That sense of powerlessness made him understand that if Zhang Yang wanted to kill him, I was afraid that he would already die without even reacting. At this moment, I saw a passage suddenly appear in the clearing, and from this passage slowly came two people, one tall and one short. Da. Dapla. When Eastern Realm King Shenzhen saw the tall, pink-skinned man, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. How can there still be the existence of Dapura? Jebet also exclaimed, Babadai. This guy actually joined forces with Dapura, what can I do? Dapura. Is that a tall man? Son. Wukong saw that the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet looked so flustered, and couldn't help but set his eyes on Dapura, and was surprised, who is this guy? King of the Demon Realm Dapura, the Eastern Realm King Shen Xin stuttered, this man. He. The Demon Realm. Klin listened stunned. The demon world is another world, for example, if the number one master in the world is one of you. So, this guy is the number one master in the demon realm. The Eastern Realm King Shen Xin couldn't stop swallowing, obviously frightened by the presence of Dapla. The number one master in the demon world. Hey! Isn't this guy very powerful? It's also a level of existence with Goku, right? Klin shrunk his neck and said in shock. The demon realm. The first master. Hearing Xion's introduction, Zhang Yang's eyebrows on the side couldn't help but stir slightly, and then a slightly strange look appeared on his face. After so many years, this guy named Dapura can also become the so-called number one master of the demon world. Vegeta couldn't help but let out a sneer when he heard Klin's words. Obviously, Klin has regarded Monkey King as the most powerful among them. As for the existence of Zhang Yang, there is no need to say more, everyone knows that the two sides are not at the same level. Ha ha ha, it's really cool to have such a powerful master to fight against, laughed excitedly with Sun Wukong. Look at the black M on his forehead, which is the sign after the demonization. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen reminded, Dapla, this guy is already very powerful, plus after demonization can increase his strength, so now Dapla is stronger than the legend of him I don't know how much. Vegeta couldn't bear it anymore, snorted coldly, his body slowly floated at this moment, and said lightly, this guy named Dapura may be extremely powerful in your eyes, but in the eyes of Uncle Ben, but so. Still that sentence, you're so-called powerful, in my eyes, is not worth mentioning at all. Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta directly outcropping, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked towards the clearing below, and when he saw the arc that the corner of Dapura's mouth slowly hooked, his heartbeat accelerated in vain at this moment. He knew that Dapura had discovered them. Chapter 35. Dapla, how many people have been attracted here? At this moment, Babadai on the ground, who was facing away from Zhang Yang and the others, held a pot filled with Sun Gohan's energy and said lightly. Together with the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet, there are 9 people in total. Replied Dapla with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Babadai laughed happily, just with these energies in my arms, I'm afraid I can't directly resurrect Majin Bu. But with these guys, then my Majin Bu will definitely be able to return to the world. Congratulations to Lord Babadai in advance. Next, all the guys will be handed over to you, and I will go down first. Babadai glanced at the other two demonizers, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and held the energy pot towards the underground passage. Obey. Dapla bowed, then glanced sideways at the two demonized people next to him, and spat casually. Instantly, when Dapla's saliva came into contact with the two demonized people, they turned to stone in an instant. Inferior people are always inferior people, once there is no use value, then they can die. Dapla waved his big hand, a violent wind blew up, and the two demonized people who turned into stone fell to the ground and shattered directly. That guy. Seeing this scene, Sun Gohan and the others' faces suddenly became gloomy. As they valued their companions extremely much, they couldn't help but be very angry when they saw Dapra doing this to their companions. Isn't it companionship? Klin also looked incredulous. In the world of these people, there is no such thing as companions, because for them, interests are the most important. Zhang Yang said lightly, after all, it is not friendship but interests that gather them. As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell silent, and Klin subconsciously looked at Vegeta in the sky. He remembered that this guy had also killed a scion who was a companion. So, will this guy treat them like this one day? This scum seems to have noticed us. Vegeta suddenly spoke, and he saw Dalpura turn around and defiantly hook his finger at him, obviously not afraid of his active attack. Goku, you go with Vegeta. The strength of Dalpura, the king of the demon world, is definitely not something you can fight alone. Seeing that the situation had reached this point, Eastern Realm King Shenzhen couldn't help sighing and suggesting, I still trust the strength of the two of you very much, so 2-1 should be fine, right? Although the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's words were like this, from the tone, he was still not sure whether Sun Wukong and Vegeta were Dalpura's opponents. As for Zhang Yang, although the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen knew that this person was powerful, but don't say orders, even tentatively ask if you are willing to help, he doesn't dare. Lord King God of the Eastern Realm, you may be underestimating Vegeta. Sun Wukong laughed and spoke, believe me, this guy Dalpura is definitely not Vegeta's opponent. His eyesight is not ordinarily strong, Dalpura is indeed powerful, this is an undoubted fact. But compared to him and Vegeta, it is still much worse. This Eastern Realm King Shenzhen was speechless for a while, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Hey! Vegeta in the sky let out a sneer, it was obvious that he heard Sun Wukong's words. And he was naturally happy in his heart for this guy to admit his strength, but can't fight with Sun Wukong today, this is his biggest knot. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slowly, staring at Dapla not far away, and a light called danger was cast in his gaze. Use this guy of yours as a punching bag. As soon as Vegeta's idea came out, he disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta had already arrived in front of Dalpura, raised his hand and blasted out against Dalpura's chest with extremely terrifying energy. Someone wants to die at my hands so quickly. Dalpura took a sideways step without slowing, easily dodging Vegeta's punch. Bang! Ah! Dalpura's body kept bearing Vegeta's blows. How is Vegeta so powerful? Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet on the side almost fell out of their eye sockets, and Vegeta, this guy is probably too powerful. Haha! Have you had enough, little reptile? Dalpura, who had endured at least a few hundred punches from Vegeta, suddenly spoke. Nanny! Vegeta's face changed. At close range, Dapla raised his hand and blasted out an energy cannon. Ah! Vegeta let out a scream, and the whole person vomited blood and flew out. I said, a crawler is a crawler. Dopura stepped out, followed by Vegeta, who flew out, and he kept sending energy waves to attack Vegeta. This counter-transfer Sun Wukong and the others were speechless for a while. If you turn into a Super Saiyan, I think you will definitely be able to kill this guy named Dopura in the first time. Sun Gohan saw this battle in his eyes, easily analyzing Vegeta's temporary small loss. Scum! At this moment, Dapla stepped on Vegeta's chest, leaned down slightly, and said lightly, "You kind of reptile, I don't know how many you killed." As he spoke, Dopura stretched out his hand, and a ball of energy began to condense in his palm, pointing directly at Vegeta's head. Oops! Seeing this scene, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's face suddenly changed, and he turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, don't you help to save Vegeta." Ha ha ha, if Vegeta needs me to save, it will be the most incredible thing. Sun Wukong laughed loudly. He believed in Vegeta's strength very much, and did not think that Dopura, that guy, could fight. Chapter 36. At this moment, sure enough, at the moment when Sun Wukong's words fell, an extremely surging and powerful aura rose up in the field. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta! I'm going to kill you! Vegeta flashed with electric light, looking extremely cool. Nani? Seeing Vegeta's appearance at this moment, not to mention that the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebit were shocked, even Dopura was also shocked. Why is this little reptile so powerful all of a sudden? Dapper was frightened by Vegeta's momentum and took several steps back, looking at the guy he saw as a reptile with a confused look on his face. Miscellaneous, this is my Super Saiyan 2, now I can pinch you to death with one hand. Vegeta's face turned out to be insolent, and looking at Dapla was completely contemptuous. In his opinion, this kind of miscellaneous thing can make the noble Saiyan prince so embarrassed, it is really enough to embarrass him. In particular, with so many people present, it made him feel extremely humiliated. Goku, it seems that Vegeta can defeat this guy Dopura, let's hurry up and find that guy from Babadai in the spaceship below ground. Seeing that the scene was instantly reversed, King Shenzhen of the Eastern Realm hurriedly said to Sun Wukong, "Let's go." Sun Wukong's hand is also very itchy. Dopura has been handed over to Vegeta to face, then the next Babadai guy must be him to shoot. Otherwise, this time comes, and it doesn't mean anything to him at all. Just as the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and the others began to act, Vegeta had already begun to violently beat Dopura. Now, can it still be rampant? Vegeta smiled coldly, raised his hand and punched out, each punch causing Dapper to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Vegeta glanced sideways and saw Sun Wukong and the others slowly flying down from the stone pile, and suddenly let out a cold snort. Since Sun Wukong doesn't fight him, then whether it is Dopura or Babadai, or the Majin Bu, they all have to become his subordinates. Therefore, Vegeta became serious, and instantly came to Dopura, raised his hand and blasted out a terrifying energy cannon. In the face of Vegeta's absolute strength, Dapla, who only had 70 billion combat power, was instantly killed in an instant, fell to the ground and lost his combat effectiveness. Hey! After Vegeta finished killing Dopura in a second, he glanced back at Sun Wukong and the others behind him, let out a sneer, and then strode towards the underground spaceship. Vegeta, what does he want to do? Eastern Realm King Shenzhen saw Vegeta walking down the passage of the spaceship, and his brows suddenly furrowed. This guy? No, Dapla has already been solved by him, and Babadai has to let me come. Sun Wukong said badly, and then strode towards the passage of the spaceship. This Jebit was speechless for a while. This time the action was obviously so serious, why in the eyes of this group of Scions, it was like a vacation. Zhang Yang! Bai Dili and Zhang Yang walked behind, gently pulled his sleeves, and whispered, "Will the next battle be more intense? Can you really watch it up close?" "Obviously." Bai Dili is not a fool, knowing that a little inattentive on this occasion may be a disaster. If he forcibly stays here, it will really block Zhang Yang and them. "It's okay, I'm here for everything." Zhang Yang smiled slightly, and spoke, "Don't talk about this kind of small scene. Even if it is a bigger scene, absolutely no one can hurt you in front of me." "Ah!" Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Bai Dili suddenly lowered her head shyly, secretly glanced at Zhang Yang, and saw him looking at herself with a spoiled face, which made her bolder a little, stepped forward and gently stretched out her hand, and then hooked Zhang Yang's arm. In the eyes of outsiders, the state of the two at this moment is completely like a small couple. This is indeed the case, although Biddy Li was shy in her heart, she still did not choose to let go of Zhang Yang's arm. Because Zhang Yang did not refuse her, which made Bai Dili understand that Zhang Yang also had feelings for her. At the same time, Bai Dili also made up her mind, knowing that she absolutely could not give up Zhang Yang. However, what worries Bai Dili the most is whether Zhang Yang's other two wives will mind her existence. Soon, Sun Wukong and the others entered the spaceship in the underground passage. At a glance, Sun Wukong and the others saw the corpses all over the ground, which made them frown. "Vegeta, this guy, the killing intent is inevitably too heavy." Klin looked at the corpses of alien creatures all over the ground, swallowed his saliva, and exclaimed, "Let's keep up and see." Sun Wukong is very casual about these. In his eyes there is no right or wrong, only strong and weak. In a sense, the existence of the Monkey King is the real existence of both good and evil. This guy won't have much to pay attention to. Just as the subsequent Dragon Ball Super Age Power Conference was held, it was an event caused by Sun Wukong's recklessness. When Sun Wukong and the others gradually went deeper, at the same time, the most central area of this spaceship hidden deep underground. "Very good, Dopura." They. Silent atmosphere sounded a slow footsteps. Hearing the footsteps, Babadai, who was still transmitting energy to the sleeping Majin Buu, suddenly lit up, and his face showed an excited look. "Oh, in this case, the energy can be completely collected. His strength is enough for me to conquer the entire universe and truly become the supreme being of this universe. Babadai, you should wake up from your dream. Just you scum, you also want to become the supreme existence of this universe." A sneer sounded, and his tone was full of ridicule. "Hey! Who? You?" Hearing this sarcastic remark, Babadai's face suddenly became gloomy, and then he turned around, and when he saw the man in front of him, his face slowly showed a trace of fear, and he said in shock, "You are a person from the party of the Eastern Realm King Shengzin." "No, Dapla is the #1 master in the Dark Demon Realm, how can he not solve you guys?" "Oh." When Vegeta heard Babadai's words, he immediately sneered, stepped forward, and said lightly, "Do you mean the guy who thinks he is powerful?" Babadai stepped back again and again, looking at this arrogant Vegeta with great fear in his heart. "Hurry up and release that Majin Buu and let me see how powerful it really is." Vegeta stepped forward and said coldly, "I think it's better to kill you first, then kill Majin Buu, and finally it's better to kill this guy Kakarot." "Hey!" Babadai couldn't help but light up his eyes when he heard Vegeta's words. As an evil magician, he could naturally easily sense the evil thoughts in the hearts of people in this world. And just now, although the evil thoughts in Vegeta's heart were not big, they were not small, so they were easily sensed by Babadai, and since then, he who was very afraid suddenly calmed down. In Babadai's opinion, as long as this guy has evil thoughts, then nothing will happen, and he even hopes that everyone in the team of the Eastern Realm King Shengzin has evil thoughts. In this way, he was able to obtain so many powerful subordinates for no reason, which was simply happy enough. Just as Babadai was thinking of infinite beauty, Vegeta stepped out, reached out and grabbed his neck, and then slowly lifted him up. You! Ahem! Babadai had a look of horror on his face, and he saw the killing intent in Vegeta's eyes, which was terrifying. This man has not only killed a little bit of people, otherwise, he definitely does not have such a murderous aura. But this man is destined to become a dog as well behaved and sensible as Dopura beside me. Chapter 37. Little man, tell me how you want to die. When Babadai was excited about the depth of Vegeta's evil thoughts, Vegeta's hands gradually exerted strength, and he looked like he was really ready to pinch Babadai to death. If you kill me, then... Ahem! Majin Buu can't wake up, you can't fight Majin Buu. Babadai did not panic at all, although his neck was extremely uncomfortable, but at this moment, he felt that he had pinched Vegeta, so he said this sentence very calmly. Hey! Hearing Babadai's words, a strong killing intent flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and this guy really pinched him. He wanted to kill Majin Buu to prove himself. If he killed Babadai in advance, then how could he prove his strength? Vegeta casually threw Babadai away and fell to the ground, who spat out a large mouthful of blood and slowly got up from the ground, and then squinted at Vegeta. May I ask you what's your name? Smiled Babadai slightly. Just because you don't have the qualifications to know my name. Vegeta glanced sideways at him and said lightly, hurry, let that guy from Majin Buu appear. No hurry. Laughed Babadai and suddenly opened his hands and unleashed his control magic directly at Vegeta. Ah! Hey! Sun Wukong suddenly frowned, glanced around suspiciously, and said stunnedly, everyone, did you hear the scream just now? How do I feel that it sounds a bit like Vegeta's voice? Soon they reach Babadai and Vegeta, as well as where Majin Buu's embryos are. What? They? Two sides met, and the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen set his eyes on Vegeta at the first glance. At this moment, Vegeta has a black M in capital letters on his forehead, which is obviously entering a demonized state. Oops, Vegeta! Vegeta was controlled by Babadai. Eastern Realm King Shen Xin roared angrily, and then said to Sun Wukong, this guy Babadai used Vegeta's evil thoughts to demonize him, so now Vegeta's strength is much more terrifying than before. Hey! Hearing the words of Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, Sun Wukong's people looked towards Vegeta and found that there was indeed a black capital M on his forehead, and he was immediately shocked. Now Vegeta has completely become Babadai's lackey, because of the increased strength in the demonized state, he definitely has the strength to kill us. They. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen was really afraid. He had seen Vegeta's strength, he thought that Vegeta and Sun Wukong were at the same level, so the increased strength of Vegeta must be able to easily crush Sun Wukong. As for Zhang Yang's existence, it has long been forgotten by him. After all, he does not dare to seek the help of people who are such an existence, just like the existence of Beerus, not to mention that the earth is destroyed. Even if the universe is destroyed, it doesn't matter to him. Hey! Hearing the words of the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, Vegeta couldn't help but sneer, took a step sideways, as if he wanted to hit the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's face, raised his hand and directly lifted Babadai on the ground, and then said lightly, Eastern Realm King God, you said that Uncle Ben is Babadai's lackey, I don't like to hear this. Picked up by Vegeta, Babadai was stunned at first, and then his face suddenly showed panic. This Nima! Isn't this guy controlled by him? Why does he still have the idea of resisting? Haha! Proud Vegeta, how can he be controlled so easily? Sun Wukong immediately laughed when he saw this scene. Shut up, Lao Tzu has no so-called master, you want me to help you kill that cockroach guy, I can indeed help you. Lao Tzu wants you to be more conscious, otherwise you will be the first to die. Vegeta snorted coldly, tossed Babadai away, and then turned his gaze to the side where the embryo of Majin Buu was beating like a heart. Bang bang! Everyone's eyes also moved with Vegeta's walk. At this moment, the embryo of that demon Bu rose and contracted, and there were lines like meridians on the surface, and I saw that it made a sound like a heartbeat. Babadai, didn't you say that Majin Bu's awakening and resurrection requires very powerful energy? Hey! Seeing! Vegeta blast out an energy cannon, the brows of Sun Wukong and the others in the rear suddenly wrinkled. As for the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, his face was overjoyed when he saw this scene, and he suddenly felt that the demonized Vegeta was very kind. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. Now Vegeta's strength has reached this point, under this blow, it should be able to blow up the Majin Bu embryo, right? Bang! Boom! Here, the powerful energy released by Vegeta bombarded the Majin Bu's embryo, and nothing happened after listening to a roar. Even, there was no smoke that should have been. It was as if it were something, as if this powerful energy cannon had not hit the Majin Bu embryo at all. This Majin Bu's embryo seems to have absorbed the energy cannon I released. Vegeta's brows couldn't help but stir when she saw this scene. After thinking for a few seconds, he raised his hand and blasted out several energy cannons. After enduring several energy cannons in succession, I saw that Majin Bu's embryo began to grow, then shrink, and finally began to slowly rise up a stream of mist. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's brows furrowed into a line. Lord Eastern King, Majin Bu's embryo seems to have absorbed the energy brought by Vegeta's attack and transformed it into the energy source of his own awakening. Jebet swallowed his saliva and uttered an explanation in horror. Nanny! Jebet's explanation came out, and everyone present was shocked. Just when everyone was at a loss, a very evil and extremely powerful aura suddenly exploded in the field. Everyone looked at it, and their faces changed again. This evil and powerful aura came from the embryo of Majin Bu in front of Vegeta. Majin Bu, my Majin Bu! Haha, you're finally waking up. Unlike the look of horror on the faces of the others, Babadai felt this breath, and a smile of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. It's over, Majin Bu, it's about to be born. Hearing Babadai's words, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen, who was not yet sure, showed a dead grey look on his face, sat down limply on the ground, and muttered vigorously, "It's over. It's over. It's over. Not only the earth will be finished, we want to finish, I'm afraid the entire universe will be finished." Chapter 38. What a pure demon chi! Zhang Yang looked at the demon god embryo beating like a big heart, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said in a low voice, "It seems that this demon god is most likely the original relic." Also, didn't you say it was Demon Bu? Why do you say it's the demon god? Bai Diary was very close to Zhang Yang, and when she heard his muttering, she couldn't help but become curious. The guy in this embryo is not a demon man, this level of demon head is nothing at all, with Sun Wukong's current strength, it is easy to grasp. Zhang Yang said lightly, and the demon god, can be called the existence of a god, that strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Not to mention, this guy has such a pure demon chi, even if he is not a descendant of the first demon god, the purity of the bloodline essence is absolutely infinitely close to the descendant of the first demon god. Although Zhang Yang's explanation was already very clear, for Bai Dili, it was still a cloud of listening. After all, in essence, she didn't understand the meaning of the so-called demon god, the so-called first-generation demon god. Okay. Eventually, Bai Dili could only reply with 2 words. At this moment, the heart-like demon god embryo suddenly stopped beating, and I saw that pink mist began to erupt from its top, and it also made a piercing sound. It's out, my Majin Bu is out. Hehe, you guys, all have to die for me. Seeing this scene, Babadai excitedly began to dance in place, the look on his face, not to mention how excited, he looked at everyone's eyes, it was completely like a corpse. Vegeta, your strength is very good. In the future, obediently be my dog, and after I conquer the entire universe, I will make you my dog king and take charge of my dog army. Babadai pointed at Vegeta and said very arrogantly. The moment Babadai's voice fell, a sound of breaking air sounded in the audience. Next second, Vegeta had already arrived in front of Babadai, and a hand once again pinched his neck, slowly lifting him up. If you don't want to die at my hands immediately, my advice is that you shut up. Ahem. Babadai coughed violently, unable to utter the slightest threatening word, and his eyes were full of fear. He knew that Vegeta would dare to kill him. Hey! Sneered Vegeta, already throwing Babadai aside for the second time. When Babadai fell a dog for the second time to eat, the embryo made a loud noise again, more piercing than the first before. And this time, the pink mist was even more dense, and it was actually wrapped within a few meters into a pink light mask circle. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fine, and their faces were still full of war. As for the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and his entourage, both of them were sweating profusely, trembling all over, and their expressions were full of fear and panic. Born! Said Zhang Yang in a low voice, his eyes glowing golden at the moment. Looking closely, the pupil of his left eye is in the shape of a moon, and the pupil of his right eye is also in the shape of a sun. This is his delusional eye, easily seeing through the pink mist in front of him and seeing the creatures inside. Lean. Undersized. There is an antenna-like antennae on the head. Dark black skin with a dark pink and depraved aura. Just born to reach the trillion standard combat power. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, his two pupils returned to normal, and said lightly. This guy is not a purebred original demon god relic. Can you beat him? Asked Bidalai as she swallowed and asked in a low voice. I can poke death with one finger, and as for Goku, they can resist, but they can only resist for a short time and they will be defeated. Replied Zhang Yang. Trillions are trillions, this newborn little devil god is still not Sun Wukong, they can compete. Unless two guys are able to fuse. However, such a thing as the art of fusion is not so easy to achieve. After all, as the creator of the fusion technique, Zhang Yang is very aware of how difficult it is for two people to successfully fuse and become a new and extremely powerful individual warrior. But Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wuhan have a great chance of fusing successfully. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and he secretly said in his heart. Not often. The pink mist slowly dissipated, and the light mask disappeared. A lean and short guy appeared in everyone's sight. Hey! They! Moment this little demon god appeared, the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen's face immediately showed a look of confusion. Although he has not seen what Majin Buu looks like with his own eyes, he has also heard of it from the old world king god and even many predecessors. Therefore, when he saw the demon god Buu at this moment, he was immediately stunned. Majin Buu! Babadai hurriedly jumped up from the ground, and then quickly ran towards the demon god Buu, and after arriving at his side, he looked at him in a circle, and said excitedly, Are you my Majin Buu? Hearing Babadai's words, the demon god Buu glanced at him sideways, raised his hand and stretched out a finger, and the fingertip ejected a pitch-black light. Babadai didn't even react, and the whole person disappeared into the world. Nanny! This guy actually killed Babadai. Seeing this scene, Jebet suddenly exclaimed. He! Isn't it Majin Buu? Xin was even more dazed, not knowing why this Majin Buu would directly kill Babadai. On the side of the demon god Buu, he twisted his neck and made a crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, his gaze swept the audience, and the corners of his mouth curved grimly, just when he squatted down slightly, looking ready to soar into the sky. A powerful energy bomb exploded a few meters or so below his feet. I said you can go. With a sound of breaking air, then Vegeta flew over, stood in the air, clasped his hands to his chest, and faced the demon god Bu with a proud overlook posture. "You are the Majin Bu," that timid god said in the mouth of the rat, "right? Come, let me see your strength, how it is." As he spoke, Vegeta pulled out a finger and defiantly hooked a few times at the demon god Bu below. Chapter 39. Vegeta's words were extremely arrogant, as if in his eyes, the demon god Bu, who had just woken up at this moment, was like a little vegetable that he wantonly ravaged. For Vegeta's arrogance, the demon god Bu just glanced at him. "Hey!" With just one glance, Vegeta's face changed dramatically. The current Vegeta is in the demonized state, and for Bu, the person in the demonized state is the demon slave. A demon slave also dared to make such an arrogant remark to him. "Hey!" Bu smiled coldly, and when he raised his hand, a black energy cannon had already been fired. With this energy cannon, no one in the audience except Zhang Yang reacted. By the time he reacted, a blood hole had appeared in Vegeta's chest. Tick! 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 Drop of blood drips from above the sky to the ground. At this moment, Vegeta's face was pale. "This guy!" Vegeta only said 3 words, and the whole person fell from the sky. "Nanny! Vegeta! Uncle! Vegeta!" When Vegeta completely fell, Sun Wukong and the others fully reacted, and one by one they came quickly, looking at Vegeta, who seemed to be dead and could no longer die, with sadness on their faces. Although Vegeta is now demonized, for Monkey King, this is still an opponent and a partner that just died. Bidalai covered her small mouth with her hand on the side, her eyes full of fear and disbelief. She grew so big, and it was the first time she had seen someone really die in front of her. One hit will kill, this guy, it's cruel enough. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, he could no longer sense Vegeta's life breath, indicating that this guy had been killed by the demon god Bu. "Do you want to go down and accompany him too?" Bu began. His voice was very childish, like a child of 6 or 7 years old. Boom! As Bu's voice fell, Monkey King instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Immediately afterwards, Sun Gohan also entered a mysterious state. Oh! Feeling the breath of Sun Wukong, and also feeling the breath of Sun Wuhan, Bu's eyebrows slightly provoked, and he spoke, "Not bad. After eating you, my strength should be able to go to a higher level, reducing my time to grow." As soon as Bu's words fell, 2 broken sounds sounded in the field. Next second, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan attacked and killed from 2 directions. "Hey, praying arms as a car!" In the face of the 2 super existences, Bu just sneered, did not retreat, stepped out, and instantly greeted the attack of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Bang! Bang! Bu 2 fists, each against the fist of Sun Goku and Sun Gohan. At the moment when the 4 fists collided, it was obvious to see that the space trembled, and then a circle of energy ripples spread, and the nearest Bic, Klin, and the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet instantly flew out. As for Zhang Yang and Bai Diary, it was naturally not moving. "Come to me," Zhang Yang said indifferently. "Oh blah!" Instantly, Klin and the other weak beings who fell to the ground hurriedly got up from the ground, and then quickly ran to a distance of only 1 or 2 meters from Zhang Yang and stood up. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang Yang." "Thank you, my lord." Vic and the others hurriedly thanked him. Zhang Yang nodded, gave a response, and then looked towards the field. Now, Bu, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan have already hit 10,000 meters above the ground from the ground. The land on the ground is no longer in shape, with potholes, and even the originally flat land has become a man-made cliff, and the bottom is like an abyss. It's terrible. Seeing this scene, Klin swallowed deeply and sighed. This is no longer a level we can touch. The Eastern Realm King God shook his head with a bitter smile. At first, he felt that he was a god and high, but now, he can't help anything. Compared to this group of mortals, it is pure and a big waste. Why did he kill the evil magician Babadai? Asked Jebet as he frowned. Zhang Yang shook his head, looked at the 3 points of light that kept colliding in the sky, and spoke, "This guy is not a demon man, but a demon god relic." "What do you mean? Demon god?" Eastern Realm King Shen Xin's face changed, and he exclaimed, "In the universe, how can there still be a demon god?" Zhang Yang's eyes flickered for a moment and continued, "But even so, it is not an existence that Goku and Gohan can compete with." Lord! The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen swallowed his saliva, took another deep breath, bowed to Zhang Yang 90 degrees, and said very respectfully, "Please help us, for the sake of the earth, for the future of the universe." As Zhang Yang spoke, he also moved around. Everyone's gaze moved as he walked. Soon, Zhang Yang walked to the dead Vegeta. When he raised his hand, Zhang Yang's hand flashed with silver-white holy light. "Hey! What is Mr. Zhang Yang doing?" Everyone looked dazed, not knowing what Zhang Yang wanted to do. Ahem! Ahem! A second passed. A slight cough rang out in the room. "Nanny! Vegeta's cough! How is it possible, this adult saved it? The means of resurrecting the dead, what kind of existence can be displayed?" Shocked. Everyone present, at the moment when they heard that Vegeta, who should have died, was suspected to be alive, only felt a shock in their hearts, and their faces were full of incredible expressions to the extreme. "This man! Will it be something I can have?" Bai Diary looked at Zhang Yang blankly. At this moment, she felt that she was not worthy of this godlike man. Alive! At this time, a voice that was shocked to the extreme sounded in the audience, which came from Vegeta's mouth. Chapter 40. Wasn't I already in the underworld just now? What's going on? Who saved me? Did you use the Dragon Balls to revive me? Vegeta, who had completely come back to life, got up from the ground, and at this moment the blood hole in his chest had been restored, and his face was full of incredulity. He was very impressed by the scene just now. He had obviously gone to the prefecture to report, and just as he was about to announce the verdict, a big hand with a radiant illusion actually caught him directly in the world. Besides Mr. Zhang Yang has this mysterious ability, who else? Zhang Yang returned to Baidalai early. It was Clin who spoke at the moment, and now he is completely the fan brother of this gentleman. After all, if you have a good relationship with a big person like Zhang Yang who has the ability to bring back the dead, maybe if you accidentally die in the future, you can also be resurrected without using Dragon Balls. Nanny saved me. Vegeta looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief, his eyes extremely complicated. His relationship with Zhang Yang is not very good overall. After all, the two were very discordant when they first met. In the future, if it weren't for Zhang Yang's strength completely leaving Vegeta without the mind to compete, otherwise he would definitely regard him as a catch-up target even more than Sun Wukong now. Bang! Bang! Boom! At this time, a deafening explosion roar suddenly sounded in the field. Vegeta and the others heard such a big movement, and one by one they shifted their eyes to look in the direction where the voice came from. Now, the lean and short Bu stepped on Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan and landed on a small hill, only to see a slight force under his feet, and easily stepped on the two of them from the hill and fell to the ground. If that's the end of it, then congratulations, it's about to become my ration, said Bu, the antenna-like tentacles above his head glowing darkly and deeply. At this moment, an energy bomb exploded not far from Bu. Miscellaneous, Laozi Vegeta is back. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to kill again, but don't look at him as just the form of Super Saiyan 2, in fact, this is the max state of Super Saiyan 2, compared to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3, it is not too much. In Vegeta's words, at this moment, he has stood at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Hey! Hearing Vegeta's voice, and looking back at him again, Bu's face suddenly showed surprise, and after glancing at this guy up and down a few times, he spoke, "Your name is Tragic Tower. Drama Tower." Hearing this name, Vegeta's face instantly became gloomy. As proud as him, how could he not be angry with such a grudging nickname given such a miscellaneous thing? At this moment, endless golden light exploded around him, and even his muscles swelled a little, and his aura was several times higher than before. Damn! You really deserve to die. Vegeta took a step out angrily, and in an instant arrived in front of Bu, raised his hand and punched out, and the air exploded with a thunderous sound. This is Vegeta's fist speed, which has exceeded the limit that space can withstand, so it has such a terrifying embodiment. Hey! Facing such a terrifying punch from Vegeta, Bu sneered extremely calmly. I saw that he stretched out a finger unhurriedly. At this moment, Bu stepped on Son Goku and Son Gohan, and then faced Vegeta's attack. And only extended a finger. Fingers collided with fists. A blinding light burst out. Next second, only a miserable cry rang out in the field. Oops, Vegeta! It's still not the opponent of this demon god relic. Without even seeing Vegeta fall to the ground, Klin and the others could hear the collision between Bu and Vegeta. Scum! Bu's cold voice rang out in the field, and when the blinding light dissipated, his figure rose a little, and his gaze swept through the scene like a king overlooking his subjects. Ultimately, when his gaze fixed on Zhang Yang and faced this man's four eyes, his pupils widened for a while. Bu only felt a wave of fear from the depths of his soul spread under his heart. Bu swallowed, and just one look at each other gave him this feeling of fear that could not be expressed in words. At this moment, Bu only had this thought in his mind. Who are you? Bu roared angrily, and as Zhang Yang watched, he only felt that his body involuntarily began to tremble. It is a fear that is truly engraved in the depths of the soul. After all, the former Zhang Yang was called a king by a group of primeval demon gods. Although, Zhang Yang is not a demon. But the demon gods of the primeval era who killed bowed down, for these real demons, this is the real great demon king. Bu couldn't hold back any longer, and his body subconsciously prepared to turn around and escape. But he couldn't move. Bu was horrified to find that he couldn't move at all. Even if he wanted to blink, it was extremely difficult. What's going on, this guy? Eastern Realm King Shen Xin's eyes widened, not understanding how Bu, who had just been peerless and had no opponent, looked like this, as if he had seen some more terrifying existence. Wait, isn't there such a existence around me? Xin suddenly reacted, swallowed his saliva, looked towards Zhang Yang beside him, and immediately understood everything when he saw a faint smile on his calm face. This demon god relic, what is afraid is this mysterious and powerful existence? Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, how about this guy leave you to practice? At this time, Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and he spoke. He hadn't forgotten the gambling agreement with Beerus. The strength of this demon god relic was just at the limit that Sun Wukong and others could catch up, and it was the best object to use for cultivation. Good. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the three of Sun Wukong glanced at each other, and while taking a deep breath, they nodded heavily. And as the three of Sun Wukong agreed, Bu felt his body loose. Bu didn't think much at all, turned around and ran, and in an instant the figure disappeared into the sky. Chapter 41. Everyone was shocked by Bu's escape as if he flew away. An existence as powerful as this demon god, when facing Zhang Yang, it seemed that there was no means to escape. The strength of the adult is indeed strong, but they. Eastern Realm King Shen Xin sighed heavily, and just as he opened his mouth to say a word, his entourage Jebet hurriedly pulled his arm and gave him a terrified look. In this regard, Xin also hurriedly reacted. He is not facing ordinary people. Rather, a powerful and absolutely noble deity. What was you muttering just now? Immediately, Xin's face turned pale all of a sudden, and cold sweat began to break out all over his body. An emotion called fear erupted from the depths of his heart. My lord! Xin hurriedly apologized. Who knows, Zhang Yang just glanced at him casually and ignored it. This kind of rat-eyed guy, he doesn't care at all. Towering trees, is it necessary to pay attention to this ant-like existence? However, Zhang Yang wondered how such a stupid guy became a trainee realm king god. I really feel sorry for that guy Beerus. I caught up with such a fool. I don't know if I will take my own life again because of this guy in the future. Zhang Yang felt a little sad for this guy Beerus in his heart. The god of destruction and the god of the realm king are bound to life, and this Xin is so stupid. Maybe he may really harm this guy Beerus in the future because of this sharing of life factors. If that's the case, I'd have plagued Beerus once. Zhang Yang shook his head in his heart. The divine system came from his hand. The powerful destruction god Palm destroys, and the weak realm king god Palm creates. The two coexist with each other, and one is indispensable. This corresponds to him and the king. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang didn't bother to think about other things. His gaze looked at the three monkey kings on the side, and said lightly, there is a skill called fusion technique. If you are not the opponent of that guy in individual combat, you can use it. Fusion. Hearing this skill, Xin's eyes immediately lit up. In order to make up for what he had just said, he hurriedly raised his hand and said, Adult, this fusion technique, I know, I can teach Mr. Gaku them. Zhang Yang glanced at this guy, nodded, and then looked at Baitalai and smiled. I'll send you back. The next thing, I think Wukong they should be able to solve. If a $1 trillion demon god relic could not be solved, then Zhang Yang was naturally not prepared to waste time and expressions on Sun Wukong and the others. For him, the planet called Earth is very similar to his ancestor star in his previous life. But it's just similar. It would be impossible for him to have any feelings for this planet. Destroyed. That would be destruction. 3 days later. The seventh universe, in the realm of destruction gods. Now, Zhang Yang, Beerus sat at the stone table, and Wei stood behind Beerus, with a stunned face. You say, a demon god relic appeared on Earth. Beerus jumped up from the stone bench in surprise and exclaimed, what is the strength of this guy? I'm afraid it can destroy the Earth in seconds. He said with a worried look on his face. Don't get me wrong, he's not worried about the guys on Earth. Instead, he was worried that after the Earth was destroyed by that demon god relic, wouldn't it be impossible for him to want to enjoy the Earth's delicacies? As for Zhang Yang's attack, Beerus never thought about it. Reaching this upper level, who cares about the life and death of ordinary humans? Lord Beerus, Mr. Zhang Yang, this Earth always feels a lot of right and wrong. Weiss blinked his eyes and spoke, in other words, how is the strength of scions like Monkey King and Vegeta now? Beerus interjected, he didn't want to fight the Diablo of the 13th universe alone, the most important thing was that he had been lazy for many years, and now he really didn't have the interest and desire to fight. I still haven't been able to contact the Grand Priest in the near future. Ves shook his head. Although he was the son of the Great Priest, it was extremely difficult to really want to see this one at any time. Hearing Weiss's words, Beerus shook his head vigorously on the side. If there is really no way, then it will only be up to him to fight against that guy. However, Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly, looked at Zhang Yang, and grinned, Zhang Yang, what level of strength are you? Zhang Yang smiled casually. To be honest, he himself didn't know what level his current peak combat power was. Once he was, in this world, at least on the bright side, he was an invincible existence, and no one could collide with him. And now, after hundreds of millions of years of precipitation, he really doesn't know what level his true strength is. Ha ha ha, can you still believe it? Can your strength still reach the level of a priest? Billiston burst out laughing, but with a smile, he found that Zhang Yang's expression became a little intriguing, which made him suddenly stop laughing. A strange expression appeared on his face, and tentatively asked, "You? Has the strength really reached the level of a god official?" The division of combat power at the level of the god of destruction is not too specific. The division of combat power at the level of the angel level is very clear. 18 universes are 18 order angels. Not to mention the first order and one heavy heaven, it is the combat power value of 0.1 for Danfan Duo, which is also the gap between heaven and earth. Zhang Yang just answered. However, at present, his strength has indeed only recovered to the level of a priest. His response to Beerus's question was understandable. However, even if Zhang Yang said that his peak combat power definitely exceeded the level of a god official, I am afraid that Beerus really did not believe it. Boom! Boom! Was admitted by Zhang Yang, and Beerus and Weiss swallowed their saliva at the same time. These two beings, who stood at the top of the seventh universe in terms of combat power and power, were actually frightened by Zhang Yang at this moment. Having reached their level, they naturally understood what the god-level combat power represented. An existence as powerful as a great priest is only a strong person at the level of a god official. Although it is not known which level the great priest is, but it is so, the great priest is a top 5 existence in the entire great universe, and no one will question it. So, the man in front of him is also a priest level. An existence as powerful as the great priest. Chapter 42. The atmosphere was awkward. Zhang Yang calculated that since he admitted Beerus's problem, he had stiffened for at least 2 minutes. And visible to the naked eye, he can notice that Beerusban is extremely straight, and slowly he is not straight. Looking at Zhang Yang's gaze, it is even more casual before. Beerus swallowed again, just about to speak. At this moment, there was a violent convulsion on the ground of the seventh universe. "Here it is again," said Weiss helplessly. "Damn, that damn fat pig, every time he comes to me, he makes a great move." Beerus glanced not far away, and he could see the smoke and dust billowing over there, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. After saying this, Beerus rose into the sky and disappeared from Zhang Yang and Weiss's sight in the blink of an eye. "Who is coming?" Zhang Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Lord Pa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, and Sister Bardos." Weiss sighed lightly and spoke, "The sixth universe and the seventh universe are twin universes, and Lord Pa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, is also twin brothers with Lord Beerus." "Oh, Bardos is the angel last time, right?" Zhang Yang nodded, and in his mind he remembered a female angel he met when he went to the sixth universe to collect Super Dragon Balls a few years ago. "Yes." Weiss nodded. At the moment when Weiss's words fell, he only heard a burst of explosions coming from afar, and at this moment, the earth of the entire seventh universe began to shake. "These two adults, fighting again." Weiss smiled wryly. "Go check it out." Zhang Yang has seen the angel Bardos of the sixth universe and knows that this angel is much stronger than Weiss. The god of destruction guided by such a powerful angel, let alone let this guy Beerus eat up, there should be no problem, right? "Sister Bardos." Weiss smiled and waved hello. "Weiss." Bardos smiled and nodded in response, setting his gaze on Zhang Yang, only to see this powerful angel holding the angel staff and bowing gently to him. "Long time no see, sir." Zhang Yang nodded and looked down, only to see that Beerus was fighting with a fat version of Beerus, and from the battle situation, the former was completely crushing the latter. Although neither of them used too much power, as a god of destruction, it was just a collision of physical strength, and it was not something that ordinary people could contact into the circle. This sixth universe god of destruction is not very strong, muttered Zhang Yang. Hey! Everyone! Present was not an ordinary person, although Zhang Yang's voice was very small, how could he not hear it? Moment! The elephant paw, who was being beaten below, broke away from the battle with Beerus, looked up at the sky, and stared directly at Zhang Yang, only to see his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face suddenly showed a sneer. Elephant paw! Beerus knew the twin brother's temperament very well, and when he saw this guy, he sneered and immediately gulped, just about to remind him. But, late. At the moment when Beerus burst into laughter, Xiongpa's whole person rose into the sky, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Zhang Yang. Xiongpa didn't push too hard, in his opinion, the power of the shot was only 1% of his own. But that's it, the whistling wind is like thunder. His shot is still not simple. At least, even for Super Saiyan 3 Monkey King. This force is powerful to the extreme, enough to easily kill him with one punch. But for Zhang Yang, Xiongpa's punch was really weak enough. One finger. Zhang Yang stretched out. The fist aimed at Xiongpa's only clicked so lightly. A dull drumbeat-like loud sound appeared. Nanny, heard. Another roar. Next second. Then I heard Elephant Paw exclaim in disbelief. In an instant, he saw that the powerful existence at the top of a cosmic pyramid and a kite with a broken line flew out at great speed. On the way to glide, Xiongpa only felt a tightness in his chest, a salty mouth, and a small mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn! This guy! Who is it? Xiongpa glided for at least 1,000 meters, only then stabilized his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Zhang Yang thousands of meters away with his brows locked, and said coldly, Beerus, is this the disciple you just accepted? The corners of Beerus's mouth twitched violently. If he had the strength to accept a god-level existence as a disciple, would he still be just a cosmic god of destruction? Didn't Sister Bardos mention Mr. Zhang Yang's existence to Lord Xiongpa? Muttered Weiss. Nope. The key is coming this time, and I didn't think about this person here. Bardos shook his head with a wry smile and whispered, isn't it strange that Lord Xiongpa, this is considered an ignorant? Forget it. Weiss glanced at Zhang Yang and found that this gentleman's expression did not fluctuate, and it seemed that he did not pay attention to Xiongpa's unreasonableness. Little fat, do you still want to attack? Zhang Yang's voice sounded in the field, and I saw him hook his finger at Xiongpa, full of provocation. Damn it, do you really think that was my full strength just now? Where? Could Xiongpa endure this insult? As the sixth universe destroyer, he was actually called little fat by a small human being. Phew! The elephant moved. At this moment, dark purple energy flames erupted from his body. This guy! Xiongpa's head made Beerus below shake his head, although his contact with Zhang Yang in recent years was not too frequent, but at least he had a simple understanding of this person's temperament. And now Xiongpa's head has used at least 50% of his own strength. Obviously, for him, it can be regarded as hurting or even killing people. For this point, Beerus understood that Zhang Yang probably had to teach Xiongpa an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Sure enough. In just a few tenths of a second, a dull crash was heard. Next second. Whoosh! A cry of pain rang out in the sky. Bang! Immediately afterwards, I saw the elephant paw fall straight from the sky to the earth. Moment! As Xiongpa landed, the whole earth was smashed into a large pit, sand and dust filled with smoke. Zhang Yang landed on the ground, came to the top of the big pit, looked at the elephant paw, whose head was buried deep in the soil below, and couldn't help laughing. Hey, little fat, is it all your strength this time? Chapter 43. Little fat, little fat. Little fat it. They. Moment. Xiangpa, whose head was stuck in the ground below, heard Zhang Yang's ridicule, and his body once again exploded with brilliant and dazzling deep purple energy flames. He suddenly jumped out of the land, only to see him looking up at Zhang Yang above with a grey face, and said coldly, "You guy, it's so damn good. But you don't have that strength." Zhang Yang shrugged and smiled. "Damn it." Xiangpa gritted his teeth for a while, and Zhang Yang didn't say anything at all. In the attack just now, he had already used 50% of his strength. But even so, it still can't take any advantage in Zhang Yang's hands. "Little fat, you better obediently accept the nickname Zhang Yang gave you." Beerus also came over at this time, holding his hands to his chest, overlooking the grey-faced elephant paw below, his face full of ridicule. Although he and Xiangpa are twin brothers, in fact, the fight between the two has not known how many years, and he is naturally happy to see this guy deflated. "Skinny bamboo pole, you deserve to die too." Elephant paw glared angrily at Beerus, gritting his teeth in hatred. "You." Beerus leaned down slightly, grinning, "Is it my opponent?" Yes. He is indeed no match for Beerus. Even if he curses this guy in his heart, he does not live well. Cluck. Xiangpa really thought about it, the more angry he became, wishing that his strength had grown by leaps and bounds at this moment, and then he beat Beerus and the damn strange guy fiercely. "Okay, Lord Xiangpa, don't make trouble, this time the 7th universe has something serious to do." Bardos showed a little solemn face, set his eyes on Weiss, and whispered. "In the 6th universe, a demon god relic appeared not long ago." "Nanny? When?" Weiss heard the news, he immediately exclaimed, "In the 6th universe, there is also a demon god relic. Could it be that the 7th universe also appeared?" Bardos caught the key point, and his brows suddenly locked. "Yes, on the earth where Mr. Zhang Yang is, a demon god relic has appeared." Weiss nodded solemnly. If only a demon god relic appeared in the 7th universe, then it might not attract much attention. However, now that Bardos has arrived and brought the 6th universe, there is also a demon god relic, then this matter has to be taken seriously. Because, after all, in recent years, the restored 13th universe to the 18th universe has not made any movement. Now that the 6th universe and the 7th universe have appeared at the same time, the meaning of which can be imagined is not simple. "I don't know if other universes have appeared." Bardos's brow was furrowed all the time. Xiangpa jumped out from under the pit, and looking at his embarrassed appearance, the smile on Ruth's face could not help but be much deeper. "Okay, I should go back too." Zhang Yang yawned, and in his senses, something had happened on the earth at this moment. The demon god relic on that earth has already begun to run into Sun Wukong and others, and this kind of good show, he naturally can't let go. "Zhang Yang, I'm going to earth too," said Beerus immediately with a raised hand. He went to the earth first for food, and this second was naturally to see the demon god relics. He knew about this existence, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Although Zhang Yang said that the strength of the demon god relic on earth was not strong, the strength of this demon god relic in his eyes was definitely included in him. "Beerus goes, I'm going too," said Xiangpa, too, raising his hand. Immediately, everyone set off. From Zhang Yang, in just an instant, the group arrived on Earth from the 7th universe's destruction god realm. Now, above a small island in the north of the Earth, the figures of Zhang Yang and his group suddenly appeared. "Hey, Beerus, is there any food on this planet?" Xiangpa looked left and right, scanned up, and found that in the field of vision, except for the island, there was only the sea, which made his brows suddenly furrowed, and he couldn't help but mutter, "This planet looks too barren, there is nothing." "Hey!" Hearing Xiangpa's complaint, Beerus just sneered and didn't remind him of anything. Among the food he enjoyed, he really did not see a planet comparable to this Earth. In the eyes of Beerus, the Earth has been included in the ranks of the first gourmet planets in the seventh universe. At this moment, a deafening explosion roar suddenly came from the island below. Followed by, there was another burst of drinking, and I saw a dazzling blue light almost covering the entire sky, and when everything was restored, I saw a blonde man gasping for air. Zhang Yang saw that the blonde man's hairstyle and eyes were very similar to Vegeta. If you look closely, it is not difficult to see that the blonde man's face contour is slightly smaller than Vegeta's, but his bangs and appearance are almost exactly the same as Sun Wukong. Who is this guy? Can there be such a powerful guy on Earth? Beerus couldn't help but show surprise on his face when he saw the blonde man. Lord Beerus, look at that man's earrings. Wes noticed the details and pointed to the earlobe of the mysterious blonde man. Hey! Earrings! Patara! Earrings! Beerus, as the god of destruction in the seventh universe, naturally knew the treasure of Patara earrings. His eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly, and he spoke, "Don't I remember that this Patara earring can only be used by the Realm King God?" On the side, Xiongpa stretched out his finger and picked his nose, raised his head slightly, and said very sarcastically, "Let you don't know to sleep all day long, people are stupid." You! Beerus was ridiculed by Xiongpa, the dead fat pig, and suddenly he was not angry, just about to get angry. At this time, not far away, there was a burst of explosion roar, which made everyone in the sky shift their eyes again. And the moment everyone shifted their gaze, except for Zhang Yang, it was an existence as powerful as Angel Ves and Bardos, and there was also a little surprise on their faces. Chapter 44. Now, in the field, this blonde mysterious man who resembled Sun Wukong and Vegeta erupted with extremely terrifying golden energy auras, and in the eyes of others, he looked like a golden god of war. This is a fit warrior, right? The strength is really good. Beerus nodded approvingly as he stared at the mysterious blonde man not far away. I'm not the Monkey King or Vegeta, but a powerful warrior who will defeat you, Veget. At this time, the mysterious blonde man not far away spoke. His voice was overlapping, sounding a little strange, but his words were full. Is it the new single warrior that Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared using the combination of Patara earrings? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. Now Vegeta is in the form of Super Saiyan 2, and his combat power is more than 1 trillion. And look at that demon god relic Bu. Hey! They! Moment Zhang Yang's gaze fell on this demon god relic Bu, he couldn't help but show a little surprise on his face. 1 trillion is 1 trillion. Not long ago, Bu, who had only 1 trillion combat power, actually reached the level of Beijing in just a few days. This guy's growth rate is not slow at all. Zhang Yang's eyebrows stirred slightly. In just 3 days, the combat power of this demon god relic could be increased so quickly. It was not at all like the growth power of the non-real first demon god relic. In Zhang Yang's opinion, this guy is probably a little more powerful than the growth power of some extremely talented primordial demon god relics. Drink! At this moment, Veget, who was in the form of Super Saiyan 2, suddenly burst into a drink, and saw the golden energy flame on his whole body explode again, straight into the sky. Veget's current combat power is also at the level of Jing. Compared with Bu's Beijing level combat power, Veget's Beijing level combat power looks much more oppressive. Just flying forward, he arrived in front of Bu in an instant. Raise your hand. Boom! Boom! Just like that, there was a terrifying sound in the air, and the moment the fist was blasted, it was clear that the follow-up sound had not yet come out, and the fist had already arrived on Bu's face. Nanny! I saw Bu's whole person fly out upside down, and only then did a deafening explosion roar sound. For Veget's shot speed, Bu, who flew out upside down, had an incredible look on his face. Veget moved again, hit the blow, and without giving Bu a chance to breathe, flew forward and began to punch and kick him. His speed is extremely fast. For Klin and the others below, only the point of light where the two collided, and the sound of the collision. In addition, it is not clear at all the trajectory of the movement between the two who fight and punch. It's outrageous. The battle between these two guys. I think it should be Gohan's strength is terrifying, after all, that guy Bu only skyrocketed to such a point after absorbing Gohan. Damn, this guy absorbed Gohan. If Goku and Vegeta's combined warriors killed him, wouldn't Gohan also die? Below, Klin and the rest looked up at the sky, one by one, with shocked faces and rich sadness. At this time, several figures appeared. Everyone immediately shifted their gazes. Klin and the others saw Zhang Yang and the others were okay, and the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet on the side instantly softened their legs when they saw them. Bang! Bang! The sound of falling to the ground sounded in unison. Zhang Yang, Beerus, and Weiss also shifted their gazes. Zhang Yang was fine, but Beerus and Weiss looked at the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen who fell to the ground and was sweating profusely. The breath of the Realm King God. Hey, boy, do you know me? Beerus spoke. It seemed to him just a mundane question, but for Xin, it was undoubtedly not full of oppression, and even the pressure that rushed to his face made him feel incontinent. Poof! Instantly, Xin rolled over, from sitting limply on the ground to respectfully kneeling on his legs and crawling on the ground. Bang! Bang! A few rings of his head in succession, Xin hurriedly said, Xin, see Lord Beerus. Oh, you really know me? Who is your senior? Beerus looked at this young and incomparably trainee Realm King God in surprise, in his impression, that old guy was sealed in Excalibur by him, and logically speaking, few people in the 7th universe knew him. My seniors were. Xin Gang was about to reply. On the other side, there was a deafening explosion roar in the sky. In an instant, everyone in the audience shifted their gaze. Bang! 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 In the sky, Veget raised his hand and slammed into Bu. And with the sound of fierce impact, I saw countless fist prints appear on Bu's body. What a terrifying power! This is that the horror of the combined warrior. Klin was stunned. He thought that the previous Monkey King, Vegeta, was already powerful to the extreme, even beyond his imagination. And now it seems that the combined warrior is more than a dozen grades stronger than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The current strength of Veget should be able to have the strength of Mr. Zhang Yang, right? Yamcha muttered quietly on the side. For his muttering, no one paid attention to it. Because, at this moment, the battle in the sky is becoming more and more intense. Although Bu has been enduring Veget's onslaught, Zhang Yang and the others with strong eyesight are extremely clear and have not caused substantial harm to Bu. Even with Veget's continuous attack, Bu is also learning from the experience of fighting people, so that the fight with Veget is gradually calm. At this moment, Klin exclaimed, "This guy, after absorbing Gohan, can he still use his transformation form?" Bu, who was punched by an unknown number of punches, showed a sneer on his face, and the aura that belonged to Mystic Gohan rose around him, but the outer circle was also wrapped in a layer of deep and dark energy chi. Bang! I saw Bu dodge, instantly appeared behind Veget, raised his hand and punched down, hitting him in the back. Reduced to the nourishment for my growth. Bu suddenly burst out of endless chi again. At this moment, his lean and short figure suddenly grew a little, and the antenna-like tentacles on the top of his head were also opening up extremely quickly, and actually swallowed Veget at this moment. The powerful combined warrior born from the combination of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was actually eaten by Bu. Chapter 45. The ability of this demon god relic is somewhat powerful. Weiss looked at the demon god relic that had turned into Veget Bo in the field, and his face showed a little surprise, absorb the combined warrior just now, this guy's combat power has risen by more than 10 or 20 notches. Super Saiyan 3's Monkey King has been able to make Beerus find interesting in the original book, although it is because he has not made a single shot after sleeping for too long. However, it also at least shows that the strength of Super Saiyan 3 Monkey King is basically a strong existence among ordinary humans. Now, the birth of Veget Buyu is no longer the level of ordinary Beijing level combat power. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This guy tastes really great, damn it, I should have made a move long ago if I knew it was so simple to absorb this guy. Bu. No. He should no longer be called Bu. But this guy absorbed and assimilated Veget, didn't that become Veget Buyu? Zhang Yang looked at Veget Buyu in the sky, and his face also showed a little interest. Because, Bu's ability, even in the primeval era, he had never seen a real demon god possess. Otherwise, he must have an impression of this Bu. It seems that I still look away. This guy is enough to be called a real first-generation demon god just by virtue of this super ability, not relic seed. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and then he realized that he had looked away, and thought that this demon god named Bu was just a relic seed, and the bloodline was not particularly pure. Now it seems that this guy is purely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and has controlled such a heaven-defying divine skill. Really let him keep absorbing and assimilating more powerful existences. In a sense, this guy's potential is called true infinity. Hey, that guy below, I just absorbed this guy named Veget, and now I have his memory, and even more so-called Vegeta's memory, I remember. Your kid's name is Zhang Yang, right? Veget Buyu looked at Zhang Yang, who was thinking about it underground, and very proudly stretched out a finger to hook him, and the corners of his mouth slowly hooked a cold arc, only to hear his extremely arrogant words transmitted below in the sky. I just woke up a few days ago, and your eyes scared me away. Come on, with the memory of that guy from Vegeta, let me see how strong your strength really is. Yes. Zhang Yang under the ground heard Veget Buo's words, couldn't help but squint and smile, and after nodding, he twisted his neck again, making a few crisp sounds. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a black and white energy flame exploded on the surface of Zhang Yangzhou's body, and if you looked closely, the black and white energy flame flat layer had a trace of starry sky-like light spots, and among the points of light, there were black and white fish swimming quietly. Hey! And the moment Zhang Yang burst into breath, all eyes of the audience focused on him. What a strange gas! This. Obviously knowing that Mr. Zhang Yang has already revealed his anger, why? And it feels so far away, that sometimes it can't be clearly perceived. Klin looked at Bic on the side, and questioned at the same time. This is the breath of a detached god. Compared to the illiterate Klin and the others, Beerus, Xiongpa, and Ves and Bardos on the side had their pupils dilated for a while. They are all at the level of gods. Yes. In a sense. The level of destruction god level combat power and the level of angel level combat power are in the same realm, both collectively called the god level. And now Zhang Yang's chi is close at hand, and far away in the sky, it is properly beyond the gods, and there are too many levels above it. Damn! Beerus, why don't you tell me what kind of existence I provoked before? Xiongpa's reaction was that he had purple skin, his face was already pale, and he couldn't stop trembling, and his forehead and back were sweating vigorously. This level of existence, not long ago, was provoked by him twice in succession. As soon as he thought of this, Xiongpa only felt a chill in his back, and he was afraid of it after a while. He understood that if this being wanted to kill him, don't say anything, just exploding all his chi would be enough to kill him. Hey! Beerus turned his head and glanced sideways at the trembling, sweaty elephant paw, just let out a sneer, and he couldn't mention how happy he was to see the appearance of this guy who didn't know the height of the sky. Boom! in the sky. Now that he has absorbed and assimilated Veget, Bu's self-confidence has exploded to the extreme, thinking that he is invincible in the world and the universe, and no existence can wrench his wrist. Although he knew that Zhang Yang was not simple, he was still particularly confident in his strength, and he also burst into breath to respond to the strength of Zhang Yang below. What's Xiao San, also delusional to challenge Mr. Zhang Yang? Just when the two people in heaven and earth were preparing to fight. Suddenly, a sneer rang out underground. In the next second, a fat figure appeared high in the sky. Elephant Paw. What do you want to do? Beerus looked up at the sky, and when he saw that Xiangpa had actually arrived in front of Veget Buo, his mouth suddenly opened a lot wider, and his face was stunned. With the strength of that guy in Zhang Yang, as for the turn to get you to jump out. Oh! I can't imagine that there are people who are in a hurry to find death, it's really interesting. Veget Buo didn't know Xiangpa, and if Beerus appeared, relying on Vegeta's memory of this seventh universe destroyer, he might be afraid of 3 points. But if it were anyone else, Veget Buo really didn't have any instigation. Although he could see that the dead fat pig in front of him was dressed exactly like Beerus, and even the two looked a little similar except for their different figures, he still didn't care. You are really funny, you are self-righteous and powerful, but I don't know that it is just a joke in my eyes. Xiang. Pa smiled coldly. If he didn't want to make up for something in front of Zhang Yang to make amends, he really wasn't willing to condescend to fight such a reptile. Dead fat pig, don't talk too much. Hearing Xiangpa's arrogant words, Veget Buo's face instantly became gloomy. Chapter 46. Death. Fat pig. Elephant. Pa heard Veget Buo call him that, and his face became more and more gloomy at this moment. If you beat him and call him a fat pig, he naturally dares to be angry and dare not speak. However, a little slut like Bu even dared to call him a fat pig. In an instant, the surface of his body exploded with a flash of dark purple energy aura before disappearing. And at the moment when Xiangpa exploded, he had already arrived at Veget Buo. Raise your hand. Xiangpa clenched his fist, and the surface of his fist was covered with deep purple qi. Fall. A low roar like the roar of a beast resounded in the field. With just one punch, most of the people present did not react, and Xiangpa's fist slammed into Veget Buo's face, only to see the latter's face instantly dented. Seeing this scene, the Eastern Realm King Shengzhen and the others couldn't help but gasp for air, and their faces showed disbelief. This. Who is it again? Klin opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, the strength is so strong, at least. It can also be about the same level as the current Veget Buo, right? About the same level. Beerus sneered on the side, making a small who had not yet reached the level of destruction god level combat power comparable to an existence standing at the top of a cosmic combat power. I have to say, it was really a great insult to the latter. In the field, with a seemingly random blow from his hands and feet, he could easily inflict great damage on Veget Buo. I thought you were so powerful, why are you so rubbish? Xiangpa threw another punch down, directly sending Veget Buo thousands of meters away. Elephant Paw flashed closer, and before Veget Buo could slow down, the next punch followed again. Hey, hey! Dull crash sounded, and Xiangpa couldn't help but show a little surprise on his face when he saw that his punch was actually taken. He could not have imagined that Veget Buo, who had endured his own attacks for so long, would be able to resist. In this way, it seems that you are far from as simple as you seem. Come, play with me more. Xiangpa retreated tens of meters and stretched out a finger to hook at Veget Buo. Hearing Xiangpa's words of such contempt, and seeing this guy so contemptuously hooking his fingers at himself, Veget Buo took a deep breath, a flash of essence flashed in his eyes, and the expression on his face slowly calmed down. By now, he was basically sure that this guy was a god. And, not surprisingly, it is also a god of destruction. Vegetbulu took advantage of this time to glance sideways into the distance, the corners of his mouth curling grimly. The strength of the gods is certainly very strong. But sorry, he is not afraid. Come on, dead fat pig, let me see your true strength. If you have such a little strength, I think I will let you die a painful death soon. Vegetbulu twisted his neck and made a click sound. Even in the face of the elephant paw who destroyed the god-level combat power, he was still not afraid. This guy. Xiongpa's brows furrowed, his face even more gloomy than before. This is because Vegetbulu called him a dead fat pig for the second time, and he was still so arrogant in front of him. Damn, you really deserve to die. Xiongpa gritted his teeth and stared at Vegetbulu, his body suddenly burst with breath. And the hot points of light in the starry sky condensed by the deep purple energy flame swirled and flew on the surface of Xiongpa's body. When Xiongpa completely revealed his divine breath, Vegetbulu's face immediately showed excitement. Facing the elephant paw, who brought out his true level, Vegetbulu was not only not afraid, but especially excited, as if he saw not the breath of the elephant paw, but his nourishment. However, the moment he left, most of the people who were watching only felt that as soon as they saw it, Vegetbulu had already appeared in front of Xiongpa. Find death! Xiangpa snorted coldly, and between the raised hands, a punch was already slammed down, and the surface of his fist exploded with a brilliant deep purple light. Oh, you're miserable, eh? Wicked smile curled at the corner of Vegetbulu's mouth, and he stopped all his movements when he was about to strike, allowing Xiongpa's fist to slam into him. A roar sounded in the field, and another violent energy rush rushed in all directions. Dead fat pig, your strength is far from enough. Vegetbulu's attack on Kopa, unaffected in the slightest, stood straight up in the air, while Elephant Paw's fist still slammed into his chest. Nanny! Elephant! Paw suddenly let out an exclamation when he saw that Vegetbulu was doing nothing. As if Pa had seen something even more incredible, his pupils suddenly tightened. Now, the deep purple energy from Xiongpa's fist was slowly poured towards Vegetbulu, as if it had been absorbed. Who the hell are you? Was shocked. Ha ha ha, God of Destruction, it's just my nourishment. As Vegetbulu's words sounded in the audience, I saw the antenna-like tentacles above his head flicker, and the elephant paw's body once again exploded beyond his control to the extreme energy. Mine, it's all mine, hee hee, it's really thanks to the arrival of you gods. What's going on? In the distance. Everyone looked at it from a distance, and saw that the entire sky was deep purple, suppressed to the extreme divine light. Weiss. Beerus's brows furrowed, and he whispered, what's going on? Although the strength of the guy like Pa is not strong in the level of destruction god level combat power, he is also a god of destruction. It seems to have some ability to suppress the gods. Said Weiss unsurely. Impossible, right? Was Beerus surprised? This guy called Bu is not a demon god. At this time, Zhang Yang spoke up. As his words fell, everyone around him set their eyes on him, and their faces were full of doubt. Evil god! Zhang Yang looked directly at Vegetbulu, who was slowly becoming more robust in the air a few kilometers away, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This guy is not the original demon god, nor is he the so-called demon god relic. But the evil god who controls the ability of the Dark Siphon. Chapter 47. Dark Siphon. What kind of ability is this? Hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, everyone was stunned. Don't look at Weiss, Bardos, these are extremely powerful angels. But in reality, they did not experience the Swire era. Therefore, some of the secrets of the primeval era are not clear at all. This is a super ability that only evil gods can have, with the ability to absorb the power of gods, but it is useless for human power. Zhang Yang said lightly, the birth of this ability is for the gods. Nanny. Hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Beerus's face showed shock, and he exclaimed, looking towards Veget Bu in the sky in the distance, his eyes full of disbelief. In Beerus's opinion, the power of God is extremely powerful, and now there is a dark siphon that can absorb the power of God, and to be honest, this really makes him gain insight. Well, the ability of dark siphon was born for me in the first place. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke. This. When Zhang Yang's words came out, everyone's eyes focused on him. This news, I have to say, was extremely shocking. This kind of powerful ability was actually born specifically for Zhang Yang? So, how terrifying should Zhang Yang's true strength be? Boom! Just when someone opened their mouths and was about to ask something, there was a deafening explosion roar in the distant sky. Whoops! Immediately, everyone shifted their gaze and looked high in the sky towards the battle area in the distance. Now, Veget Bu, who had already absorbed the power of the god Papa. Now Bu is no longer very similar to Veget, but has transformed into his ultimate evil god form. And look closely, there are 3 human bodies underground. It was Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta who were previously absorbed and assimilated by Bu. The power of God, ha ha ha, it's really a powerful energy that makes me intoxicated. The evil god Bu laughed up to the sky, the antenna-like antennae on his head were much thicker than before, and there were black lines on his chest, which looked like some kind of tattoo, projecting a strange evil light, making people feel trembling when they looked at it a few more times. High in the air, Xiangpa's face was incredulous. At this moment, he only felt weak, and he had no strength to burst his power again. Damn, this guy really absorbed all my divine power, and now my strength has fallen to the bottom. Xiangpa's face was gloomy. He could never have imagined that this guy had such a strange ability to absorb his divine power for his own use. Well, you don't have any value to use anymore, you can die. Evil god Bu twisted his neck and made a noise, only to see him raise his head slightly, staring at Xiangpa with an extremely evil look and a smile. That gaze had completely regarded him as a corpse. It is also true that the strength of Bu, who has now absorbed the power of the elephant god, has reached the level of the god of destruction. Although on the surface, his strength is similar to that of the previous elephant Pa, in fact, it is so, and Beerus is not estimated to be an opponent to Bu at this moment. Bu stepped out and instantly appeared in front of Xiangpa, who was still in a state of confusion. This time, Bu's shot was fierce, and the evil energy between his hands and feet was wrapped around his fist. The fist fell. Bang! Bang! A dull crash sounded in the sky. A elephant! Pa fell to the ground, and the terrifying impact easily pierced the earth. Die! In the sky, Bu opened his right hand, and pitch-black energy projectiles shot out from his palm. At this moment, a deafening explosion roar could be heard throughout the island. It's over. Bu in the sky yawned, smiled evilly, and took another step forward. The distance taken by this step is several kilometers. He arrived in the sky above where Zhang Yang and the others were, and then slowly landed on the ground 10 meters away from Zhang Yang, only to see him with his hands crossed at the waist, looking at Zhang Yang very arrogantly, and said, "Your dog's leg has been slaughtered by me, next, let me see how your strength is." Most importantly, his expression and posture at the moment were so casual that he didn't put everyone present in his eyes at all. "He's not my dogleg." Facing such a confident evil god Bu, Zhang Yang just smiled lightly and shook his head. "Also, your strength is certainly good, but in my eyes, it is still not qualified and not worth mentioning." His tone was called a light wind, with absolute invincible confidence. "Your appearance is really unpleasant." Bu smiled coldly. He was frightened by Zhang Yang's eyes a few days ago and fled, which was a shadow that he could never erase. Now that his strength has skyrocketed, he naturally wants to return this humiliation. This is a fact. Zhang Yang was still calm, unable to see any mood swings. The last guy who was so confident had been sucked dry by me and lay on the ground like a dead dog. You. It will be the second. As he spoke, the aura on Boo's body exploded violently, forming a pitch-black energy barrier around him. At this time, Beerus applauded on the side. He stepped out, looked at Bu, a sneer appeared on his face, and spoke, "Your dark siphon ability is indeed a little interesting, let me see how it is." Lord Beerus. Weiss frowned slightly on the side, and reminded in a low voice, "Lord Xiongpa is already a lesson in the past, and you better not make another move." After absorbing the power of a god of destruction like Pa, Bu's strength has already reached the god-level combat power of the god of destruction. If Beerus is also absorbed, maybe this guy is really very likely to surpass the god-level combat power of the god of destruction and reach the angel level. Although Zhang Yang is sitting here, in the eyes of Weiss, this gentleman also has the power of God. What if he is also suppressed by that dark siphon? Chapter 48. Weiss, if you look down on me so much, then I'm really unhappy. Beerus glanced sideways, no expression on his face, and said very calmly. Weiss was about to say something. Your dog legs are really too much. Bu interrupted on the side, stretched out his fingers and plucked his ears, and said lightly, in my opinion, it really can't work, you all go together. At this moment, he has swelled to the extreme, thinking that no one in this universe can be his one-hit enemy. Ridiculous. Beerus stepped forward, the expression on his face gradually became cold, reached out and twisted his wrist, and suddenly made a click-crisp sound. Let me see your strength. Bu looked like an invincible world, defiantly hooking his fingers at Beerus, and the casual smile on the corner of his mouth could not be difficult to see how confident he was. At the moment when Bu's voice fell, Beerus moved. His figure was like a ghost, and it only took a moment to rush to Bu's face. Beerus understood the lesson of Elephant Paw, so he did not use the power of God, but only the power of the flesh and punched out. The terrifying speed drove the friction of space, emitting a dull roar. Too slow. Bu just scoffed at such a violent punch from Beerus, then raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and also slammed out. Bang! Bang! The two fists slammed together, and a dull crash sounded in the field. The two of them retreated a little at the same time, and upon closer inspection, Bu took dozens of steps backwards, while Beerus was only 10 or 20 steps backwards. It can be seen that this is just the strength of the flesh, and Beerus is still a little stronger than Bu. Come again! Beerus burst out, stepping forward and moving again. This time, his speed was used to the extreme, and he had already arrived in front of Bu before his words were even completely finished. Hey, was such a quick attack, only to be replaced by a sneer from Bu. Killed. Bu stepped sideways and punched in a strange pose. And the moment he threw this punch, he just ran into Beerus, who rushed to kill. Therefore, Beerus was also hit by a punch, and the whole person flew out inexplicably. Nanny! How does it feel? Like Beerus bumped into it himself. There was an exclamation from the side. Followed by Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta, who had already taken immortal beans, walked over, looking at Beerus in the field with a look of disbelief that he had fallen into a passive situation, and immediately exclaimed incredulously. In the eyes of everyone, Beerus can be described as a real ceiling combat power. And now, it was shocking to be pressed and beaten by an unknown guy. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! There was a constant sound of fists clashing into flesh in the field. As long as Beerus doesn't use the power of God, it seems that this guy's dark siphon doesn't have much advantage. At this time, the grey-faced Elephant Paw also woke up and ran. He just heard Bardas's explanation to him, and then looked at the field. As the battle continued, Beerus also became hotter and hotter, gradually gaining the upper hand. The power of God has always existed. Zhang Yang squinted at Xiangpa, and spoke, the power of God does not only refer to the explosion of energy, even if Beerus does not use energy, every punch he blasts out with the power of his flesh alone is the power of God. It's not that he's stupid. But he has a dark siphon existence, which doesn't appear in his time at all. After all, it's too rare. How can he understand these things? Bang! Boom! Suddenly. At this time, there was a roar of explosions in the field. Everyone present hurriedly looked towards the field, comparing, in everyone's sight, but Bu was grabbing Beerus's tail and kept slamming left and right on the ground. Your strength is completely incapable of being the ceiling of the combat power of a universe. Kill you, from now on, I will be the god of destruction of this universe. Bu's words were extremely arrogant, completely crushing Beerus, treating him as a plaything in his hands. And that's exactly what happened. The existence of evil gods was born to resist the gods of destruction. And the super ability of Dark Siphon was created by a real big demon who had been killed by Zhang Yang in the primeval era to fight Zhang Yang. Therefore, in order to fight against Zhang Yang, that big devil can be described as racking his brains. But it's a pity that the Taku Dark Demon realm is still buried in Zhang Yang's hands. Damn it! At the moment, Beerus took advantage of Bu's distraction to speak, broke free from his grip, landed on the ground steadily, looked at Bu with his hands on his chest with a gloomy face, looked at him like a corpse, and said coldly, "What a self-righteous nasty guy." When Beerus's words fell, a figure rushed in front of him in an instant, raised his hand and punched out, hitting him in the abdomen. Poof! This violent blow instantly knocked Beerus's internal organs tumbling, and a mouthful of bitter water violently spit out of his mouth. Scum! Bu raised his hand and punched again. This punch slammed into Beerus's chin, instantly sending him 10,000 meters into the air. Bu looked up at Beerus, who continued to rise, with a grim smile on the corner of his mouth, and then stepped on his feet, soared into the sky, and instantly came to the sky above Beerus at a height of 10,000 meters. I saw both hands clasped, formed into a fist posture, and hammered down hard against Beerus's chest. A dull crash sounded high in the sky. As Beerus fell towards the earth below at great speed, Bu flashed into mid-air again, kicked the former's head sharply, and instantly kicked him thousands of meters away. Fun, hee, it's fun. Bu rolled in the sky excitedly, apparently the thrill of beating one of the strongest people in the universe almost plunged him into a state of excitement. It went on like this for a few seconds, and he returned to normal, as if he had two personalities. At this moment, standing proudly in mid-air, looking coldly at the body of Beerus who was still flying upside down in the distance, just as he was about to pursue again, a figure appeared in mid-air not far from him. Zhang Yang, debut. Chapter 49. Looking at your own doglegs being beaten by me one by one, can't you help but stand up after all? Looking at Zhang Yang, who was on the same level as him in mid-air not far away, the corner of Bu's mouth hooked a trace of evil arc, and said coldly, "But you don't have to worry too much, because next, it's your turn." At this moment, Bu is simply invincible, arrogant, and thinks that he is invincible in the world. Come on! Zhang Yang also wanted to see how the Dark Siphon ability of this later life was different from that guy's Dark Siphon comparison. Bu wanted to make a move too much for Zhang Yang, and as Zhang Yang's voice fell, he rushed forward. Boom! Punches are thunderous, whistling and exploding. In the face of Bu's onslaught, Zhang Yang was very casual, taking a step sideways, that is, easily dodging away. Second punch, third punch, fourth punch. It's the same for all, easy to dodge, a leaf does not stick to the body. Bu don't say that he can't touch the Zhang Yang people, even the corners of his clothes, he has never touched a little. Damn guy, don't you dare to fight me, you will only dodge my attacks all the time. More Then a dozen punches in succession. Bu could not touch Zhang Yang a little, which made him suddenly angry, closed his fist and flew back tens of meters, looked at Zhang Yang coldly, and said sarcastically, "Good hearing." Bu's words, Zhang Yang nodded and just responded with one word. In an instant, his figure arrived in front of Bu. He stretched out his index and middle fingers and put them together against Bu's eyebrows, and said very calmly, "What should you do if I snap my fingers?" Zhang Yang gently flicked at Bu's eyebrows. Moment. I saw Bu's whole person boom and was ejected and flew out. In slow motion, Bu's head was almost separated from his neck after withstanding a gentle flick of Zhang Yang's fingers, and his face twitched for a while before returning to normal. Bu was ejected at least tens of thousands of meters away, and finally his body hit a mountain, directly buried in the ruins. SHHH. Seeing this scene, the audience gasped. Especially Vegeta, looking at Zhang Yang's eyes, completely changed. Zhang Yang's strength is probably too terrifying. Son. Wukong's jaw was almost dragged to the ground in surprise, and after swallowing his saliva deeply, he exclaimed. Boom, was. Xiangpa, who was also frightened by Zhang Yang's casual snap of his fingers and swallowed his saliva one after another. It's terrifying, this guy. If he had provoked Zhang Yang not long ago and got this ending, then he would probably still be in a coma at the moment. Is that the end of it? Clin touched his shaved head on the side, stood on tiptoe to look into the distance, and spoke. In other words, if it weren't for Mr. Zhang Yang, I'm afraid this Bu would really be invincible, and no one would be able to compete with him. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air in the sky. I saw Bulletin Ou carrying a rich black chi flying from 10,000 meters away. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance before, looking at Zhang Yang's eyes, 4 points of jealousy, 3 points of resentment, 2 points of shock, and a little trepidation. This guy's strength is so terrifying. Let me see your dark siphon ability. Zhang Yang hooked his finger at Bu and spoke, if your dark siphon can reach the point where I am interested, it is not impossible for me to give you a chance. As the only true godlike existence in the primeval era, Zhang Yang is the sky. In a sense, Zhang Yang was even born before the will of this world. This also means that Zhang Yang has been the first creature in this world since the beginning of his journey. The dark siphon was created by the big demon god to target Zhang Yang, which does not mean that Zhang Yang is really afraid of this ability, and even, he also controls this ability. If Bu at this moment really makes him have any interesting thoughts, he doesn't mind letting this guy completely disappear into this world before comprehending the real dark siphon. It was really funny enough to give him a big chance. Although I was surprised that you knew the ability of dark siphon, but I'm telling you, that's all you have to do. Bu no longer said more nonsense. Although his strength at the moment did not reach the angel-level combat power, it was no problem to barely say that it was to reach the half-step angel-level combat power. Bu set off. He didn't want to talk more nonsense, he just wanted to absorb the power of God controlled by Zhang Yang, a damn guy, so as to strengthen himself, and then tear it to shreds, in order to wash away the humiliation that he was scared by this guy's eyes a few days ago. Take your life. Bu rushed to Zhang Yang in an instant, and just roared out 3 words. Zhang Yang raised his hand, just fanned in the void, and an invisible big hand slowly solidified out, and it turned out to be at least tens of thousands of meters directly fanning Bu. Is this guy's dark siphon ability only available after getting close? Seeing Zhang Yang flying Bu up to 10,000 meters for the second time, and watching it in slow motion, it seemed that Bu's body was about to fall apart at that moment. It seemed that Zhang Yang definitely had the ability to kill Bu in an instant, but he didn't make a move. Later, after recovering, Beerus, who returned to the crowd, frowned. Although he did not absorb too much of the power of God by Bu, he knew that in the face of Bu, unless the power of God in the flesh alone might slightly hurt this guy. And in terms of energy, it must not hurt. That is to say, in a sense, once this guy Bu uses the dark siphon ability, then he will be immune to all the energy that carries the power of God. Of course, the energy of the power of the higher god Biruth does not know whether Bu can be immune, at least at the level of the destruction god. He believes that he has the ability to be immune to some or even all of it. No. Weiss and Bardos retorted in unison after listening to Beerus's analysis. It's not that this guy's dark siphon can only take effect when it is up close, but... Speaking of this, the two paused at the same time. What is it? This time it was the turn of Elephant Paw and Beerus to ask in unison. Weiss and Bardos looked at each other and said in a deep voice, it's that Mr. Zhang Yang is directly immune to this guy's dark siphon, and to put it more transparently, this guy's dark siphon is too low-end, far from reaching the level of being able to absorb Mr. Zhang Yang's divine power. Chapter 50. Terrible. Hearing Bardos and Weiss's explanation, everyone fell silent for a short time, and when they spoke again, they really didn't know what words to use to describe their respect for Zhang Yang, and in the end, they could only say these two. Just as everyone was marveling at the horror of Zhang Yang, a deafening explosion roar exploded in the sky. Ah! Damn, your strength, why is it so terrifying? Now I, the god of destruction, is not my opponent, just by you, why can you inflict crushing blows on me again and again? When the roar passed, the smoke in the sky cleared, and a shabby guy appeared. It was Bu, who was crazy to the extreme. At this moment, the antenna-like tentacles on the top of his head have been broken, only a little bit exists, and half of his face looks extremely terrifying, and his chest is full of blood holes penetrated by energy bombs, so it is not scary. And the people below Klin, who had experienced the big scene, couldn't help but frown slightly when they saw the appearance of Bu now, and several small beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads and noses. Obviously, Bu was so miserable that they, the enemies, couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. Your strength is too weak. In mid-air, Zhang Yang yawned, only to hear his indifferent voice sound, you little evil god who is still developing, let's stop here. As he spoke, Zhang Yang's eyes burst with a divine light, and he saw his eyes emerge with the sun and moon god statue, and then the divine light burst out, along with the endless golden light burst for the second time, and the entire sky was left with a dazzling golden light. Not to mention Sun Wukong and the others, it was Beerus, Xiangpa, and the angelic level Ves and Bardos who couldn't help but cover up when facing this dazzling golden light. Obviously, this endless golden divine light is an angelic level combat power that does not dare to look at it directly. I don't know how long has passed. Probably 10 seconds. Probably a minute. Maybe 5 minutes. Everyone broke away from the endless golden divine light, and when they looked at the sky again, neither Zhang Yang's figure nor Bu's figure was gone. What's going on, people? Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze fixed on a chubby pink fat man, and when he noticed that this pink fat man also had a tentacle similar to an antenna on the top of his head, his eyes widened in vain, pointed his fingers, and exclaimed, that guy. How does it feel? A lot like that guy Bu. Everyone present looked in the direction of Sun Wukong's finger, and when they saw the pink-skinned fat man, everyone's brows frowned. This guy. Only. The Eastern Realm King Shengzhen's body trembled, his face showed shock, and he exclaimed, he is the real demon Bu. Nanny. Hearing the exclamation of the Eastern Realm King Shengzhen, Sun Wukong and the others were shocked again. What are you worried about? This guy's strength is extremely weak, and the strength of the previous Bu is completely different, and he can't get on the table at all. Beerus glanced at it casually and then withdrew his gaze, and said lightly, Weiss, go back. In an instant, the divine light appeared, and Beerus and Ves disappeared in place. Let's go, said Xiangpa. Similarly, a divine light rose, and Elephant Paw and Bardos also rose into the sky and disappeared. 778 IG, a day in June. It had been a full 4 years since the evil god Bu was killed by Zhang Yang. Now, Earth, Zidu, in the small pavilion in the backyard of Jianjiang's home. Zhang Yang sat on the stone bench, his fingers lightly tapping on the stone tabletop, without any expression on his face. He couldn't see what he was thinking at all. What's wrong? After a while, a pair of slender hands rested on Zhang Yang's shoulders, and then a gentle voice sounded. Nothing. Zhang Yang glanced back and saw that it was Bai Diary with a double ponytail. Since Bai Dili made a decision in her heart 4 years ago, she has begun to contact Zhang Yang regularly. Not only Zhang Yang, Bulma, and number 18, she is very close to her. 4 years is not too long for Zhang Yang. But for the women, that time was really long enough. There is no so-called azure field, everything is very calm, as if everything is as it should be. Baidalai gently rubbed Zhang Yang's shoulders and did not speak again. Zhang Yang rubbed his eyebrows, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. A few months ago, he discovered the space-time tunnel. Yes. It's a space-time tunnel. He went once. At that time and space, there was Sun Wukong, there was Vegeta, and Sun Gohan and others. He immediately understood that that time and space should be some parallel time and space in the world he was in. But how is the Monkey King in that time and space like a little fart child, and Gohan's kid is also married and has children? But it is strange that this time and space also do not have the existence of Bulma, number 18, or even Baidalai. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he let out a soft breath. Without Bulma's presence, it's a good thing. If the women in his main space-time universe were the wives of other people in another space-time, then Zhang Yang would feel a headache. Fortunately, it didn't. Both he and his woman have uniqueness. There are many times and spaces, and this is the only one. Don't want to. Zhang Yang shook his head in his heart. Mr. Zhang Yang. At this moment, a voice came. What's wrong, Weiss? Replied Zhang Yang. At the moment, neither Lord Beerus nor I can leave, so Mr. Lao will come and destroy the divine realm. Weiss's voice continued to sound. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Just as he also needed to ask Weiss about something, he slowly got up, and after a short stay with Baidalai, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. When he appeared again, Zhang Yang had already arrived in the 7th Universe Destruction God Realm. As soon as Zhang Yang arrived, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He was currently above the sky above the Destruction God Realm, overlooking below, and 2 people came into sight. One guy was wearing a black destroyer costume, and the other was wearing a pitch black and somewhat shiny angel costume, and the angel staff he was holding was still black. The god of destruction and the fallen angel of the dark universe. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and the figure immediately disappeared into the sky. Chapter 51. Phew! The sound of breaking the air sounded. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared between Beerus, Ves, and 2 other Diablo and fallen angels from the dark universe. Mr. Zhang Yang. Beerus. And Weiss called out immediately when they saw Zhang Yang. Who is he? As for Diablo and the fallen angel, they looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of them with a surprised expression. Are these 2 guys the ones who have arrived in the dark universe? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at Beerus and Weiss, and then looked at the 2 guys. Now 4 years later, Zhang Yang's strength has recovered to an even more unfathomable level. If Zhang Yang's strength 4 years ago was only in the early stage of God-level combat power, then today's Zhang Yang has already reached the peak of the God-level. Don't think that his current divine-level peak has recovered to his strength before he fell asleep, and there is still a long way to go from his peak combat power before he fell asleep. Zhang Yang's eyes looked over, and the 2 uninvited guests in the 7th Universe Destruction God Realm only felt their hearts tighten. They are all powerful, especially the fallen angel. After the fall of the angels, there is already a treaty punishment that the angels cannot do their best. In other words, every fallen angel can go all out. The strength is not bad. Zhang Yang saw through the strength of these two guys just at a glance, and if he compared the strength of Beerus to a value of 10 after unification, then the strength of this Diablo god reached as many as 12 points. And the strength of this fallen angel reached as many as 16 points. Don't think that this fallen angel is only 6 points more than Beerus. In fact, the gap between the energy cannot be shown in words. As for what his value was, to be honest, Zhang Yang couldn't estimate it now. Probably guess, that is, what is the upper limit of this world, then he will always be 1 point stronger than the upper limit. Who are you, the? Diablo stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yang with a frown. Shouldn't you report yourself before asking others, said Zhang Yang with a smile. You. The Diablo frowned, this guy was also too arrogant. Lord Philip, this one is not so easy to mess with. Moreover, we are not here to find trouble. They. Fallen angel also took a small step forward, lowered his voice, and opened his mouth to remind him. Philip took a deep breath, then set his gaze on Zhang Yang, and spoke, I am the 13th universe destroyer, Philip. This is the angel who serves me, base. Today's arrival of the 7th universe destroying the god realm is not a provocation. What do you want to do? Beerus looked at Philip with a furrowed brow, the one who came was not good, and the good one did not come. As a Diablo, this guy must not be a good stubble. Philip said lightly, I will give you another year at most, when I hope you can stand up and fight against me. I refused. Beerus said directly, I have informed the head that a universe-wide power conference will be held soon. Hey! Hearing Beerus's words, Philip was stunned, and he glanced back at Base, his eyes full of doubt. I don't know. And there's no way to know. Base shook his head, he had fallen and was no longer a true angel, and he could not receive any message that once belonged to an angel. Beerus, what does this all-universe power conference mean? Philip looked at Beerus again and spoke, does it mean that all the universe's gods of destruction will participate in this power conference? No. Beerus said lightly, this battle can only be a level duel of non-destructive god-level combat power. Of course, if there are no players in your universe, as a god of destruction, if you want to enter the field in person, you must suppress your strength below the god of destruction. Suppress below the god of destruction. Philip frowned, this rule has to be said to be quite human. But suppressing below the god of destruction is a bit excessive. After all, this universe is so big, he has been purged into a deep sleep for so long, who knows if an extremely powerful guy has been born in the universe. Philip, wait for the news first, the battle at the level of destroying god-level combat power is not so easy to start. Beerus yawned and continued, if it's okay, please leave. With Zhang Yang here, Beerus is really not afraid that his casual attitude will provoke this guy Philip. Hey! Philip smiled coldly, glanced sideways at Zhang Yang, and was about to speak. Lord Philip, that man is really not easy to provoke. Please believe me, go back and think in the long run. Base hurriedly reminded for fear that Philip would suddenly make a move. This is no wonder that as a fallen angel and extremely powerful, he is so intimidating. Since the moment Zhang Yang appeared, his casual gaze, just standing there, gave him an endless sense of oppression, a pressure that he had never experienced. Hey! Philip was indeed shocked to hear Base's words. He had known Base for so long that he had forgotten when. Base's strength, even before the fall, the strength is already an extremely strong existence, not to mention after the fall, it has gone up several grades or even more than a dozen grades. And he, today, prodded. Yes. That's right. Such a guy who had faced the existence of a god-level combat power that he didn't know how many times stronger, was actually instigated in front of such an unknown and ordinary-looking guy? Incredible! Unbelievable! Even Philip felt a little unacceptable. When Philip was shocked, Base had already held the dark angel staff and clicked lightly on the ground, only to see that at this moment, a black and dazzling light burst out, followed by a pitch-black angel power in the air. Philip didn't even react, and he was teleported away from the 7th Universe Destruction God Realm by Base. This guy is quite eye-catching and runs quite fast. Beerus sneered. He really wanted Philip to die just now, and suddenly burst out. Although he was not Philip's opponent, he really fought against him, and he did not believe that Zhang Yang stood idly by. Thinking of this, Beerus couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yang, and his face showed a look of exclamation. With such a thigh standing next to it, it's really safe. Chapter 52. Those two guys just now, quite interesting. Zhang Yang slowly walked to the side of the stone bench and sat down, and at the same time as his right hand waved, a teapot and 3 teacups appeared, and he poured himself a cup of tea and drank it lightly. Oh! Beerus and Weiss also arrived, and the two also sat down and poured a cup of tea. The former just took a sip and said a word, then suddenly embarrassed, and then looked at the tea in the teacup in his hand with a stunned face. Not only Beerus, but also Weiss, looking at the turquoise tea in the teacup in his hand, after he was stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly looked towards Zhang Yang and said in shock, "Mr. Zhang Yang, this tea. It can actually increase the destructive, angelic, power in my body." Hey! Looking at Beerus and Weiss looking so shocked, Zhang Yang just smiled faintly. What comes out of his hand is not a good thing. The power of dark destruction in the body of that Diablo just now is not a grade of energy compared to ordinary destructive power. Zhang Yang took another sip of tea, and then looked at Beerus and Weiss, who were intoxicated with the tea, and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling, but he didn't pay attention to them, but muttered to himself, "The same is true of the fallen angel power of the fallen angel." Speaking of this, Zhang Yang's eyes couldn't help but flicker, and a woman's figure couldn't help but appear in his mind. That woman was the first angel in the true sense of the word, Luna. He remembered Luna purely because this woman possessed both divine power and fallen power. And whether it is the power of Diablo or the power of fallen angels, these two forces belong to the power of depravity. In other words, Zhang Yang felt that these dark universes were most likely from the handiwork of Luna's woman. But still can't sense the woman's presence. Zhang Yang shook his head. With his current strength, although he had not returned to his peak state, it was not an ordinary existence, not to mention that the entire big universe was in his perception. But this is most of the universe, and he also perceives it easily. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of a parallel time and space he entered not long ago, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Did Luna, the woman, leave this time and space and travel to some parallel time and space? One day, she will also appear. Zhang Yang didn't think much about it, looked back at Beerus and Weiss, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling when he saw that these two guys were still in a mysterious realm. It seems that the purpose of his arrival today cannot be achieved for the time being. Next, Zhang Yang raised his head and drank the tea in his cup, and his figure disappeared into the 7th Universe Destruction God Realm. An hour later, the 7th Universe destroys the God Realm. Now, Beerus and Weiss suddenly shook their bodies, and a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. What's going on? Beerus and Weiss looked a little confused after they came to their senses. My strength. It seems that he has improved too much. Beerus's eyes widened, and then he got up from the stone bench, and after several backflips on the ground on the side, he finally clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Weiss, now I think I can easily beat at least 10 of me." Yes. Tea. Beerus hurriedly ran back again. Picked up the teacup placed on the stone table again and drank the tea inside. He smashed it, his brows suddenly frowned, and said strangely, "Strange, why didn't this big mouthful react at all?" "Zhang Yang!" As he spoke, Beerus subconsciously shouted, but found that there was still Zhang Yang's figure in the destruction god realm. "Weiss, how are you? How is this cup of tea helping you?" Without seeing Zhang Yang, Beerus turned his head to look at Weiss again, and when he saw Weiss for the first time, his eyebrows slightly provoked, and he was surprised. "What's the matter? I think you are very different, but I can't feel where your difference is. My angelic power is too much pure because of this tea." Weiss took a deep breath, his face full of shock. His apparent strength has not increased at all. However, if the angel power in his body was like a strand of hair before, now the angel power in his body has been refined and grown to the point of rubbing hair. Logically speaking, Weiss, who has strengthened the power of angels, will also increase his strength a lot on the surface, but inexplicably, this kind of thing does not occur. This is what Weiss is a little surprised. "It's outrageous, what is that cup of tea, it can have such a powerful effect." Beerus was still in shock at the moment that he had received a huge improvement, and his speech was a little unfavorable, and after swallowing his saliva, he continued, "Speaking of which, I have some changes." As he spoke, Beerus suddenly burst into a roar, and in an instant, all the energy in his body exploded layer by layer, and the deep purple divine light that shone to the extreme soared into the sky. In the next second, Beerus's upper body clothes exploded, and his already lean muscles were tied up at this moment, and his body surface was covered with a dark purple energy gas film. What a terrifying power! Click! As Beerus's voice fell, he stretched out his hand and clenched it a few times, and there was a subtle sound of shattering in the space. At this moment, he felt that he could easily break through the universe and destroy a universe with one punch, just in his thoughts. This is not the real god of destruction form. Once the fire power is fully opened and I enter the god of destruction form, my strength must be more than that. Beerus took a deep breath, his eyes full of amazement. Now he thinks that even against Philip, the Diablo god of the 13th universe, he will not lose too badly. Even, it may not really be possible to reach a 550 situation with that guy. The chance brought by this sip of tea is really incredible. Weiss also took a deep breath, put his eyes on the teacup on the stone table, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. This kind of good thing, unfortunately there is only one chance, otherwise, if the strength continues to grow without limit, won't it be extremely easy to reach the god level? At this moment, a huge explosion roar sounded in the 7th universe destruction god realm. This guy! It's again! Beerus returned to his usual appearance, his eyes narrowed slightly and changed his clothes, and then he turned his head to look at the sky not far away. Now, a fat guy and an angel flew slowly. Hey, let's try this guy's newly boosted strength. Chapter 53. Beerus. Beerus. What about people, why didn't you take the initiative to welcome me today? Not long after, there was an arrogant voice in the sky. Shout. Next second, two sounds of breaking the air sounded. Then, Elephant Paw and Bardos appeared in the sight of Beerus and Ves. Hey! The moment Bardos landed, her gaze was drawn to Beerus and Weiss. She is the level of 3rd order angel level combat power, and so is Weiss, but compared with the two, she is slightly stronger than Weiss. Don't underestimate this loss. If Bardos fights with Weiss, it is an exaggeration, it only takes a moment for her to defeat the latter. Just like Beerus, his previous final combat power value was 10, while the final combat power value of some destructive gods such as Xiongpa was 9.9. The numerical gap of 0.1 alone made Beerus single out the other 11 universe destroyers. This is enough to see how outrageous this slight gap is. And for now, let's not talk about Weiss. At this moment, in the eyes of Bardos, if the level of destruction god level combat power wants to improve and lose it, it will take a lot of time to accumulate. But what? It's been a long time since we met, and now it seems that the strength of this Lord Beerus is actually a notch or two stronger than the last time we met. Bardos took a deep look at Beerus. She was a smart person. If it was just the change of this Lord of Destruction, she might not feel anything, she would simply think that it was just a thick accumulation. However, she also sees the change in Weiss. Although, Vessa's strength on the face does not seem to have changed in the slightest. However, Bardos, who has a deep eye, understands that Weiss's change is stronger inside. It's amazing. Bardos sighed, and couldn't help but envy the good luck of Beerus and Weiss. She did not believe that such a great change could be made, without a great opportunity at the hands of that gentleman. Sister Bardos is really insightful. When Weiss heard Bardos's emotion, how could he not know that this sister had seen the change between him and Lord Beerus, and immediately smiled and nodded at her, and said, "Wait. Beerus, you guy seems to..." Xiongpa was a complete fool, did not understand the communication between Bardos and Weiss, looked towards Beerus, and after a few glances, his brows suddenly furrowed. "Hey!" Beerus put his hands behind his back, closed his eyes and raised his head slightly to wait for pause shock. "Hey? This guy can also feel the huge change in Lord Beerus?" "They." Fox of the Elephant made Bardos on the side show a little surprise. "Okay, Beerus, you guy looks more like a bamboo pole than before. Is there no food in the 7th universe, so you really can't get out of your mouth?" "Ha ha ha, it's okay, this time comes, I'm here to save you." Everyone felt that Xiongpa could see that Beerus was not ordinary now, but this guy did not point out as they thought, but proudly did not know where to take out a giant egg, only listening to when he just wanted to continue to show off. Boom! Beerus, who was just about to enjoy the fact that Xiongpa realized that he was powerful, would be extremely shocked, but he did not expect that this dead fat pig would say this, and immediately fell to the ground unsteadily. "It seems that I am really too hungry, I can't stand steadily, and I don't know how long I haven't eaten. Hey, what a pitiful skinny bamboo pole. I really feel sorry for you." When Elephant Pa saw Beerus fall to the ground, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. That look was like that, if you want to say that he really felt sorry for Beerus, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Damn it! Beerus, who was speechlessly fallen to the ground by Xiongpa, slammed the ground, instantly causing the entire earth of the God-Destroyer realm to tremble. And it was this terrifying power that finally made Xiongpa react. His face instantly showed shock, and exclaimed, "How can the aura you just revealed be so powerful?" "They." More he said, the more frightened Xiongpa's heart became, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. He understood that he had a few brushes, and when he faced the more powerful Beerus who had not yet changed, he was no longer an opponent, and he could not resist at all. Now, this guy's strength has gone further, wouldn't he be able to defeat him in a flash? "Hey!" Beerus slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Xiongpa, just smiled coldly, but did not speak. "Damn, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Xiongpa was puzzled, and his face was more jealous. This guy eats, drinks, sleeps every day, how can he surpass him so much? "Practice hard, I believe you will be able to become stronger and stronger." Beerus said very much. "Sister Bardos, please over here." At this time, Weiss on the side lowered his voice and invited Bardos to come and sit down at the stone table on the side. When Weiss took the initiative to pour tea for Bardos, the latter's brows wrinkled slightly, and she was smart enough to instantly understand the simplicity of this cup of tea, so she spoke, "This is the tea left by that gentleman." "Yes." Weiss smiled and nodded, "This tea, Sister Bardos will know when she drinks it." Bardos took a deep breath, then raised his teacup and took a small sip, his first reaction being a sweet mouthful. Then, she was stunned, and then suddenly fell into the mysterious state that Beerus and Weiss had fallen into an hour earlier. "Over here." Xiongpa was also attracted over, seeing Bardos's dumbfounded appearance, his brows couldn't help frowning, and after glancing at Beerus on the side, he also poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it like a cow chewing peony. Boom! I don't know why, after drinking this cup of tea, in just 2 seconds, he fell directly to the ground with his head down. It was obviously not alcohol, but he was so drunk that he fell asleep on the ground like a dead pig. This scene made Beerus on the side can't help but be a little surprised by the difference between this dead fat pig after drinking tea. An hour passed quickly. Bardos woke up first. At this moment her cheeks were slightly red, a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and the tip of her nose, and now her eyes and face, in addition to shock, were more excited. Scold. After a few seconds, I saw Bardos, who had completely slowed down, stood up abruptly, widened his eyes, and exclaimed, "Weiss, what kind of tea is this? The efficacy is so heaven-defying." Chapter 54. I don't know. Wes shook his head, he really didn't know. He hadn't even heard of this tea. After all, how could tea that could have such an anti-heavenly effect be something he could touch? It's outrageous. Bardos was indeed taken aback. This tea, after drinking it only an hour after drinking, the effect was completely unfolded, and now she is the same as before Weiss. Although the strength on the surface has not improved a little, the substantial improvement in the interior is extremely large. Woohoo! Ahem! Over here! Xiongpa, who had been sleeping on the ground for an hour, was still snoring, but then there was a possible choking, he coughed violently, and then the whole person bounced off the ground. What's going on? Is that tea or drink? How long did I sleep again? This power is inevitably too great. But refreshed. Xiongpa jumped in place, and with his beating, the bones all over his body crackled, which made him slightly stunned, and then stopped and stood up, clenched his fists, looked at Bardos in amazement, and spoke, "Why do I feel that my strength has become a lot stronger? Much stronger." Beerus glanced sideways at Xiongpa, a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and spoke, "In that case, how about you come to a fight and practice your hands?" A fight? Xiongpa's eyes flickered for a moment, and suddenly he became interested. Now he can be described as extremely confident, and he only feels that there is endless strength in his body. This kind of power made him swell to the extreme, even if Beerus, who had become more powerful, he was not afraid at all, did not care at all. Come on! After Beerus became stronger, his hands were also itchy, and after saying 2 words lightly, he stepped on his feet, and instantly rose up into the sky, arriving at a height of 10,000 meters above the god realm. Hey! Just let me see the strength of this guy of yours, how it really is. Xiongpa also soared into the sky, and many dark purple energy chi films were wrapped around the surface of his body, which looked like that. Sister Bardos, do you want to stop it? Weiss glanced up at Beerus and Xiongpa at a height of 10,000 meters, and his brows furrowed slightly. The battle between the god of destruction and the god of destruction, if not taken well, the fierce energy rush is absolutely capable of destroying the 7th universe. Let these 2 adults try their hands. Bardos pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. The angel power in our body has grown a lot, and we can also try to see how long the barrier can last in such a high-intensity battle. As he spoke, Bardos's eyes flickered, and he waved in the void with an angelic staff in his hand, only to see the angelic power that exuded a divine aura flowing. See this, and so does Weiss. In a short time, a huge energy barrier formed by 2 angels was erected, easily enveloping the entire god of destruction realm. Now, the 7th universe destroys the god realm at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Beerus and Elephant Pa stood in the air, their eyes facing each other, and the mere collision between their eyes inspired a rich fire to explode in the air. Shout! Shout! The 2 didn't say much nonsense at all, and left at the same time, and in an instant, they collided together from a distance of hundreds of meters. Rumble! Beerus and Xiongpa raised their hands at the same time and slammed out a punch. This punch was simply blasted out with the power between the flesh, but even so, the terrifying power also made the space tremble. Good. The growth of your guy's strength this time has reached the strength of what I used to be. After the two of them exchanged punches, their fists collided, and Beerus opened his mouth to praise. Hey! Faced with this kind of appreciation, for Xiongpa, it was not something worth making him happy, so after a cold smile, the fist in his hand increased in vain. Rumble! Xiongpa's afterburner was too decisive and swift, so I saw that Beerus did not react, but was blasted out by a punch. Good fellow! Beerus, who flew out upside down, steadied himself in time and looked towards Xiongpa with some surprise, really surprised by the power that this guy suddenly burst out. Beerus, is your strength more than that? If that's all, then it's all over. Xiongpa smiled coldly, and then burst into laughter, and the dark purple energy chi film on the surface of Zhou's body gradually became stronger. Rumble! At this moment, he was imposing, and he instantly rushed in front of Beerus at a speed that was fast to the extreme. Bang! Bang! Xiongpa punched down, and Beerus took it easily. In an instant, I saw one after another after images flickering above 10,000 meters in the sky. Drink! Drink! Rumble! Thundered! I don't know how many punches were exchanged, but with a roar from the two, countless dark purple divine lights exploded, and then the energy poured out, directly leveling the extremely large mountains in the Destruction God realm. Seeing this scene, Weiss hurriedly said, Sister Bardos, the God of Destruction realm can't make too much movement, let's transfer the scene. As an angel, Bardos naturally understood the meaning of Weiss's words, nodded, and then worked with Weiss to transform the scene of destroying the God realm into the vast universe. The surrounding stars are shining brightly, and Beerus and Elephantpa, located in the center of the star-surrounded, seem to be watched by the spotlight, forming a unique competition ring. Meanwhile, a figure appeared. Immediately after, the second, the third. With such a big movement, are you sure you don't want to destroy the seventh universe? Zhang Yang's voice sounded in the ears of Ves and Bardos. Mr. Zhang Yang. Bardos and Weiss heard the voice, and the moment they saw Jiang's figure appear, they hurriedly and respectfully said hello. Yo West! Is this in the universe? It was Lord Beerus, and the breath that exploded on his body was really terrifying. In addition to Zhang Yang's arrival, there are Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and the person who spoke at this moment is the former. For Sun Wukong's big grin, Vegeta was much more steady, frowning at Beerus and Xiongpa, surrounded by stars, and his eyes gradually narrowed. The battle at the level of the God of Destruction, if he watched the whole battle, would definitely benefit him a lot. Bang! Bang! The sound of fierce collisions echoed in the center of the battle area. It's outrageous! Monkey King and Vegeta watched the collision of Beerus and Xiongpa, and only felt a moment of stunned. The most important thing is that every punch of the two of them, the terrifying energy swings out, shattering a planet in an instant. This kind of scene, for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, is a shock that cannot be described in words. Chapter 55. Bardos glanced at the excited Monkey King casually, and then lowered his voice and said to Weiss beside him, "Have these two little guys been chosen by you?" "Not really." Weiss also glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and chuckled, "But Mr. Zhang Yang seems to think that these two little guys have good potential." "Oh? Those two little guys are quite lucky." Bardos's eyes showed a little envy, just drank the tea and got a great opportunity. She naturally understood how powerful this Mr. Zhang Yang's means were. Therefore, being able to enter this person's Dharma eye is indeed a great thing for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. When Weiss heard Bardos's words, he just smiled and did not speak. He knows some, and this gentleman is just optimistic about the potential of these two little guys, and for their help, not to say no, it is really very little. In recent years, he has not been in contact with these two guys, and the potential is indeed good, but at present, he can comprehend the two divine skills of self-extreme skill and self-extreme skill, and Weiss is still in a state of doubt. But the little guy named Sun Gohan, in his opinion, seems to be more powerful than these two guys. Rumble! Thundered. At this time, the battle between Beerus and Xiongpa also became more and more intense. If most of the two of them were simply colliding with the power of the flesh before, now the two of them are exerting their full strength, all kinds of energy cannons, energy bombs explode each other, and one after another terrifying energy stirs out, rushing in all directions. And in the same way, the stars shattered at this moment. I really don't know when I will be able to reach this level. Is this the collision between gods and gods? Sun Wukong's blood boiled when he saw it, and he couldn't wait to fly forward to fight with this level of terrifying existence for a moment, just for a moment. Even if he died, he felt no regrets. Don't be ambitious, this level of battle, let's take a good look first. Vegeta clasped his hands to his chest. Compared to the noisy Monkey King, he was too calm, staring at the battle between Beerus and Xiongpa in the field at the moment. He did not dare to divert his gaze. Hey, hey, hey! Monkey King scratched the back of his head with a smile, and then focused on watching the battle between Beerus and Xiongpa. Ha! Compared to the extremely focused Monkey King and the two, Zhang Yang seemed too boring. Not to mention that the battle at the level of destroying god level combat power is the battle at the level of angel level combat power, and even the battle at the level of ordinary god level combat power, he will not have much interest. Having reached his level, his eyesight has long been extraordinary, not to mention, he didn't know how many more high-end battles he had experienced. Rumble! Drink! Now! In the vast universe, the stars shone, and the 2 points of light kept colliding. And as Beerus and Xiongpa kept fighting, I saw that the surrounding planets instantly turned into powders because of the energy impact of the two, and dissipated in the universe. Bang! At this time, a dull crash sounded, and Beerus slammed a punch on the chest of Xiongpa, and in an instant blasted the latter through a planet. Thundered. With the deafening roar of the explosion, I saw that the penetrated planet instantly turned into a beautiful fireworks landscape. This planet, in the face of such a powerful level of existence, is really fragile like a balloon, and it will burst as soon as it is pierced. When Vegeta saw this scene, he only felt that his heart was shaken, and his eyes were full of envy. He aspires to be stronger than anyone else because of the many responsibilities on his shoulders. The blood in my body is about to burn. Vegeta, what about you? Sun Wukong's blood was boiling on the side, and he couldn't wait to participate in this kind of high-end battle. You? Don't think about looking for death. This level of battle, just a little bit of energy aftermath pouring out on you, you will definitely die in an instant. Vegeta glanced sideways at Monkey King and sneered. Hey, Vegeta, you can't say that. Sun Wukong laughed. Oops, I can't see the battle picture of these two destruction gods anymore. Vegeta turned his gaze back to the field, his brows furrowed immediately. Syllable. As Vegeta's words fell, Zhang Yang snapped his fingers on the side. Moment. A halo of light appeared in mid-air, followed by the transmission of the picture. In the picture, Beerus and Elephant Pa both exploded their upper body clothes, revealing solid muscles, and upon closer inspection, Beerus and Elephant Pa at this moment have 3 diamond-shaped crystals on their chests, which look extremely shining. What's that? Sun Wukong can be described as a curious baby, pointing to the 3 diamond-shaped crystals on Beerus's chest in the picture, and asked in surprise. The state of these two adults at this moment is not at all like the usual state. That terrifying coercion can still be transmitted through the picture, which is really terrifying. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. When Zhang Yang heard Vegeta's words, he glanced at the past casually, and when he saw the form of Beerus and Xiongpa at this moment, his eyebrows couldn't help but stir. God of destruction form. Zhang Yang was surprised. God of Destruction form? Could this be Lord Beerus's transformation? Sun. Wukong and Vegeta set their sights on Zhang Yang. This is a form exclusive to the God of Destruction, but not so easy to enter. Zhang Yang opened his mouth to explain. He also did not expect that the two guys Beerus and Xiongpa would actually raise their understanding of self-extreme skill to a higher level after drinking his tea. Mr. Zhang Yang, is this God of Destruction form a transformation form obtained by comprehending a deeper level of self-consciousness? Ves and Bardos looked at each other and asked in a low voice. That's right. This form is exclusive to the primeval destruction god, and basically, once the self-extreme skill has reached the middle level of the second stage, it can enter this state. Zhang Yang nodded. The first stage of the self-extreme intention gong is the ordinary Zhao realm, and the second stage, that is the perfect self-extreme intention gong, as for the third stage. Harder. Even in the primeval era, no primeval god of destruction could reach this realm. Hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Bardos and Weiss looked at each other again. These things, they had never heard of them. In this way, if the freedom extreme skill that their angels have comprehended reaches the middle level of the second stage, can something drastically change? Wait. Suddenly, Bardos and Weiss's pupils tightened for a while. And then they remembered that the angel power in their bodies had grown and condensed too much. Could it be that their freedom extreme skill has also broken through to the middle level of the second stage? Thinking of this, the mouths of the two angels suddenly opened wide. If this is the case, then they are probably far from completely digesting the opportunity brought by that sip of tea. Chapter 56. Ahem. At this time, there was a violent coughing sound like Pa in the picture. Don't fight, don't fight. Immediately afterwards, there was the shout of Elephant Pa. Everyone was attracted to look, only to see that the three diamond-shaped crystals on Xiongpa's chest at this moment were dim, and there were large burn marks on his shoulders, and it was not difficult to see that the blow he suffered was indeed not small. Compared with Xiongpa, Beerus is much better, although there are also some injuries on his body, but it is not too terrifying. It can only be regarded as a minor injury. It can be imagined that the gap in strength between the two is still particularly obvious. In a short time, Beerus and Elephant Pa flew back, and the surrounding environment was transformed from the vast universe back to the seventh universe destruction god realm. Damn, it's really... Hiss. It hurts me, this guy doesn't have the slightest weight when he starts. Xiongpa was still grinning and complaining until he returned to the seventh universe destruction god realm. However, despite the complaint, Xiongpa's face was a little more distracted. Although he has always been inferior to Beerus, this all-out battle made him, who had not shot for a long time, experience the thrill of fighting that he had not had for a long time. Hey! Before I could exert my strength, you already said no. Xiongpa, I advise you to practice harder and consolidate the improvement you have just gained. Soon, I'm afraid those guys from the Dark Universe will have action. Beerus took a deep look at Xiongpa, although the two had been arguing for countless years. However, the two are twin brothers after all. Even if the relationship is not good, when it really comes to the moment of life and death, Beerus will still care about the twin brother of Xiongpa. Shut up your... But... This time the improvement is really big enough. The next time we meet, I see if that yellow-skinned rat dares to raise it in front of me. Xiongpa grinned, clearly happy. Now he thinks that he is against the former Beerus, and he does not intimidate at all. After all, the strength of that transformation form just now was completely beyond the imagination of ordinary destruction gods. Hey! Hearing Xiongpa's words, Beerus sneered again. Of all the destructive gods of the first 12 universes, he was called the second, and none dared to claim the first. Therefore, the yellow-skinned rat was naturally not put in his eyes. The reason why he sneered must be because not long ago, or even more ago, Philip, the 13th universe Diablo who often provoked X, in front of him. This guy, long before he fell into darkness, his strength actually did not pull him too much. Immediately after falling into darkness, the gap in strength between those two people can be described as a world of difference. However, Beerus was not envious at all. Gaining great power comes at a great cost at the same time. He would rather practice slowly than suffer the great sin of falling into darkness. That Lord Beerus, can Vegeta and I come to destroy the divine realm to practice for a while recently? At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his hand and said, "Hey!" Beerus heard Sun Wukong's request, his eyebrows couldn't help but provoke, and then looked towards Weiss, and when he saw this guy hurriedly turning his gaze away, he seemed to understand something. And immediately waved his hand, "Feel free and casual, as long as it doesn't disturb my usual rest." "Ha, sleepy, tired, Xiongpa, what to say next time?" Shout. When the words fell, Beerus flew and instantly flew towards the palace where he lived. "Yay! Vegeta, we can stay in the God of Destruction realm to practice." Having received Beerus's promise, Sun Wukong can't say how excited he is at the moment. "Kakarot, don't be happy so early, wait until we break through our limits." Vegeta is very calm, he only came to become stronger. Only when he really gets stronger will he really be happy. "Mr. Zhang Yang, thank you so much for the tea. Over here." Bardos and Weiss came together and bowed deeply to Zhang Yang. Hearing the words of these two guys, Xiongpa's eyes couldn't help but flicker, and he also hurriedly came over, and he understood what was going on with his sudden huge growth. Immediately, he also held his fist and bowed deeply to Zhang Yang. "It's okay." Zhang Yang waved his hand, he really didn't know that Bardos and Xiongpa also enjoyed this blessing, it seemed that it was indeed a matter of fate. "Goku, Vegeta, you guys are practicing in the Destruction God realm. I'm looking forward to your continued growth, but don't let me lose the gambling agreement with that guy from Beerus." Zhang Yang smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I will definitely practice hard." Monkey King grinned. "Humph." As for Vegeta, he snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Shout. Zhang Yang's figure flickered, and instantly disappeared into the 7th Universe Destruction God realm. Next second. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived, a place surrounded by darkness and nothingness, with an atmosphere that was oppressed to the extreme. "It's been a long time since I came back." In the darkness, Zhang Yang muttered in a low voice. The place where he was at this moment was the Great Destruction Star where he lived before he fell asleep. Syllable. Zhang Yang snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the entire planet was illuminated. In the next second, a dilapidated palace appeared in his sight. Shout. Zhang Yang stepped out and appeared in the palace in an instant. Dust is everywhere and overgrown with weeds. Zhang Yang walked around, whether it was the expression on his face or the emotions in his eyes, he was extremely calm. "Hey!" Suddenly, Zhang Yang stopped at one place, he raised his gaze slightly, and his gaze was on a portrait. Among the portraits, Zhang Yang sat lazily on the stool, while a black-haired woman holding an angelic scepter and a peerless face stood behind him with a gentle face. "Luna." Zhang Yang looked at the woman in the portrait, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Scold. When Zhang Yang shouted the name of the reveal, I saw that in the portrait, the angelic scepter held by Luna suddenly flickered, and a divine light appeared. "Hey!" And when this divine light appeared, Zhang Yang's face suddenly showed a little surprise, and then he stepped forward, just about to grab that divine light, but the moment he stretched out his hand, the light disappeared instantly. This divine light carries the slightest breath of Luna's woman. Zhang Yang slowly closed his eyes, and then began to perceive his own existence through the divine light that carried Luna's aura just now. Time passed minute by minute, and after a while, Zhang Yang suddenly opened his eyes. And his face suddenly showed a bit of strangeness. Chapter 57. Nope. At this moment, Zhang Yang's face was full of strange colors, his brows were locked, and he muttered, "That woman, it seems that she left this world." Just now, he was aware that he had been following that divine light, and finally came to the conclusion that Luna, the woman, was suspected to have left this world. Because, in this world, there is not a trace of Luna's residual breath. In other words, Luna either left this world, then that woman's strength had surpassed him, so that Zhang Yang could not perceive it. Compared to Luna's statement that her strength surpassed him, Zhang Yang naturally preferred to believe that the woman was not in this world. What kind of world is this world? There are so many parallel time and space. Luna, that woman, shouldn't she have inadvertently traveled to some parallel time and space? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. He felt that Luna was definitely a little related to those 6 dark universes, otherwise, why was that fallen dark power so similar to the power it controlled? Could it be that this woman betrayed in the afterlife and colluded with those demon gods or evil gods who survived? As soon as this idea came out, Zhang Yang's brows suddenly furrowed. On the eve of his sleep, he did not notify anyone, including Luna. This woman can't always think of his disappearance for no reason, and say goodbye, so he has a revenge mentality and makes the world that Zhang Yang built collapse. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This idea was indeed too ridiculous. After staying in front of the portrait for a short while, Zhang Yang raised his hand, and the portrait flew to his hand on its own, turning it over and disappearing again. Shout! After doing this, Zhang Yang's figure flickered, and disappeared into the palace in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the home of the western capital of Earth. In the following time, Zhang Yang basically accompanied his 3 wives. And on the 3rd day after the first month back on Earth, Zhang Yang also held a wedding with Bulma, the 18th, and Bidalai. This wedding can be described as grand, and many gods of a universe are respectfully busy with this wedding without the slightest complaint. When the cave spends a candlelight night, Zhang Yang faced the 3 wives. It can be said that he felt a lot of emotion in his heart. If Luna's woman had been willing to lower her head, in this era, maybe she would have already been full of children and grandchildren. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang no longer thought much about these things and did not, looked at the 3 beautiful wives, and immediately began his interaction with the 3 wives. 779 IG, a day in July. Now, it has been a year since Jianjiang's wedding. Now, in a private hospital in the western capital of the earth. Tap tap. Zhang Yang paced down the corridor, despite his extremely strong strength and steady mind. But at this moment, his wife is giving birth in the delivery room, and this feeling of becoming a father is something he has never been able to experience in his previous life or in this life. In addition to nervousness, he was more of an excitement that was difficult to express in words. How can I be so nervous? When I first became a father, it was. They. Group sat on a stool in the corridor, and Sun Wukong just opened his mouth to quip Zhang Yang. Squeak! The door to the delivery room was opened. A nurse came out with a small baby in her arms. Oops! Zhang Yang was the first to greet the past, and Bulma and Bidalai also followed. So cute! Bidai got closer, and saw a little baby staring left and right with big eyes, and the big black eyes were as beautiful as glass. Congratulations, sir, Madam gave birth to a little princess. The nurse handed the baby in her arms to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took it carefully, glanced down at his daughter, and at the moment of meeting the eyes of the little princess, the little girl directly giggled. This eye! Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. His daughter's eyes were too much like that woman. However, the pitch-black pupils were not exclusive to that woman, and his pupils were also pitch-black, so he didn't think much about it, and the excitement for his father began to rise. At this time, Sun Wukong and others also came together. What a cute little princess! Qin's height limit, slightly floating, came over. And when the little princess saw Qin's bald head, she suddenly cried and waved her little hand. Rumble! At this moment, a terrifying energy light exploded on the little princess's little hand. Next second, a powerful energy cannon erupted from her finger and instantly pierced the roof of the private hospital. Nanny! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Just the destructive power of the little princess. Just now, as the first person to be attacked, Clin swallowed his saliva, sweating profusely at the moment. If it wasn't for the speed he dodged just now, then his head would probably be the end of the roof ceiling at this moment. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang Yang. At this time, Weiss and Beerus came over, and the two also congratulated. The little princess was just born so not simple. I have to say that Jiang's bloodline is really terrible. Beerus glanced at the little princess in Zhang Yang's arms, and at this time, he also met the dark and good-looking pupils of the little princess, and his face immediately showed shock. I don't know why, just such a newborn child, just looked up, which actually made Beerus have an emotion called awe. This emotion is not only possessed by Beerus. On the side, Weiss, the hand holding the angel staff at this moment was inexplicably trembling. He looked at the little princess in Zhang Yang's arms, and exclaimed, Mr. Zhang Yang, the little princess is it born with the control of the ultimate skill? And as Weiss's exclamation fell, everyone looked towards the little princess again. At this moment, I saw silver-white airflow particles floating around the little princess, and her originally pitch-black pupils also turned silver-white at this moment. Although this scene only happened for a second or two, everyone present except Zhang Yang was shocked. Zhang Yang nodded. Since the moment he saw his newborn daughter, he already knew that this little guy inherited many of his abilities. However, only Zhang Yang understood that what the little princess inherited was not some kind of self-conscious skill, but a realm in this world that only he and Luna, the woman, could enter. The realm of extreme intentions. This realm, to say more thoroughly, is the ultimate skill of self-ease. Terrible. The newborn strength is already close to the level of the gods. Weiss took a deep breath, a wry smile on his face. Nanny. And as Weiss's voice fell, the audience suddenly burst into an incredible exclamation. Chapter 58. Little Princess. Little Princess, she was born close to the level of gods. Beerus was the first to react, exclaiming, and looked at the little baby girl in Zhang Yang's arms in disbelief. Close to the level of gods. This means. Sun Wukong leaned over, scratched the back of his head, and spoke. Now we have heard Lord Beerus say that he is already a phenomenal level master among humans. I don't know, is there a little girl who is powerful? When I say the level close to the gods, I mean the level close to the destruction gods. Weiss glanced at Sun Wukong and explained, the newborn little princess is an existence that is infinitely close to the level of destruction god level combat power. Whoosh! As Weiss's explanation fell, the audience suddenly stirred up another uproar. Just born, infinitely close to the level of destruction god level combat power. This talent, heaven and earth, I'm afraid it's only one, right? This person is more infuriating than a person. Clin touched his bald head and smiled bitterly. Weiss, who was on the side, heard Clin's wry smile, just pursed the corners of his mouth, and did not say anything. If Zhang Yang is just an ordinary human being, then I am afraid that there is no god in this world who dares to call himself a god. Husband, choose a name. At this time, number 18 spoke. Her voice was slightly tired, although there was no discomfort when she had just given birth, but it was still a little affected. Let me think. Zhang Yang looked at the little princess in his arms again, looked at her beautiful eyes, thought for a while, and said, it's called Liulai. 3 months passed quietly. 779 IG, a day in October. Now, on the lawn in the backyard of Zhang Yang's home, a little baby girl sat on his shoulder. In the 3 months of growth, Xiao Liulai was no different from ordinary little babies except for reaching the level of destruction god level combat power in terms of combat power. For this, Zhang Yang was relieved. To be honest, he was really worried that his little princess would talk for a month and walk for 3 months, not at all like a normal child. But... babble. Suddenly, the little princess sitting on her shoulder cried out, and then flew up from Zhang Yang's shoulder. Although I can't walk, I can already fly, which really doesn't look like a child. Zhang Yang shook his head and chuckled. However, as his Zhang Yang's daughter, she was not born an ordinary human child. Shout! Slow down! Zhang Yang rushed to the sky, caught up with the little girl, and held her in his arms. Babble! The little girl was held in Zhang Yang's arms, and although she didn't struggle, she also pointed ahead and kept screaming. Zhang Yang naturally knew what this girl meant, shook his head helplessly and smiled. His figure flickered, and instantly arrived above an island. Looking down at the sky below, a dense group of warriors, Zhang Yang glanced at it casually, and just saw Frisia riding on a small flying disc surrounded by a group of warriors. That guy! Isn't it the guy from the Frozen Demon clan that he met when he woke up? Zhang Yang recognized the guy riding on a flying disc, and then noticed that this island was also the place where he had slept and first saw number 18 and this Frisia who had been killed by him. It's really a cause. Zhang Yang sighed. At this moment, Zhang Yang and Xiao Liulai were further in the low air. Frisia slowly flew out of the encirclement of many warriors on a small flying disc. He scanned the group of people on the ground below, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's been a long time, everyone. After saying hello, he swept his gaze over the group of people below, the corners of his mouth curled a grim arc, and spoke, Galaxy Patrols, and the name X people at that time. That guy is Frisia. And when Frisia opened his mouth to say a few words, a blue-haired woman on the ground below spoke, looked at Frisia in the sky, and uttered sarcastic words, it really looks like a bad character. Elise, what is there to say to this kind of guy? Hey, Frisia, what is your purpose in coming to Earth? Vic on the side looked at Frisia in the sky with a gloomy face, and said coldly. What are you not talking nonsense? Didn't I come to Earth for revenge? Frisia smiled coldly, and then swept his gaze again, and finally fixed on Sun Gohan, who was dressed in casual clothes, and his eyes couldn't help but flash a cold color, and spoke, you are that little fart boy of Sun Wukong, right? What about your father? By the way, and the guy who killed me back then? As soon as he talked about the guy who killed him in the first place, Frisia's face instantly turned red, and his tone was full of extremely rich killing intent. Are you looking for me? At this time, a voice sounded in the field. Next second, a sound of breaking the air followed, and he saw Zhang Yang standing beside Sun Wuhan with Xiao Liulai in his arms. Uncle Zhang Yang! Sun Wuhan immediately said hello excitedly, and then grimaced at Xiao Liulai in Zhang Yang's arms, and the funny little girl let out a silver bell-like laughter on the spot. You! Frisia's face suddenly changed the moment he saw Zhang Yang. He was not afraid, but unspeakable boiling killing intent. If his hatred for Sun Wukong, who almost killed him the first time, is 50, then his hatred for Zhang Yang, who killed him in the second, is really max. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, he would have completed his revenge back then, and successfully dominated the entire 7th universe, let alone spent so many years in that ghost place. All the pain was given to him by this man. This is... At the moment, a member of the Galaxy Patrol on the side asked in a low voice. The blue-haired woman Elise glanced at Zhang Yang and whispered, I heard Vegeta say that this gentleman's strength is unfathomable and is the target that Vegeta has always wanted to catch up. Hearing someone talking about himself, Zhang Yang also shifted his gaze and looked over, and when he saw this blue-haired woman named Elise, his eyebrows couldn't help but stir. Because, at this moment, the shadow of Bulma actually appeared in his mind. Strange. How can this woman have the shadow of Bulma, but is she Vegeta's wife? Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and there was a little doubt in his eyes. However, he didn't think much of it. There was a hint of Bulma's shadow on this woman, but the two did not have the slightest resemblance at all. Smiling slightly at this woman, Zhang Yang set his gaze on Frisia in the sky and spoke, "You obviously can't use it to send death, but you still choose to send it to death. Moreover, it is still in the place back then, it seems that you are indeed a little persistent." Chapter 59. Frisia, don't be too arrogant, now Goku's strength is not as strong as you think. Klin scolded, sweating profusely to the side. He was once killed by Frisia, and because of this, the real famous scene, Super Saiyan was born. Oh! Hearing Klin's words, Frisia leaned forward slightly, stared at the little bald head twice, and suddenly laughed loudly, "Looking at the appearance of your little bald head, I remember. Once on that Nemesis, I killed you. Oh clatter! It seems that you should also be resurrected with Dragon Balls. Well, no matter how many times you resurrect, it is just a small reptile for me, and you can kill as many times as you want." Phew! As he spoke, Frisia raised his right hand, and saw a dazzling light on his index finger, and then saw a light cannon rushing towards Klin. Nanny! The speed was so fast that it could be said that he had flown a few meters away from Klin in an instant, which made his face suddenly show a look of horror, and even recalled the scene when he was killed by this guy Frisia on the Nemesis back then. "Uncle Klin!" Son Gohan roared angrily on the side, then rushed over, transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, and easily slapped the energy cannon fired by Frisia with a raised hand. Rumble! Thundered! The energy cannon that was flown exploded in the distant sky, but don't forget that at this moment, the sky is full of Frisia's warrior legions, so this shot directly caused this group of Frisia's subordinates to be directly wiped out because they were contaminated with a little energy aftermath. Damn it! Seeing the countless deaths and injuries of his subordinates, Frisia's face instantly became gloomy, and he stared at Sun Wuhan, who was guarding in front of Klin for a while, gritting his teeth. "I tell you, today you dead monkeys, all of them will die at my hands. With this ability, you can try." Son Gohan raised his head and chest. He was not afraid. Now he is not the wild rice in the original work, although he has not yet reached the level of transforming into the form of the beast Gohan. However, now that he has entered a mysterious state, it is an easy thing. Hehe, I really wish your fist could be as hard as your mouth. Frisia smiled coldly, slowly flew out of the flying small disc, only to see him wave his big hand, and said coldly, "Kill me, pay attention, especially give me attention to take care of that blonde boy and that little bald head." Phew! Shout! Shout! As Frisia's order fell, a group of Frisia Legion soldiers roared and rushed towards everyone. "See here!" Son Gohan smiled coldly, soared into the sky, and directly entered the crowd to start his performance. For this, Frisia didn't care, his gaze was fixed on Zhang Yang at the moment, and his hatred for this guy could be said to surpass Sun Wukong. "Come on, I was killed by you many years ago, but I have been holding a breath of unwillingness in my stomach, and now I am not the person I used to be, and I will definitely find the field I should have found." Frisia flew forward and came above Zhang Yang's head, looking at him below very coldly. In the face of Frisia's initiative to fight, Zhang Yang was speechless for a while. To be honest, he really doesn't like this guy. But this guy is really entangled enough, and at present, Son Goku and Vegeta are not on Earth, and Son Gohan, who can collide with this guy, is still playing with a group of little Karami at the moment. In this regard, Zhang Yang sighed softly and was just about to speak. At this time, the little glass in his arms broke free and flew towards the sky. Babble! The little princess was still screaming on the way to the sky. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yang slapped his forehead, but he didn't care. Although the little girl is only a 3-month-old baby, her strength is not an ordinary 3-month-old baby. Not to mention such a weak Frisia, it is the entire 7th universe, except for Beerus. I am afraid that there is really no one who can be the opponent of the little girl. Hey? That little child, how did he fly into the sky? Seeing this scene, Gok, a galactic patrolman who was hiding on the side, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Elise, hurry, let them save that little girl." Seeing that Xiao Liulai was getting closer and closer to Frisia, Gark was about to jump up. "Gark, be steady." Elise was actually nervous the moment she saw little Liulai take off, but in retrospect, Vegeta seemed to have said things like that a newborn little furry child was stronger than him. Therefore, she also instantly relaxed and comforted Gok, "Don't worry, the strength of this little baby is not something that ordinary people can compete with. Her father is not in a hurry, we have to put 100 hearts." "Really?" Gok looked at Elise suspiciously, and he couldn't believe this tone. "Really?" Elise smiled helplessly, and then looked up at the sky. Now, Xiao Liulai had already flown in front of Frisia. "Babble!" Xiao Liulai gestured her small hand and screamed. "Which little brat?" Frisia looked at the weird and cute little Liulai, and did not start at the first time. "Babble!" Xiao Liulai screamed again, but she pointed to her father. "See here!" Frisia's eyes narrowed suddenly, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. He remembered that Zhang Yang seemed to be holding this little fart in his arms just now. "You're that fucking guy's kid, aren't you? Good. Very good. Very good." Frisia immediately became excited, stepped forward, and in an instant came in front of Xiao Liulai, grabbing both hands. "Shout!" Xiao Liulai's speed was not covered, and a flash came behind Frisia in an instant, and let out a silver bell-like laugh. For Frisia, this laughter is undoubtedly not that he can't hang his face. "Hey!" Frisia turned around, stared at Xiao Liulai, and spoke, "Just let you know how serious the consequences of provoking King Ben are." Phew! As he spoke, Frisia raised his hand and a powerful finger blasted out. Facing the finger cannon fired by Frisia, Xiao Liulai's eyes widened a little, and he did not retreat, and carried this finger cannon with his small head. Bang! The finger cannon that should have exploded in the impression actually bounced back through the little princess's little head. Rumble! Thundered! This bounce went back and exploded directly on Frisia. Moreover, the power of this explosion was not small, only Frisia screamed in pain in the sky. Seeing this scene, Xiao Liulai suddenly burst into happy laughter. When Gark below saw this scene, his face suddenly showed a look of shock to the extreme. Such a little fart who looks like he is still nursing, his strength is so terrifying. Chapter 60. Damn it! Such a small furry child can make me so embarrassed. In the field, the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, and Frisia's figure appeared. I saw him standing in the air, his face was livid, and his eyes were full of cruelty when he looked at Xiao Liulai. Especially when he saw that Xiao Liulai was still laughing and rolling in midair, Frisia's face became even more gloomy. Shout! Frisia moved. His figure only flickered, and then appeared in front of Xiao Liulai. Rumble! This time, Frisia didn't have the slightest intention of staying strong, and when he raised his hand, there was a thunderous sound, and when it fell, golden light wrapped around his fist. Facing Frisia's punch, Xiao Liulai reacted instantly, and raised her hand to blast out a punch. Compared to the difference in the golden light entwined on Beverza's fist, her little milk fist was unremarkable. See here! The gloomy look on Frisia's face suddenly changed into a sneer, as if he had seen the scene of that damn guy's child being blasted on the spot by his punch, and the guy crying bitterly. Bang! Two fists, one big and one small, collided, making a dull sound. Nanny! At the moment of confrontation, Frisia only felt that his fist hit an extremely hard iron plate, and tears burst out of his eyes at this moment. Rumble! Xiao Liulai slightly increased the strength of his hand, and then heard a roaring sound. Ah! Frisia let out a scream, and the whole person was like a kite with a broken line, and he quickly retreated at least a few kilometers away, hitting the top of the mountain, and let out a cry of pain. It's outrageous! That guy, but Frisia. At the moment, below, the galactic patrolman Gark, who saw this scene, changed his face again and again. His heart was beating wildly at this moment. For a weak character like him, Frisia was a heavenly existence. Now, this kind of heavenly existence was actually blasted out by a small milk baby. This scene is really enough to make him unforgettable for life. Babble. In the sky, Xiao Liulai compared a yes and flew happily towards her father. The little girl sat on Zhang Yang's shoulder again, put her arms around her father's neck, and brought her face closer. Mua! Zhang Yang naturally knew that his little princess brought her face closer to the other meaning, and immediately kissed her on the cheek, and then praised, "My little princess, it's really powerful." Babble. The little princess laughed happily and contentedly, and when she looked at the sky again, the grey-faced Frisia rushed to kill him, and at this moment he was no longer the same as before, transforming into his fourth form. Damn it! Damn it! You fucking bunch of miscellaneous people actually embarrassed King Ben so much. Rumble. With Frisia's roar, I saw his forehead, arms, and various green tendons burst out, and the energy and flame on his body also exploded violently at this moment. Wow! The little princess let out a surprised sound. Oh? Is there any more powerful form to show? Zhang Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly. Meanwhile, now, in the 7th Universe Destruction God Realm, Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Vegeta, seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped. Bang! And it was his sudden stop, and Vegeta slammed a punch on Sun Wukong's chest, directly blowing him out. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta's face instantly became gloomy. And when he fought him, this guy dared to be distracted, which made him extremely angry, who was very attentive. Yay! Sun Wukong was blasted out and rolled on the ground several times. After stabilizing his body, a carp jumped up from the ground. He first patted the dust on his body, and then his eyes became solemn at this moment, and said in a deep voice, "Vegeta, you can't blame me for this. Just now, I seemed to sense a familiar and powerful chi." Hey! Vegeta frowned. Wise. Is something happening on Earth? Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Weiss, who was eating ice cream on the side, and shouted. I don't know. Weiss ate his ice cream and shook his head in response. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten food on Earth in a long time. Beerus, who was lying on the beach chair on the side, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Weiss couldn't help but glance sideways at him, but did not refute it. Vegeta, there is too much time to fight, go back to Earth first, I always have a feeling of restlessness now. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Then don't hurry back. Vegeta immediately took away his breath and instantly came to Sun Wukong's side. Lord Beerus, Weiss, let's go first. Sun Wukong's index finger and middle finger pointed a little eyebrow, and the moment the words fell, he instantly disappeared into the 7th Universe Destruction God Realm. These two guys don't know what to worry about. There is Zhang Yang sitting on the earth, I really don't know which guy who doesn't open his eyes will go to find death. Beerus got up slowly, and then flew towards the palace. Take a shower while you travel. AQ. Meanwhile, on Earth, Frisia, who had just transformed into a new form and was about to speak, suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Frisia turned his head to scan the surroundings, his brow furrowed. However, soon he didn't care, his body rose to the high point of the sky, overlooking everyone below, and said coldly, You group of ants, this is one of the fruits of this great king's practice in hell over the years. Phew! Shout! At this time, two sounds of breaking the air sounded. It was the Monkey King and Vegeta who rushed back from the God of Destruction realm. The reason why he was able to cross such a distance was entirely because the Frisia chi that had transformed into a new form at the moment was too powerful. Frisia. Sun Wukong didn't have time to look at the people below, and immediately set his eyes on Frisia, and when he saw that he was covered in gold, his brows furrowed, and he said unsurely, "You? What a Frisia?" He wasn't quite sure that in his mind, Frisia didn't look like this. "Oh, Sun Wukong, you are also shocked by my current form." Frisia laughed. He opened his hands, as if he wanted to embrace the entire sky, only to see a golden brilliance slowly rising from his body. "The current me is no longer the person I used to be. You guys call me Golden Frisia. Shudder, you lowly mortals." Rumble. As Frisia's words fell, the energy flame on Frisia's body exploded again, straight into the sky, and it seemed that he really had the temperament of a god of war. "Oh? After not seeing it for so long, it has become so inflated." "Frisia, that's nice." Suddenly, a sound of breaking air sounded, followed by a very calm response. "Who?" Frisia's face instantly became gloomy, looking in the direction where the voice came from. And when he saw the person who spoke, his pupils suddenly tightened, and his body couldn't stop trembling at this moment. Chapter 61. Then. Beerus. Frisia was stunned and shouted out Beerus's name. At this moment, his forehead and back were full of cold sweat. Frisia, now that he thinks he is powerful, does he dare to call the god of destruction by name? Below. Beerus, who was standing beside Zhang Yang, said very calmly, "Who taught you to face the god of destruction from above? It's so rude." Phew! Hearing Beerus's words, Frisia suddenly snorted, hurriedly fell downward, straightened his waist, and bowed deeply to this terrifying existence standing at the top of the seventh universe, whether it was power or combat power. "Frisia, see Lord Beerus." Seeing that Frisia was quite sensible, Beerus waved his hand casually, answered, then ignored this guy, and smiled at the little princess lying on Zhang Yang's shoulder. "Little princess, long time no see." "Babble." Xiao Liulai immediately responded, and approached Beerus, gently stroking his head with her small hand. And at the moment, Frisia, who heard the voice, slowly raised his head, and just happened to see this scene, and his face once again appeared in horror, and the look of disbelief was extreme. What did he see? That little fart boy just now actually made such a big contrarian move to the god of destruction Beerus. Moreover, it seems that Beerus is not angry and unhappy at all. Even, he saw that this guy Beerus was still laughing. Fake. Fake. Is this guy really the god of destruction Beerus in his impression? That Lord Beerus, this little. The relationship between the little princess and you? Frisia swallowed and asked in a low voice. What's the matter with you? If you want to be busy, then go as soon as possible, don't disturb me playing with the little princess. Beerus glanced sideways at Frisia, his extremely majestic gaze, which instantly scared him back more than a dozen steps. Yes, yes, yes. Frisia swallowed his saliva again in fear. Even if he had become so powerful now, he couldn't help but feel very afraid in his heart when facing this god of destruction Beerus. Hey! Frisia, what do you want to do when you come to Earth? In the sky, Sun Wukong flew over, overlooking Frisia below, and asked coldly. Idiot, I came to Earth precisely for revenge. Frisia snorted coldly and glanced at Zhang Yang on the side. He now estimated that this damn guy could not take revenge, then he could only take Sun Wukong, the dead monkey. Rumble. Thinking of this, Frisia's body exploded, and his foot shot up into the sky, standing at the same height as Sun Wukong. Frisia, I don't think you noticed my presence at all. When Frisia and Sun Wukong looked at each other, and the fire was shining between them, Vegeta flew between the two, saw him holding his hands to his chest, looking at Frisia very calmly, and continued, Kakarot, this guy will be handed over to me. Just now in the God of Destruction realm, your distraction made my fighting passion instantly disappear. This is what you should compensate me for. Hey! Vegeta! Why are you like this? When Sun Wukong heard Vegeta's words, his eyes immediately widened, and he hurriedly flew to his side and shouted, No, no, this guy Frieza has such a powerful aura now, I want to fight him too much. Bang bang! As he spoke, Sun Wukong clenched his two fists and collided twice, looking at Frieza excitedly. Kakarot, you wait first, I'll slaughter this guy. And then fight with you after the unfinished battle of the Destruction God realm. Vegeta didn't give Son Goku a chance, and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and then rushed towards Frieza. Hey! It's abominable! Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, who arrived in front of Frieza in an instant, and sighed helplessly. Seeing Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1, Frieza's eyes suddenly narrowed. This golden-haired warrior can be described as his once nightmarish existence. Shout! Vegeta had already attacked. In this regard, Frieza just raised his hand lightly, slapped down, and easily slapped Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta out. Vegeta, you have never been put in my eyes from beginning to end. Of course, if you are still willing to come back as my dog, I can make you my dog king. Frieza said calmly. He is not the same as before. Dog king. When Vegeta heard these words, he only felt familiar for a while, and his face became more and more gloomy. The person who can make him a dog has not really appeared in this world. Rumble. Immediately, Vegeta burst into breath, bursting into a roar, and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. However, after reaching the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2, he did not stop improving his aura. Oh! Seeing this scene, Frieza's eyebrows twitched, and a slightly interested smile appeared on his face. He wanted to see what level of strength this once obedient and sensible dogleg had now reached. Drink! Throughout the sky, Vegeta's roar kept ringing. And as time passed, a terrifying electric light exploded around him. Vegeta, has this comprehended any new form? Below. Klin and the others suddenly widened their eyes, and their faces were full of shock. Say what? Super Saiyan beyond the God of Super Saiyan. Also known as Super Saiyan Blue. Weiss explained with a smile as he scooped the ice cream with a spoon. Super Saiyan Blue? Klin and Bike, as well as Son Gohan, who had cleaned up a group of little Karami and came back, all looked at each other, and their faces showed a little stunned. What is the Super Saiyan God? Zhang Yang suddenly opened his mouth to ask, and said in surprise, I don't remember that there is this priesthood among the gods. Mr. Zhang Yang, the Super Saiyan God is not a priesthood belonging to the gods in the true sense. Weiss went on to explain, you can think of it as a realm. Oh! Zhang Yang glanced meaningfully at Vegeta, who had transformed into the blue form of a Super Saiyan at this moment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his face also showed a slightly interested smile, and he spoke, that being said, from the breath, it seems that it is indeed a god existence at the same level as the god of destruction like Beerus. Speaking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but recall another parallel time and space. The path that the Monkey King would take after becoming smaller, seemed to be completely different from the next path of the Saiyans in this time and space. Although the Saiyan race is truly inherited from my god bloodline, it seems to have its own, and there are different paths to climb to the top. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Yang nodded with some relief and smiled. Chapter 62. Frieza, this is Uncle Ben's Super Saiyan Blue, which surpasses the Super Saiyan God. Now, in the sky, Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, with a proud face, and said coldly, next, I will slaughter you, and then have a good fight with this guy Kakarot. Snap! Frieza applauded, his face full of gratifying smiles, and he praised, not bad. That's nice. Vegeta, now you are indeed stronger than before, I don't know how many times. But Frieza moved, only to see his figure flicker, and in an instant appeared in front of Vegeta. In my eyes, you are still so weak. Frieza raised his hand and punched out. Bang! In the face of Frieza's sudden attack, Vegeta reacted instantly and easily took his punch. Hey! As Vegeta gripped Frieza's fist and gradually exerted strength, the latter's brow suddenly furrowed. Drink! Vegeta suddenly roared, only to see his other hand clenched into a fist and blasted out, and the next second it slammed straight on Frieza's abdomen. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's fist on Frieza's abdomen exploded into the ultimate golden light. Thundered! Only listening to the deafening roar of explosions sounded in the field, I saw Frieza's whole person fly out upside down. Scum! Vegeta smiled coldly, he thought how powerful this gold Frieza was, and as a result, vulnerable. Shout! Taking advantage of your illness, Vegeta chased after him with victory, punching and kicking Frieza like a mountain, and the latter cried out in pain. It's too easy, Frieza, if your strength is only that, then I will send you back to hell. Vegeta stepped out and fell from above the sky to the ground on Frieza's chest. Rumble! The powerful impact directly caused a deep pit to appear in the earth. Now! Vegeta stepped on Frieza's chest and a hand was outstretched and aimed at his head. Ahem! Frieza only coughed lightly twice, and he just lay down and looked at Vegeta with a look of humiliation on his face. Farewell, Frieza! As Vegeta's words fell, a blinding golden light appeared in the palm of his hand. Rumble! A super energy cannon shot out from his palm. Rumble! Thundered! A succession of explosions rang out in the field. Vegeta flew above the pit, clasped his hands to his chest, returned to his normal appearance, and quietly watched the smoke in the pit below clear. Immediately afterwards, a small dark mushroom cloud also rose. Solved! Sun Wukong flew over, reaching his head to look at the deep pit below. What do you say? Vegeta glanced sideways at Sun Wukong and said lightly, Frieza is just a little reptile, okay, Kakarot, continue our battle just now. Boom! After saying this, Vegeta burst out again, transformed into the blue form of Super Saiyan, and defiantly hooked his finger at Sun Wukong. Shout! Bang! Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond to Vegeta, he also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and continued his unfinished battle in the God of Destruction realm. A sound of breaking air sounded in the air, and the next second, a fist slammed into Vegeta's back. Vegeta, you're too confident. The moment the fist slammed into Vegeta's back, Frieza's cold, emotionless voice rang in his ears. Followed by Frieza turned his fist into a palm and spewed out an energy cannon with an extremely destructive aura. Rumble! Thundered! This time, he easily pierced Vegeta's chest in an instant. Nani! Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's face showed shock. This reversal is inevitably too fast. This Frieza is really sinister and cunning, he actually shows weakness and then carries out a sneak attack. Below, Klin saw this scene and immediately gritted his teeth. Although Vegeta this guy is extremely arrogant, no one in sight. But in the end, today's Vegeta is not the Vegeta he once was, at least for the entire planet, this guy is also one of the Guardians. Vegeta! Elise also shouted rather worriedly. Monkey King, it's your turn next. Frieza looked at Sun Wukong coldly and sneered, kill you, I look for another opportunity to kill that guy, hehe, I successfully completed my revenge. That guy? Is it Zhang Yang? Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Yang below, and the moment he turned his head. Shout! Idiot! Frieza instantly moved in the second when Sun Wukong didn't notice his body, approached in front of him, raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The strength of this punch can be described as terrifying, easily blowing Sun Wukong thousands of meters away. You monkeys are really idiots. Ha ha ha. After Frisia blasted the Monkey King, he immediately laughed arrogantly. This guy. It's really villainous enough. Beerus couldn't help but be amused when he saw that Frisia had successfully attacked twice in a row. Oh, you guy, it's really Sun Wukong, who was bombarded thousands of meters away, instantly stabilized his body, and returned to the battlefield with an instantaneous movement, rubbing the place where he was hit by Frisia, and grinned. After a few seconds, the expression on Sun Wukong's face also became serious. I saw that he took a deep breath, and then his body rose a little, and the whole person floated in the sky in a curved shrimp posture. Drink! As Monkey King's roar resounded throughout the sky, an arc of energy that was even more terrifying than when Vegeta had transformed before exploded on the surface of his body. What a terrifying breath! Below. Son Gohan's eyes widened and he said in shock, compared to Uncle Vegeta's transformation prelude, Daddy's transformation prelude is a little stronger. This Super Saiyan Blue, which surpasses the god of Super Saiyan, is really terrifying. Gohan, it looks like you need to work harder, and strive to transform into this form in the near future. Klin whispered to the side. I will, Uncle Klin. Son Gohan clenched his fists and nodded heavily. Hearing this, Zhang Yang glanced sideways at the little bald head and explained, Gohan's path is not the root of this god. Whoops! Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone instantly set their eyes on him. It was Sun Wuhan, who was also full of curiosity to look at this extremely powerful uncle. Chapter 63. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, both Beerus and Weiss set their eyes on him, and their eyes were also curious. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have already come out of a set of forward systems belonging to Science. Can this little guy still walk all the way by himself? Gohan's combat power does not simply rely on transformation to strengthen itself, didn't you find out? Zhang Yang said lightly, his potential is undoubted, it is a much stronger existence than Goku and Vegeta. The path he took after that was to continue exploring and moving towards his mysterious state. So, maybe Gohan doesn't need to follow the path of the Super Saiyan God, but he can also reach this powerful level. Klin wondered. Can Vegeta transform into Goku's Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Yang asked rhetorically. As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly fell into silence. After a short while, Zhang Yang continued, everyone has their own path. I see. Son Gohan took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. He looked at the sky again, looking at the Super Saiyan Blue form of the Monkey King, and there was no longer the slightest envy. Bang! Bang! In the sky, there was a dull crashing sound at this moment. Drink! Drink! With this collision, the roar of Sun Wukong and Frisia also sounded. Ah! The more Monkey King fought, the more excited he became, and his fist fell on Frisia's body like raindrops. At this moment, his blood in his whole body couldn't stop boiling. Rumble! Bang! 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 The clash between the two hit from the sky to the ground, and one by one, the aftermath of the battle between the two appeared, and cracks also appeared on the ground. It's terrible. Seeing this scene, Klin only felt a tingling in his scalp. He thought that as long as he entered the battle circle of Monkey King and Frisia, he would be killed hundreds of times by the aftermath attack in an instant. Is this already a god-level battle? Vic said, sweating profusely to the side. His own skin is green, and at the moment, it seems to be greener. This can only be regarded as the level of a human phenomenal master, not a real god level. Beerus yawned and said lightly. Xiao Liulai sat on his shoulders, as if he regarded the high seventh universe destruction god as his mount. And for this, Beerus did not feel the slightest unhappy, but inexplicably felt extremely honored. After all, this existence who had just been born close to the god level had now truly stepped into the level of destroying god level combat power. Wait a little longer, wouldn't it be easy to step into the angel level? Even a higher level of priest rank. Every time he thought about this, Beerus understood a point. That is, you have to have a good relationship with this little princess. The thighs of an adult like Zhang Yang are too thick, and he doesn't have the confidence to hold them. However, the little princess is such a child, the relationship is not too easy. Bang! In the field, there was another dull crash. Everyone watched, and Sun Wukong blasted Frisia into the sky with a punch. Shout! Sun Wukong's whole body exploded with brilliant blue light to the extreme, and he stepped on it, and instantly soared into the sky, reaching directly above Frisia, who flew into the sky. Frisia! It's over! Sun Wukong let out a roar, held it with 10 fingers, and hammered down on Frisia's chest like this. Rumble! With Sun Wukong's heavy hammer, he heard a deafening roar coming down from the sky, and then he saw Frisia's chest very obviously sinking deeply. Boom! Seeing this scene, the Galaxy Patrolman Gok below swallowed his saliva heavily, not to mention participating in this powerful duel, even watching from the side, he had a sense of terrified fear. Gark, can you see the duel between Monkey King and that Frisia? Elise on the side looked at the sweaty jacket in amazement and asked. Well, I have a good eye, and I can easily see the picture of their fighting. Gark nodded. Thundered. Over here, there was a deafening roar on the ground. It seemed to everyone that Frisia had been hammered to the ground by Sun Wukong. It seems that it is indeed over. When Clin and the others saw this scene, excitement suddenly appeared on their faces. Tap tap. Sun Wukong landed on the ground and walked slowly towards Frisia, who fell to the ground. At this moment, Frisia had returned to his usual posture, his chest constantly rising and falling, apparently beaten with some difficulty breathing, and extremely injured. Sun Wukong came to Frisia, looked at the embarrassed Frisia condescendingly, and spoke, Frisia, your strength is really more than a little stronger than before. This time, I spare you and hope you don't set foot on Earth again in the future. Hey! For Sun Wukong's kindness, Frisia just sneered, but did not speak. Shout! Over here! Vegeta, who had been knocked unconscious by Frisia's sneak attack before, had woken up, and one rushed over, looking very dissatisfied with the benevolent Monkey King, and was still roaring halfway, Kakarot, being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. This guy. Absolutely to die. Boom. Moment. Vegeta exploded the aura of his whole body, and rushed to kill in an instant. Vegeta. Sun Wukong turned his head and hurriedly shouted. Rumble. Vegeta didn't care so much, and burst his breath for the second time, ready to kill Frisia, who looked extremely weak at the moment. But at this moment, Frisia, who was extremely weak, suddenly burst out at this moment. Rumble. Frisia's body exploded violently, almost dazzling with a silver-white glow to the extreme. Hey! This guy! Beerus saw this silver-white energy flame wrapped around Frisia's surrounding body, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Lord Beerus, this is not a self-conscious effort. Ves chuckled on the side, he knew Beerus had misunderstood. What a terrifying gas! When layers of silver-white energy film slowly condensed on the surface of Frisia's body, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces immediately showed shocked expressions. Oh clatter! Monkey King, Vegeta, do you really think I'm not your opponent? I'm just pushing my limits. Frisia's body slowly rose, and in an instant he reached a height of 10,000 meters, and at this moment, the silver-white light on his body exploded again, illuminating the entire sky. The golden form, but it's only the weakest form I've gotten from practicing in hell. Now, it is the greatest result of my practice. Frisia's voice was a little ethereal at this moment, extremely high, coming down from a height of 10,000 meters, like a god, in the favorite way of naming you dead monkeys, then I am Platinum Frisia. Chapter 64. Platinum. Frisia. Hearing Frisia's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta couldn't help but glance at each other, and their faces were solemn. Now Frisia, with the super strong breath, is definitely beyond either of the two. That is, this guy did not show his real strength against them from the beginning. Despair. Frisia's voice came, and I saw him slowly falling, on the same level as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and said very calmly, "Now I am an absolutely invincible existence." Oh! When Beerus below heard Frisia's words, he immediately raised his eyebrows and answered. Ahem! Lord Beerus, you are the supreme god of destruction, how can I compare with you? When Frisia heard Beerus's response, he immediately coughed violently and explained in a sweaty manner. Although his current strength is considered super invincible, he still has self-awareness of this existence standing at the top of the pyramid of true combat power in the 7th universe. Frisia, even if your current strength is very strong, we will not lose to you. Sun Wukong roared angrily and rushed towards Frisia. Rumble. At the moment of rushing out, Sun Wukong transformed again, and the blue energy around him rushed straight into the sky, looking extremely cool. Cockroach, don't try to grab it with me. Vegeta roared. He thought that the biggest reason why he was defeated by Frisia in the golden form just now was that he underestimated this guy. Now, he does not believe in evil, but wants to defeat the more powerful Platinum Frisia. Shout! Shout! Monkey King and Vegeta rushed towards Frisia at the same time. Faced with the left and right attacks of Sun Wukong and the two, Frisia just smiled faintly. His fear of Beerus does not mean that he is afraid of anyone in this world. Shout! Frisia indifferently greeted him, and the speed was so fast that he instantly passed between the two. Rumble! Thundered. As Frisia interspersed the two, bursts of energy suddenly exploded in mid-air. Spike! Now! Below! Klin and the others burst open with the roar of this explosion, and instantly looked towards the sky, and when they saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta both falling from the sky, their faces suddenly showed shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible! Klin exclaimed, even if Goku and Vegeta are not inferior to Frisia, who is now more powerful, it is absolutely impossible to lose in this instant. Nothing is impossible. Frisia's ear strength was amazing, and he set his eyes on Klin and smiled coldly. At this moment, he entered the platinum form, and he already felt that there was no one present except for the guy Beerus. After saying this, Frisia shifted his gaze to Zhang Yang and said lightly, "Your name is Zhang Yang, right? You killed me years ago, and now I'm here for revenge." Taking advantage of this momentum, Frisia was no longer ready to waste any more time, and turned his gaze to Beerus, and continued, "Lord Beerus, as a distinguished god of destruction, I think you should ignore this personal grudge, right?" "What?" Beerus was still playing with the little princess, and when he heard someone call him, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I'm going to challenge Zhang Yang, Lord Beerus shouldn't stop it, right?" Frisia spoke. Block. Beerus blinked, suddenly reacted, and then widened his eyes, pointed at Zhang Yang on the side, and said stunnedly, "What did you just say? You want to challenge Zhang Yang?" "Yes." Frisia nodded heavily. "Kill Zhang Yang, today. Apart from this guy Beerus, there is no other person who can stop this from happening." "Oh." Beerus nodded in response, and then waved his hand, "You are casual, as long as you don't bring the aftermath of the battle to me." After saying this, Beerus shook his head, thinking that his words were really funny enough. Zhang Yang vs Frisia, what other aftermath can there be in battle? "Zhang Yang, come up and die." Frisia heard that Beerus was not facing Zhang Yang, and immediately became excited and roared at him. To this, Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly and laughed, this guy really wants to die at his hands. For this kind of request, Zhang Yang really wanted to refuse, but he couldn't refuse, then he could only satisfy this guy. Shout! The moment the thought came out, Zhang Yang's figure flickered in place. Next second, he appeared in front of Frisia. At this moment, everyone looked slowly for 2 seconds, and saw that Zhang Yang's right index finger had already pointed at Frisia's eyebrows. All the way. Good go. Zhang Yang's voice was very calm, and no one in the audience sounded in their ears. As the voice fell, a ray of light exploded. Laugh it. There was only a slight friction sound, and then I saw that there was no second figure in the air except Zhang Yang. Below. Beerus withdrew his squinting gaze, pursed the corners of his mouth, and continued to play with the little princess riding on his shoulder. Boom. Shhh. Oh my god. There was a long silence in the field. I don't even know how long has passed. One after another, exclamations, saliva and gasps sounded one after another. Dead. It's over. Nanny. Frisia, that guy, just died. The other side. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had just woken up, looked at the figure of Zhang Yang in the sky, and naturally knew that he had made a move. But how long has it been? This. Maybe it's too fast. Zhang Yang. Vegeta looked up at the man in the sky, took a deep breath, and after a short while, he finally shook his head with a wry smile and lowered his head. Meanwhile, far from the 7th universe, somewhere in the dark universe without the slightest bit of light. In ruins. That one has been reborn, and the primeval dark demon realm is about to open, and then it will be the moment when the dark universe will fully invade the main universe. The whisper sounded, and there was darkness all around, and there were no figures at all. That supreme being won't make a move? Back then, we were cleared by that one. A second whisper sounded. That one naturally has someone who can contain him. I'm afraid that that guy really breaks the rule that you can't shoot. But that guy Lane is injured, so you shouldn't care too much about his existence. A third whisper sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was boundless silence, as if the 3 whispers just now were all murmurs from the breeze. Chapter 65. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Where the hell did this guy run? Isn't it time to go back to Earth? 2 months have passed since Frisia's death. Now, 779, a day in December. Now, the 7th universe destroys the God realm. Beerus's voice rang out. It's too noisy, it's too noisy. Shout. As Beerus's voice spread, a sound of breaking the air sounded, and then he saw Zhang Yang appear beside him. Recently, the cultivation of these 2 guys, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, is about to enter a bottleneck period. Do you want to train them? Beerus rolled his eyes and spoke. No time. Zhang Yang yawned, and then looked to the side, Wei sitting on the side quietly eating ice cream, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta were struggling to do heavy pressure training. Do you remember that gambling contract back then? Beerus lowered his voice a little and spoke. I admit, I did look at the talent potential of these 2 guys before. But I still don't feel in them the possibility of being able to comprehend the extreme gong of freedom or the extreme skill of self. It's still early, it's hard to say. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and suddenly his eyebrows twitched. What's wrong? Beerus noticed that Zhang Yang's expression was wrong, and immediately asked. There is a guy who has collected the Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe. Zhang Yang said a little surprised. Super Dragon Ball was created by him, so it is natural to have the ability to perceive. He has been awake for some years, except for one time he summoned it that year. He has not collected Super Dragon Balls, and no one has even collected Super Dragon Balls. Now, when this happened, Zhang Yang felt a little curious. Super Dragon Ball. Beerus had never heard of this thing. Zhang Yang nodded and said directly, I'll take a look. Wukong and Vegeta, it's over to you and Weiss. the strength of these two brats can break through to the level of destroying God-level combat power as soon as possible, that is naturally the best. Phew! After saying this, Zhang Yang's figure disappeared in place. Zhang Yang sighed. Now, in the vast seventh universe, his figure appeared. The moment he first appeared, several eyes instantly reached his body. Who? The one at the head was a man wearing a Diablo costume, looking at Zhang Yang with his brows furrowed. For this mysterious man who has just appeared, this guy is completely wary. Diablo. Zhang Yang stared at this man at the head. His strength was not strong. But it's just that he's seriously not strong. Its real combat power is enough to easily beat Beerus, who is now more powerful. Who are you? A person with a dark aura all over his body walked out, and the voice should be an old man. We collect wishing balls, we are not interested in killing, you better get out of the way quickly, otherwise, I will send you to die. Hearing such arrogant words, Zhang Yang schemed the corners of his mouth, just a gaze scanning the past. Rumble. In an instant, the old man whose whole body was shrouded in a dark aura exploded, and he could no longer die. Nanny. This amazing scene instantly made the pupils of the remaining few people tighten for a while, and they involuntarily retreated, which was completely a physical reaction made by people who were frightened. Who the hell is your excellency? The man at the head furrowed his brows even tighter, staring at Zhang Yang with an inexplicable sense of fear. You know, his strength is not weak at all. Even the old man who was killed by Zhang Yang just now with a dark aura was not weak. Although it is not as good as him, he is also in existence at the level of destroying God-level combat power. But what? A look in the eye. This kind of strength is simply not a terrifying existence that he can imagine. You don't have to know who I am, but I'm curious about how you know that Super Dragon Ball exists. Zhang Yang looked at this Diablo who was suspected to be some dark universe slightly strangely, and asked. Super Dragon Ball? Wishing Ball? This Diablo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he understood that if he said something wrong, he would probably have to disappear into this world with the old man just now. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Sir, I am Tiger, the destroyer of the 14th universe. This time comes, the 7th universe collects wishes. The Super Dragon Ball you call is the order of an adult. Oh! Hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyebrows couldn't help but stir, and he was surprised. Who is the adult you are talking about? My lord. I'm just helping with errands, you. Tiger took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and just said a word. Zhang Yang stepped out in one step, and in an instant came to Borui, and said very calmly, You just need to choose whether to answer my question or not. My lord. Tiger looked embarrassed and just snorted. Rumble. Zhang Yang pointed out a finger, and in an instant, endless brilliant light burst out. Next second, this master of the destruction god level combat power level, who was extremely powerful in the eyes of the world, died just like that. It's okay, kill you, I know it too. Zhang Yang said lightly. In an instant, he received this memory called Tiger. However, it is useless to receive it. Because this guy only knows that there are big people to collect Super Dragon Balls, he doesn't know who that big guy really is. Is it Luna, this woman? Zhang Yang's brows furrowed. He had been sleeping for too long, so long that a person had not changed, he didn't even know. Luna. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slowly, and he called out the name in a low voice. Shout! Shout! Several sounds of breaking the air sounded, and the remaining few people fled immediately. For these little Karami, Zhang Yang was not interested at all. Looking back at the Super Dragon Ball as big as a planet in front of him, he casually saw that this Super Dragon Ball flew into the depths of the universe in an instant, until it disappeared. Zhang Yang stayed in place for a while, and finally shook his head. To be honest, since the last time he saw Luna's breath, he always felt that this woman was still in this world, but he didn't know why, and he couldn't perceive her specific location. Basically, those dark universes he had already determined were Luna's ghosts. However, why he did this, Zhang Yang was indeed puzzled. Because, in his impression, Luna, this woman should not be more inclined to the fallen and dark side. If this is the case, then I am afraid that something has happened in the years of his slumber. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, so it seemed that he should indeed go to the Archangel Star or the Whole King Star to meet his old acquaintances. Chapter 66. Zhang Yang has always been a man of action. A flash disappeared into the vast seventh universe. Next second. Shout! A figure suddenly appeared in Chuanwang Xing. It was Zhang Yang who arrived from the seventh universe. It's been a long time since I came to the place where Xiao Chuan lives. Zhang Yang scanned the surroundings and stepped into the air. The gravity of all King Star is extremely terrifying, and ordinary people cannot fly at all. Even if it is the existence of the destruction god level combat power level, it can only walk obediently. However, even if the god of destruction has the strength to step into the air, it depends on whether he dares or not. Zhang Yang strolled high in the sky, and did not go to Xiao Chuan and the great priest at the first time. Now, he came above a divine tree and slowly descended. I planted you before I fell asleep, and now you have grown so tall. Zhang Yang looked at this divine tree and couldn't help but smile. Rustle. This divine tree seemed to have its own thoughts, and after hearing Zhang Yang's words, it actually began to shake its branches. Seeing this, Zhang Yang chuckled a few more times. Long time no see, teacher Zhang Yang. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned around and saw that Grand Priest Lane was looking at him with a very excited look. Ryan, long time no see. Zhang Yang nodded and smiled at him, and then checked his strength, and after a few seconds, his eyebrows couldn't help but slightly provoke, and he was surprised. Are you injured? This is indeed a very surprising thing. With the strength of this guy Ryan, there are still people in this world who can hurt him? A teacher deserves to be a teacher. The great priest was not too surprised that Zhang Yang saw through his injury at a glance, and chuckled. I learned about the existence of the teacher not long ago, and I didn't take the initiative to meet him. I hope the teacher will forgive me. You don't know my personality. Zhang Yang waved his right hand, and a stone table and 2 stone benches appeared. He was the first to sit down, and the great priest followed suit. Please. Zhang Yang waved again, and 2 teacups and a teapot appeared. The great priest hurriedly got up and poured tea for this teacher very respectfully. However, he did not pour himself tea. You don't drink. Zhang Yang raised the teacup and glanced at the great priest with a little deep meaning. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the great priest was slightly stunned, and then reacted, and also hurriedly poured himself a cup of tea. After lifting the teacup and putting it to his lips, after taking a sip lightly, his face immediately showed shock, and he spoke, Teacher, you tea. Zhang Yang smiled, but did not say more. Grunt. The great priest drank it all, and at this moment, he only felt that a warm current flowed in his body. Not only that, he also found that the angelic power in his body was slowly growing. In this regard, the great priest could no longer bear it, and exclaimed, Teacher, you tea. The effect is also too against the sky. There is some improvement on your injuries. But your injury is so severe that it will take some time to heal completely. Zhang Yang smiled lightly, in other words, who beat you into such a seriously injured state? He was indeed curious, even if Lane's strength could not enter the top 3 in this world. The top 5 could barely enter. To be able to beat him into this badly injured state, besides him, there is Luna, and Salama that kid. The strength of the Amoxi kid is not bad, but it is not comparable to Ryan. I have been sleeping for so many years, let alone god-level combat power. It is to reach the level of the 18th order combat power of the angel, which is already considered his talent. Zhang Yang said secretly in his heart. It's the guys from the dark demon realm. The great priest's face showed solemnity, and he said in a deep voice, Teacher, I don't know how long has passed since you fell into a deep sleep, and the dark demon realm, which was almost destroyed by you, was born again. He began to speak. When the great priest talked about Salama and Luna, Zhang Yang's brows furrowed into a line and spoke, You said, Luna and Salama Kid rebelled and joined the dark demon realm and became the supreme evil god. Shocked. Zhang Yang was indeed shocked. Salama himself carries evil thoughts, which he knows. Although Luna had the power of depravity in her body, she did not have the slightest evil thoughts, so this really shocked Zhang Yang. Although Sister Luna has joined the ranks of the supreme evil god, she does not seem to have lost her due divinity. One thought is divine, and the other thought is black. Luna, as the world's first angel, has the same divine angel power and dark fall power in her body, not to mention strength, and in terms of bloodline, it is not 1 or 2 grades more honorable than the great priest Lane. The great priest called Luna her sister, which was already a big relationship. Of course. If this title is heard by others, it is definitely an extremely shocking thing. I know this. But I wonder how Luna would be willing to join the dark demon realm. And, with her strength, I don't think someone should be able to force her to join, right? Zhang Yang was puzzled. He knew best what level of strength the overall strength level of the dark demon realm was. Note that what he is talking about is still the overall strength level of the dark demon realm in the primeval era. This later life of the god of destruction, the level of that guy from Beerus can be the title of the strongest god of destruction, which is really pulled to the extreme. To put it bluntly, in the primeval era, the existence of this level of Beerus was completely cannon fodder-like existence, and there was no influence at all. Therefore, if it is really impossible to say that this later dark demon realm can come out of any extremely powerful evil god or demon god, then Zhang Yang will not be able to believe it. I don't know about that, but at least so far, the strongest combat power in the dark demon realm on the bright side should be Sister Luna. The great priest took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, By the way, teacher, the current dark demon realm still has a title. What? Zhang Yang asked. Universe 0, they see us as the main universe, and we see them as negative universe. The great priest said solemnly, the leader of the negative universe is Sister Luna. This woman. What the hell do you want to do? Universe 0, negative universe? So, this negative universe also has other individual universes? Zhang Yang suddenly became interested, and in the primeval era, he divided this big world into 18 universes, which could almost be said to be a means like a creator. Afterworld. He couldn't think of Luna. It should be that Luna, the woman, also has such a creator-like means. What does this mean? Luna, perhaps in the endless years of his slumber, has reached the state he once was. Kind of interesting. Is this woman too bored to play with me? They. Corners of Zhang Yang's mouth hooked a beautiful curve, which he found very interesting. Chapter 67. Teacher, the negative universe is just a universe. However, it also has 18 regions, which can be regarded as having 18 universes, which is opposed to the main universe. While Zhang Yang was pondering in his heart, the great priest opened his mouth to explain. It seems that this later life is not so boring. Zhang Yang chuckled. He and Luna had lived for too long, to the point where they each knew each other well. Teacher, your strength doesn't seem to be as strong as before. The great priest lowered his voice and asked. Although he was seriously injured, his eyesight was still there, and the oppression that Zhang Yang gave him today was far less terrifying than it used to be, which is not difficult to guess. It's okay. Zhang Yang laughed without caring at all. The strength of strength makes no difference to me. Yes. For Zhang Yang, as long as he wants to clear the law and let your strength be strong, it is also a floating cloud. 2. The great priest recalled that this teacher's power was vast, and he immediately stopped worrying. Let's go, I haven't seen Xiao Chuan for a long time. Zhang Yang got up, and the great priest also hurriedly got up, willing to lag behind this teacher by several steps, like a follower. If this scene is seen by others, they will definitely suspect that this is a fake big priest. Soon, Zhang Yang and the great priest walked slowly all the way towards the palace of the king. Along the way, it was empty, and a few guards guarded the gate. And the moment these guards saw Zhang Yang, they immediately stood up to block it, but then when they saw that the high priests were all behind this strange man, all the guards' pupils tightened for a while. After Zhang Yang and the great priest left, these guards reacted. You look at me, I look at you, everyone's eyes are shocked, and their expressions are extremely dazed. No one spoke, but silence was better than silence at this time. Zhang Yang sighed. He and the great priest pushed open the gate and entered the palace where the king was. Tap tap. The footsteps of the two were crisp, resounding in the empty palace. Yikes! Zhang Yang and the great priest hadn't taken a few more steps, but only heard two sounds of breaking the void. Next second, two tall thin men blocked Zhang Yang's face with their eyes closed. Long time no see, Audie, Audie. Zhang Yang looked at the two tall thin men and said with a smile on his face. Hey! Yes! Master Zhang Yang! When Zhang Yang's voice sounded, the two thin and tall men suddenly opened their eyes, and when they saw the man in front of them, their faces suddenly showed shock. Poof! Poof! Moment! When the two king's guards, Audie and Aer, reacted, they immediately fell to the ground on one knee. Audie! Atu! See Master Zhang Yang, hail Lord! The two spoke in unison and were extremely respectful. No need to be polite, what about Xiao Chuan? While Zhang Yang scanned the surroundings, his feet also moved. And as Zhang Yang moved, the two Chuanwang guards also hurriedly stood up from the ground, they glanced at the great priest nonchalantly, and then quickly followed. As soon as Zhang Yang arrived here, he saw a small child floating in front of a small platform. Bang! Zhang Yang looked at it, this child held a marble, flicked it out lightly, and when it hit another marble, it immediately made a roaring sound. Boring, boring! The shouts sounded, and the little child seemed to sense something, slowly turned around, and did not react the first time he saw Zhang Yang with a smile on his face. And when he reacted, his whole person had already flown to Zhang Yang's shoulder and sat up. Brother Zhang Yang, you are finally back. This kid is naturally the king. Xiao Chuan, long time no see. Zhang Yang smiled and said hello. Oh, the summoner you gave me in the first place, I have pressed it more than once over the years. And you, not once. Chuanwang took out a small red button and complained with a pout. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed dryly, which was indeed a little embarrassing. After all, when he sleeps, it is to cut off all contact with the outside world. Come back this time, you can accompany me for a while. Chuanwang spoke. This is not okay. But I have arranged some activities for you and I am sure you will definitely like it. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered and he spoke. Oh? What they? What they? Chuanwang suddenly became excited. Power Assembly. Zhang Yang spoke, there are a total of 18 universes, and each universe sends a few contestants. The winner will then participate in a duel with the contestants sent by the negative universe. Sounds like funny. Chuanwang's eyes suddenly lit up, he was bored for too long, as long as there was any activity, he would choose to participate, after all, it could allow him to kill time. It's going to be fun. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth rose slightly, the duel of the 18 universes of the main universe was just an appetizer, and the real big dish was a duel between the negative universe and the main universe. He wanted to see if it should be the negative universe created by Luna's woman, or the main universe created by him. Of course. He didn't worry at all that the group of guys in the negative universe would not cooperate, let alone Zhang Yang. It was Xiao Chuan, who also had the ability to easily eliminate all the negative universe. Next, Zhang Yang accompanied King Chuan in the palace for a short time, and after greeting Ada and the great priest, he left. Now, 7th universe. Earth. Zhang Yang's backyard at home. On his shoulder sat the little princess, babbling. Suddenly, the little princess called out a voice, which made Zhang Yang, who was thinking about something, react suddenly, widen his eyes, and exclaimed, "Xiao Liulai, you just called me. Did I hear me wrong, or did you really call me?" Seems to be to answer his own father, and immediately Xiao Liulai screamed milkily again, intermittently, sounding very cute. Ha ha ha. Hearing his daughter's name, Zhang Yang suddenly laughed happily. Call again, daddy's good daughter, call a few more times. Muah. The little princess shouted more and more smoothly, and even got close to her father's face, fragrant him. Ha ha ha. In the backyard, Zhang Yang's hearty laughter was extremely happy. Chapter 68. Shout. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the clearing in the backyard. Hey! Zhang Yang! Sun Wukong laughed very heartily, followed by his greeting. Zhang Yang tilted his head to look, and the moment he saw Sun Wukong, his eyebrows couldn't help but stir. This kid, how did the final combat power value rise so much? If you say that Sun Wukong's combat power index reached close to 7 to 8 before, it was about 7 to 8. Then, at this moment, the Monkey King's combat power index has reached an astonishing level of 8.5 to 8.9. Note that don't think that the value of 8.9 under the explosion is very weak. You know, as long as the combat power value reaches 9, it is to step into the level of destruction god level combat power. In other words, today's Monkey King is absolutely infinitely close to the level of destroying god level combat power in terms of strength. Hello, little Liulai. While Zhang Yang was thinking, Sun Wukong waved hello to the little princess again. Babble. Xiao Liulai did not speak, gestured his hand to Sun Wukong, and returned to the state of screaming before. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, this time coming, it will not pull Zhang Yang to do anything. At most, just let him fight with me. In the face of the little princess's gestures, Sun Wukong seemed to understand, and communicated with her without the slightest obstacle. For this, Zhang Yang was quite surprised. However, he didn't think much about it, looked at Sun Wukong, thought for a short time, and finally nodded, and asked, "Have you already entered the level of freedom extreme skill Zhao? Feel free to do it." "No, but my current combat power is super strong. So, want to try it in your hands?" Sun Wukong smiled and scratched his head. Okay. Zhang Yang also wanted to see what means Sun Wukong had, so he nodded and agreed. "Liulai, you go to your mother, I'll practice with Gaku." Zhang Yang touched Xiao Liulai's head and spoke. Babble. Xiao Liulai screamed again. It seemed that she really wouldn't say anything else except after calling her father at present. Go, go. Zhang Yang also took a bite of his baby daughter, and then put her down. Shout. Xiao Liulai was also obedient, and after waving his little hand to his father and Sun Wukong, he directly used teleportation to leave the backyard clearing. Come on, Zhang Yang. The Monkey King rose into the sky with great excitement. In this regard, Zhang Yang chuckled and shook his head, and also followed Sun Wukong to quickly rise to a height of 10,000 meters. Zhang Yang knew what Sun Wukong's strength was, and if the true fire power was fully opened, the earth would inevitably crumble. Therefore, when he rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he had already laid a huge invisible energy barrier. As for how strong this energy barrier can be, Zhang Yang believes it, not to mention the existence of the top angel level combat power. It is some powerful god level general existence, and it is impossible to cause the slightest damage to this energy barrier. Please. Sun Wukong looked at Zhang Yang above the sky, bowed to him with his hands folded, and then the moment he raised his head, the expression on his face became extremely serious. Drink. Just listening to Sun Wukong's burst, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1. The moment he transforms into Super Saiyan 1. Shout! Shout! Hey! Moment! Several figures also appeared at a height of 10,000 meters not far away. It's Mr. Zhang Yang and Goku. How did they fight? Kakarot this guy. What do you want to do? Challenge Zhang Yang. Isn't it pure masochism? Klin and the others saw Zhang Yang and Sun Wukong, who were standing opposite each other, and immediately began to discuss. Vegeta, on the other hand, has a strange face, and he is very self-aware. Of course. The premise of this self-knowledge is that he and Zhang Yang do not have a so-called hatred. Otherwise, knowing that he was invincible, he would definitely fight Zhang Yang. Therefore, at this moment, in Vegeta's opinion, no matter how Sun Wukong fought Zhang Yang, he would actually not be able to achieve the kind of great progress of ordinary life and death dueling. Therefore, the reason why Vegeta is already reluctant to challenge Zhang Yang is not only that he does not want to be abused, but this is also a major reason. After all, if people kill you in seconds, how can you have a sense of combat experience? How can Goku not change his most powerful form in the face of Mr. Zhang Yang? Klin was surprised at this time. He saw that Sun Wukong always maintained Super Saiyan 1, this form for him, it was naturally an extremely powerful form. However, he understood that for Zhang Yang, the transformation form of this Super Saiyan 1 was undoubtedly the same as not transforming, and there was no difference at all. Don't worry. Vic stared at Sun Wukong not far away, his eyes narrowed slightly. Rumble. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly burst into an extremely terrifying aura. It was at this moment that he rose from Super Saiyan 1's transformation form to Super Saiyan 2. This time, he didn't stay, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 3. And when he transformed into the Super Saiyan 3 form, his gaze was on Zhang Yang, and at this moment, he looked particularly cold, and said, "Next, this is my Super Saiyan blue form." Boom! The terrifying aura exploded again, and Sun Wukong successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan blue form. It's terrifying, today's Goku has surpassed us too much. Klin felt the terrifying energy of the Super Saiyan blue form Monkey King, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head on the side. Once upon a time, he still had the strength to touch Sun Wukong. And now he is completely unqualified to compare with Sun Wukong. Rumble. Just when Klin was still recalling that he could open up with Sun Wukong in the past, the latter's side once again exploded with a terrifying aura to the extreme. Nanny! What does this guy want to do? Kakarot he. When Vegeta and the others looked over, they only saw that Sun Wukong's blue energy flame was covered with a layer of red light. As a man who had been defeated by the Realm King Fist, how did Vegeta not recognize what this move was? King of Realm Fist. This guy, is it dead? Vegeta was shocked, and he also superimposed the Realm King Fist on the already super form of Super Saiyan Blue. What is this, not a fighting style? Twice. Thrice. 4 times. Zhang Yang carefully counted the multiples of Sun Wukong's combat power that began to skyrocket, and his eyes slowly narrowed. Now it seems that the reason why he was able to skyrocket so much combat power is probably because of this move at this moment. Nope. Is 10 times. Boom. With Sun Wukong's roar, the energy flames mixed with blue and red around him burst into the sky, and at this moment, only these 2 colors remained in the entire sky, only to hear him roar, "Zhang Yang, this is my trick at the bottom of the box." Super Scion Blue Form Stacked Tenfold Realm King Fist. Chapter 69. Rumble. As Sun Wukong's roar came out, his whole person rushed towards Zhang Yang like a cannonball. Bang! At this moment, Sun Wukong can be said to have exploded to the extreme, and no one present except Zhang Yang can clearly see the trajectory of his departure. In an instant, he was killed in front of Zhang Yang. Rumble. Raise your hand. Sun Wukong slammed down with a heavy punch, and the terrifying energy flame exploded, so that the surrounding space could not stop making a buzzing sound. In the face of Sun Wukong's punch, Zhang Yang was still very calm. The gap between the two is too big, to the point that outsiders simply cannot imagine. With just a finger out, he easily stopped Sun Wukong's punch. Nanny. For Zhang Yang to stop his punch so easily, even Sun Wukong, who is so powerful now, can't stop changing. It's terrifying. The speed and power that he is bursting out now is only known by himself. But what? Zhang Yang, it was too easy to stop him. Bang! Now! Sun Wukong was still thinking, and the power of Zhang Yang's fingertips suddenly struck, instantly causing his whole person to fly out upside down. It's terrifying. Seeing this scene, Clin and the others on the side suddenly gasped, and their faces showed shock to the extreme. In their eyes, the strength of Sun Wukong, who is now superimposed on the tenfold realm king fist in the blue form of the Super Scion, is simply terrifying to the extreme. But what? In Zhang Yang's hands, there was no room to fight back. This Zhang Yang's strength is indeed terrifying, at least for now. I still don't know what level he is. Vegeta stared at Zhang Yang, took a deep breath, and muttered, from the attitude of that guy from Beerus, it can barely be guessed. This guy is definitely also in existence at the level of destroying god level combat power. Even Vegeta thought about exaggerating again, that is, the strength of this guy Zhang Yang was also a very powerful existence at the level of destroying god level combat power. Ahem. Sun Wukong sighed, after stabilizing his body, coughed slightly, he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his face was more and more excited. He set his gaze on Zhang Yang, his eyes full of passion for fighting. Rumble. After staring at Zhang Yang for 2 seconds, Sun Wukong's body once again exploded with terrifying energy flames. Since the tenfold realm king fist is not your opponent, it is far from being able to compete with you. So, boom! As Sun Wukong's voice spread above the sky, the aura on his body exploded for the second time, and the energy flame of red and blue blended straight into the sky. Drink! Sun Wukong roared angrily, and his aura skyrocketed at this moment. Nanny! Goku, he's really dead. What does he want to do? It's already 10 times the Realm King Fist, and you want to open an even more terrifying multiple. Seeing this scene, Clin and the others widened their eyes, and at this moment, there was no one who was not sweating. Shout! Shout! At this time, 2 sounds of breaking the air sounded. Goku, what is this for? So desperate? Beerus. And Weiss appeared. The former felt that Sun Wukong's chi had been soaring at the moment, his eyebrows couldn't help but stir, and he spoke, this kid, I have been telling me that he has developed a trick at the bottom of the box to deal with me. So, is that it? It's incredible. Weiss was also surprised on the side. At this moment, Sun Wukong's breath has reached 12 times. Moreover, he had not stopped rising, and the terrifying energy formed a scene similar to a thunder electromagnetic field around him, and lightning crackled and exploded around him. Just 12 times, is it already so terrifying? Vegeta looked at the field, and at this moment, he couldn't even help holding his breath, his eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't figure out that this guy Kakarot could be so daring. You know, this form is superimposed, a little careless, the waiting end is that it can't withstand this major energy blessing, and directly explodes and dies. Therefore, Vegeta, who has always been unhappy with the Monkey King, couldn't help but admire this guy's courage in his heart when he saw this scene. Rumble. Drink. At this time, in the field, Sun Wukong's roar continued to sound, and his aura at this moment had exploded to 15 times. When everyone looked at it, it was clearly visible that whether it was his forehead, arms, or thighs, there were green tendons bursting, and it seemed that this 15-fold Realm King Fist superimposed Super Saiyan Blue form had reached his limit. Goku has reached his limit, does he still want to go even higher? Klin looked at this scene, to be honest, more of a distress, and couldn't stop sighing, this guy. I love pushing my limits so much. Wouldn't it be bad if you couldn't bear it? Goku, this kid shouldn't fight to the death, right? Vic said unsurely on the side. After all, Zhang Yang was not an enemy. How can this kind of ordinary competition be fought to the death in a desperate way? However, Vic looked at the field, the situation had reached this point, no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem to be an ordinary battle. Therefore, Vic has no bottom in his heart at the moment. Shout. Yikes! Now! In the field, Sun Wukong's body erupted with energy flames, looking like a god of war. Zhang Yang, the 15-fold Realm King Fist superimposed on the Super Saiyan Blue form, this is my limit at the moment. Sun Wukong roared angrily, and then rushed towards Zhang Yang. Rumble. His speed was so fast, blue and red lightning erupted from Zhou's body, and he instantly arrived in front of Zhang Yang. Bang! Sun Wukong's punch came down, sparks shot out, and lightning exploded. Zhang Yang still just stretched out a finger and aimed at Sun Wukong's fist so gently. Bang! Only listening to a dull crash, I saw Sun Wukong fly out upside down again. This time, Zhang Yang did not stop in place again, stepped out in one step, and directly stepped on the chest of Sun Wukong, who flew out upside down. Your limits are much more than that, Goku. Next, let me see where your true limits are. Since Zhang Yang agreed to Sun Wukong's challenge from the beginning, it was naturally impossible to just agree to it and tyrannize this kid. Moreover, now seeing Sun Wukong's heart that loves to fight, that is, Zhang Yang's calm heart, I can't help but feel a little hot by him. Chapter 70. I have to say that the fighting spirit of another person will indeed have an impact on another person. However, this influence is also not rejected by Zhang Yang. Otherwise, Zhang Yang really didn't want to collide with Sun Wukong, who would be killed by him in an instant. Rumble. And after Sun Wukong heard Zhang Yang's words, he was instantly like chicken blood, and the energy flame that had been dissipated in his body exploded again. Shout! At this moment, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, turning into a stream of light and appearing thousands of meters away. Woohoo! Sun Wukong gasped, although the pressure of fighting Zhang Yang was great, for him, what he could get in advance was infinite. Just like now, Sun Wukong was beaten by Zhang Yang and received his encouragement, and at this moment he was completely in a state of detached excitement. Even, Sun Wukong was only focused on fighting Zhang Yang at the moment. Rumble. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and his breath didn't know if it was the first time it exploded again. This time it was even more violent than the last 15-fold Realm King Fist superimposed Super Saiyan Blue form. 16 times. And when Sun Wukong burst open again, Beerus on the other side froze and said in a deep voice, "This kid. It's really not admitting defeat. Vegeta, I have to say that you Saiyans have surprised me enough." From the perspective of Beerus, from the beginning, he couldn't look at Saiyans such as Monkey King and Vegeta from the bottom of his heart. But as the contact time became longer and longer, he also found that this Saiyan race was indeed very potential. After every battle, there is a very terrifying boost. For this, Beerus knows this very well. Lord Beerus said and smiled. Vegeta glanced sideways at Beerus and gave a dry laugh twice. He understood that the greater admiration for Beerus now was for the cockroach guy, not exactly him. He vegeta, just with admiration. Rumble. Shout. Now. In the field. The 16-fold Realm King fist superimposed on the Super Saiyan blue form of Sun Wukong instantly moved, and instantly rushed to Zhang Yang with a thunderous momentum. Bang! Bang! At the moment when Sun Wukong raised his hand and punched out, so did Zhang Yang. Therefore, the two fists slammed together, and suddenly aroused layers of energy shock waves to spread out in all directions. Rumble! Thundered! Moment! A terrifying roar exploded in the air one after another. Next! 16-fold Realm King fist superimposed Super Saiyan blue form Wukong, finally received Mr. Zhang Yang's punch. Seeing this scene, Clinton's eyes widened, and there was shock on his face, and there was a faint hint of relief and happiness. Being able to see the growth of Sun Wukong with his own eyes, Clin is naturally very happy for this good brother. Rumble! And just as Clin's words fell, he heard a deafening explosion roar in the field. Next second. Ah! Hearing Sun Wukong scream again, he saw that he didn't know how many times he flew out upside down. Poof! This time, he flew out upside down and sprayed a mouthful of blood in the gliding air. Wise! Zhang Yang is fighting against this guy Sun Wukong with the same combat power at the moment, right? Off sight. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked solemnly. With my strength, it is natural that I can't see through Mr. Zhang Yang. But I guess his revealed combat power should be slightly inferior to that of a little Goku. Ves shook his head. Equal combat power, this is a very fair thing. But if it is a powerful existence like Zhang Yang, then even if it is inferior to too much combat power, it is still an unfair thing. Hearing Weiss's words, the audience suddenly fell into a silence. Monkey King sighed. After he flew backwards for several kilometers, he stabilized his figure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked towards Zhang Yang a few kilometers away. His face was solemn. This collision with Zhang Yang completely made Sun Wukong understand that this man is an absolutely bottomless pit, and the feeling to him is more than unfathomable. Unbeatable. Yes. Such a terrifying man, he really felt that he could not match him in this life. But that's it, Sun Wukong, who has always refused to admit defeat and became more and more courageous in the war, is getting more and more excited. The energy on the surface of his body became more and more high, and I saw his figure flicker, and he teleported to just tens of meters away from Zhang Yang. Your power is indeed terrifying. But I believe in my limits, far from being reached. Zhang Yang, next, I will truly break through my limits at the moment, and then fight with you well. Boom! As Sun Wukong's roar resounded throughout the sky, at this moment, the blue and red energy flames on his body were also more violent than before. This guy! What do you want to do? Still thinking about uplifting? Feeling the furious aura of the Monkey King in the field, Clin and the others widened their eyes. 17. 18. 19. Beerus's eyes narrowed and counted. 20. Rumble. In the field, Sun Wukong's roar resounded throughout the sky, 20 times Realm King fist. Phew! As Sun Wukong's roar fell, he rushed out in an instant. Bang! This speed was so fast that he rushed to Zhang Yang's face in an instant, raised his hand and slammed a solid punch on Zhang Yang's chest. Hit! Seeing this scene, everyone was in good spirits, and a smile of joy appeared on their faces for Sun Wukong. Rumble. In the field. Zhang Yang's hard resistance to Super Saiyan Blue superimposed 20 times Realm King fist Sun Wukong's punch did not seem to be affected in the slightest, but only made a dull crashing sound. Nanny. Sun Wukong saw that under his full burst, he couldn't hurt Zhang Yang in the slightest, which made his face suddenly show shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Good speed. But the strength is much worse. Zhang Yang chuckled and commented, and then saw that he gently straightened his chest, and exerted strength for this, and instantly made Sun Wukong's whole person fly out upside down. Terrible! It's terrible! Zhang Yang, this guy, what level of existence is it? This strength! It's a little scary. Shocked. Such a powerful Monkey King couldn't even retreat half a step of Zhang Yang, which made everyone present couldn't help but feel a tingling in their scalps. Lord Beerus, has Mr. Zhang Yang's strength reached your level? Clin turned his head, looked at Beerus in shock, and asked.